All right, motherfuckers, we're back. All right, so before I get started on this ad read, I got to remember to do this. I want to give a huge shout out to my buddies. I call us the four dorkmen of the apocalypse. I'm the only one who calls us that, by the way, but I swear to God, we're making fucking t-shirts. So go to this YouTube page if you're watching on YouTube. Go to the bottom of this page, Alchemical Cocktail Lounge, Ritual Madness Podcast, and my boy Joey Moya with Sweaty Pedals. He's doing more of a gaming thing, but he creates extra content as well. And then if you're on audio, just come over to YouTube. And make sure you guys hit subscribe to my shit as well. Subscribe to them. We're all on that grind to get to 1,000 subs so we can make some fucking money directly from YouTube. The easiest way for you guys to show us all love and help support us and help us grow. All right, enough of that cheesy shit, though. I got to actually get to the real ad reads here. Yeah, here we go. All right, this episode of the podcast is sponsored by Shooter Lube. Honestly, I swear to God, what just happened? Is it just glitching out? Oh, there we go. I'm sick of reading this fucking ad read. You know the drill. Go to shooterlube.com, join the revolution, and save 10% at checkout by using promo code SINGER. They do offer free shipping over $35 and 100% money back guarantee. So if you're not satisfied, you can say fuck it and send that shit back. This episode of the podcast is also sponsored by Werner Elements, and he's been talking about doing this for a while. I've told you guys about this. This is exclusive just for JSC listeners or extravaganza listeners. I don't know. JSC sounds too close to Rogan, I think. JRE, JSE. So we'll just call you guys the Ganza listeners, the Jamies, if that's not too close to Rogan. Decko's sitting in the studio with me as I record this promo. But I want to read this because Scott just sent this to me today. So it's official. On May 1st, it's going to be official, and most of you are going to be listening to this after the 1st. You're going to go to WeHost, just like it sounds, WEHOST.wernerelements.com. And you can save 10% on an annual paid web hosting package starting May 1st. And I believe that is going to be, if you do the top tier, it's like 60 or 80 bucks or something like that. And you get a domain name and your entire year's worth of hosting for free. So basically, use Singer when you do that, and you'll get 10% off that. Plus, with the rest of what Werner Elements does, go to wernerelements.com, WERNER elements.com. Their slogan is, yes, we can do that, because basically they are a web hosting and webmaster service. Very, very good guys over there. I work with them with my website and everything that I've been building here. Basically is what, to just kind of break it down because it's super confusing, whatever you're doing, whether you're a podcaster, whether you're a comedian, whether you're a musician or an artist trying to showcase your talents or get the buzz going or whatever, you need some sort of website, social media, and a good way to represent yourself so you can break out from the crowd. That's what these guys do. So go over to Werner Elements, get a free consultation with them, and then use Singer at checkout, and you'll also save 10% off your contract with that as well. With no further ado, though, today's guest is my buddy, Ben Kunkel. I almost called him Dunkel yesterday. Actually, I did. I made a flyer and called him Dunkel because I got a buddy named Ben Duncan. Whatever. We call him Decko anyways. So, well, yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there on the actual podcast. He doesn't need an introduction. I call him a rock star amongst musicians. So, nonetheless, with no further ado, let's do this. Ben the Decko Kunkel.
I prefer if you do it manually.
There we go. All right, we're still working on a little kinks with the new production menu, but we are live, boys. Ben, cheers, my brother. Your actual brother.
Yeah. I mean, we can have sex. We're not like related.
Brother cousins.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Yeah, we can like, as long
Only
as I
by
don't,
marriage.
as long as I don't come in them, we can.
I would say the most, I'm going to try to get as Minnesotan as I can, the most epic finale show I've ever seen in my life. The Revelance finale, sold out crowd, half the crowd on the stage, A notorious moment in the Minnesota metal
we still
scene.
did the
Metal music
We
scene.
still did the pyramid, even with everybody on
Yep.
that fucking stage.
But it was like I had thrown down my bass.
Yeah.
And well, time to do the pyramid, you know. Time to make the donuts, you know, like it just it meant something, but it
Peanut, start fucking off right about now.
about being unemployed, the weekends don't mean quite so much. You know, like,
Thank you for being here, man.
yeah.
I appreciate it. It's a huge honor. You drove all the way down here just to do this and hang out with us, and it's been cool, man. We went and got a bite to eat beforehand. We've been hanging out all day. Jeremy got off work early, came and hung out with us. Gonna start off the podcast.
No, I worked all the way until.
Got off 5 minutes early so he could come and hang out with us.
Actually, I got off early because I started early.
Right.
Same with work.
Badunk.
Actually, it still didn't make sense.
I love how you did the badunk hand movement as I did it audio wise, because we don't have buttons around here. We don't have sound effects. That's cheesy. We just do them with our mouths. That's what she said.
That's what she said. That's what he said too.
Jake, show me a go.
For people who don't know Ben, because a bunch of people are going to be jumping in on this podcast. A bunch of people are going to jump in on this podcast like, holy fuck, Ben is back. But there's a bunch of people who also watch the podcast are going to be like, who the fuck's this guy? So let's just kind of briefly try to explain without doing the whole life story. Let's explain. You were in Revelance which was with Jeremy. Jeremy and Ben had a band before you and I were in a band together, Jeremy. We were in a band together called Dying Euphoria. This was the predecessor to that. Revelance was a band who was incredibly popular in town. We talked about it on previous episodes, so if guys want like deep cuts from that history, they can go back and listen to that. But you were in that, and then when that broke up and you and I, or actually you started Dying Euphoria and I joined later, you started a band with the other member of, there was four guys in Revelance.
Scooge.
Four guys in Revelance. It was you, Jason, Kyle, and you. Jeremy, for listeners. Jeremy, Jason, Ben, and Kyle. Jeremy and Jason started Dying Euphoria, and you two went on to start For Blood. Now, one thing I remember is when we used to play For Blood shows. So it was Dying Euphoria and For Blood on the same bill. I just remember you and I pulling each other aside and being like, we got to step it up because them four blood boys ain't fucking around, man. You guys were tight. You were fucking heavy. You were on your fucking game, and people showed up to see you, and they dug it. And we felt we had to literally elevate what we were doing every time we were on the same stage as you guys. So I just want to give you a lot of props, man, because you joke, and we've talked a lot about this over the last couple hours and the last couple days about how, you know, you're not like this huge intellectual guy. You said, you know, you're not the big gear nerd. You were there along for the ride. But, and Jeremy will back me up on this, stage presence, performing wise, actually playing your part, staying in the pocket, being tight. You were a rock star amongst musicians, man. You held your own with some of the big boys in town, and that fucking kilt was a killer, bro.
With the rubber.
So thank you, man.
Hand.
I just wanted to kind of.
That was a.
I wanted to put the bullet points out there and just kind of let people know who you are.
Even
And
still,
if you don't know, then you fucking don't deserve to. No, it's just an OG thing. It's just an OG thing.
Well, and that was the thing. I'm sure I thought rockstar that. I had a really good time. It was a lot of fun. Like I mean I was somebody that liked to perform, so like all I did was, I mean even in practice, like you said, you know, you guys had.
I'm not saying this one out loud. Steel Corner, you're a savage. First comment in chat.
Holy.
First comment in chat. I did unsolicited.
Hold on a second.
Unsolicited. I'm not. You're a savage. I got love for you, brother.
Happened to us.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to humiliate anybody, but I'll tell you this right now. We've talked about this. We talked about this earlier. You guys were perceived as a very popular band in Revelance, but sloppy And then all of a sudden, Gensmer filled in for you guys, and it was like, oh no, these guys are legit. So anything that anybody ever said about you guys was always drive to, like, you guys had that curse of not being able to find a really...
Dude, these actually...
Yeah, and you guys
But
just
that
suffered
was-
the curse of not finding a really great drummer who could make your band tight. So there's a difference between being flashy and being tight. And when Gensmer was in the band, you guys obviously were tight. And when before he...
Like a dolphin's butthole.
I'm just saying,
Water tight.
we've talked about that, dude, and there was a big difference, and like it was clear that you guys were a great band, and you just needed a great drummer the whole time. That's what it need. I mean, for however long that band was around, one truly great drummer like a Gensmer, and man, that whole trajectory changes, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because like during that time when Gensmer filled in, that was like the tail.
I know, right?
So it was like the quote unquote popularity had already been achieved prior to that. But I think amongst our peers, we were more respected during the Gensmer period. Like they were like, oh yeah, like there's like riffs and stuff going on in there, and like there's I hear what
I just remember like literally pulling you aside specifically and going, "You're a different band." With him with him as your drummer, it's a completely different band. Like it's not that you're playing the same songs, you're playing the same riffs, you're singing the same parts, but you're not the same band.
He didn't have a frame of reference though. Like that's why, like we got to do something.
This isn't a John Gensmer dick suction session either. Just
I did
coincidence.
That last night.
That's
it's just coincidence that he happened to also.
Everybody
be the
knows
drummer.
that John and I are
But
hetero
that-
life mates.
And again, we were talking about people that can do things with.
Well, he popped in with what, one rehearsal,
huge,
2 rehearsals to fill in for you
I
guys?
think we only got together like a couple of
Yeah,
times.
maybe 2-3
and then we
times.
did like.
And
a
bear in
handful
mind,
of
we
shows.
also didn't have an album either. Like what
yeah,
he
he
learned
didn't
from.
have a frame of reference. We didn't
Yeah.
have anything to give him that even was like.
That's what you meant by
play
that.
it like
Yeah.
this.
We gave him a
So we
live
play
audio
this
of a
riff
live.
a bunch,
Yeah.
then we play this riff. You do what you want to do, and I'm sure we'll figure it out. You know?
I mean, our big thing, we
was-
basically were just like, you
it's-
just got to halftime it at the parts where you're supposed to halftime. You got
But
fat
yeah,
neck
no,
it.
well, that was
Yeah, you got fat necking it.
yeah. So
Fat
at
necking it.
one point, it was just like, but this is the part. This is.
Yeah, it's like, and your neck gets kind of fat. Yeah, you fat neck it.
This is fat necking for the viewers.
It's when you hear that song, that part comes in and you
It's the head bob. Let's just be honest. God damn it, Steel Corner's a savage. I just can't believe it took less than 5 minutes. Oh, savage, bro. Savage, man.
See-
Savage.
I can see.
No, I mean, and it's funny too because we were just talking about other local bands, including I brought up fucking Stormbreaker, and these boys, these kids are literally running circles around grown ass men in this industry already, and they're still raw. Like I even hung out with them, and I was like, "You guys are fucking legit. You still got work to do, Like, but man, you guys are fucking good. Like, really fucking good. And 5 years from now." Those guys are going to be fucking too big to come on this podcast. Like, it's hilarious. They're. I got the whole
never
band
know.
coming on soon. The
never
singer's
know.
coming on in May, and then the guitar players are coming on in June. But I needed to get them on early because, like, by next year, the year after, those boys are going to blow up. And they're going to be like, we ain't got time for that Jared Singer bullshit. For real, man.
Whatever, man. I like the reason I like the music that I do like more often than not. 100.
sorry, I'm a
Gazer.
meat gazer.
Yeah, Gazer.
Shout out to Dan Nelson. Thanks for hanging out in
The
chat,
reason
buddy.
I like the music I like is because, like, 9 out of 10, the fucking people in the band are actually cool dudes. Like,
Yeah.
their reputation precedes them. I mean, for obvious reasons, like, Dimebag Darrell and Vincent Paul are fucking...
I've never heard anyone call him Vincent Paul.
Well,
I almost thought he was Jake Paul's brother.
Vincent. I like to be proper.
He only called him Vincent when he was mad at him. Vincent Paul.
Vincent!
Vincent,
back in the
you
pocket.
son of a bitch! You're out of the pocket.
You're playing your drums all wrong.
I love how just referring to someone British or Vincent immediately makes you British for all of us.
Whatever.
It should be Italian, right?
The man is
No, that's almost like Vicente.
Vicente, get in the pocket. Restaurante.
Yeah, he deserves the respect.
How many more stereotypes can we fucking
I
throw
I got a
in
really
here?
good one.
Hold on.
Let me give you a beat you can't refuse. Oh, we're in trouble. We're
you know what?
7 minutes into this motherfucker and we're already fucking
I can tell you though,
falling apart.
like if I had it in my mind at the time, I could not run with ATB. Like I couldn't. Like I knew those guys. You know, like not all like super close or whatever, but like I remember when like Nick left the band and I ran into him at like Valley Fair, and I mean they recognized me then from.
Oh, that
But
website.
yeah,
No,
dude.
I mean, let's
Mail
just
dog.
let's just
Talking a website, you know, With Dead Hands Rising, right?
Yeah, yeah.
They first signed to
Never
Life
heard of 'em.
Sentence
Yeah.
Records.
wow.
Been in Saw Blade and whatnot.
Small world.
They totally fired.
Seriously, small world. I've
Had
had
somebody else
I've
do
had
something
Java on and I've had Copy on, obviously. There's been a bunch of people who've been in and out of that band. And that was like one of those bands who wasn't a stepping stone for other bands. It was like an achievement.
That's like,
Yeah.
did you ever hear Pain Rip?
Oh,
Did you ever hear
yeah.
that band? That's like where, that's where, well, at least the drummer came from there.
That's right, dude. I forgot about
They were fucking awesome.
They
then,
were
then
What,
they're-
who?
Pain Ribbon.
Pain
Yeah, they
Ribbon.
were fucking badass.
And then they are
think
one
I'm
of
too
their guitar
young.
players, I think, is in and bass player is in that band. Well, bass player no longer, but ever heard of Blue Ox?
Yeah.
Dude, that fucking band, like their music is terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's so fucking like
Just somebody got mad at me in a podcast one time because I had a bunch of guys on and Blue Ox came up and we like went off on a Blue Ox rant about how awesome they. Somebody jumped in the chat and they were like, "Dude, enough! You've talked about Blue Ox for an hour. Get back to the guys who are on your podcast." No, I love
Well,
that
to be
band.
fair, you were talking about Babe the Blue Ox for 30 minutes, and then the band it just interspersed.
well, and again, like they came to Fargo actually with Orwell.
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 Again, another really fucking kick-ass band.
I think that's why I always mistook Blue Ox for a Wisconsin band because Orwell was from
Yeah.
Wisconsin, right?
Dan says that Ben's
Lacrosse.
mic keeps cutting, but it might be you got to kind of
You might just be too far from
am
it.
you really got to give love to the mic.
If not,
See, I'm a classic. Toxo got have it back a ways.
I can give it a little bit more love. The problem is if I turn that one up too
And
loud,
I'm not like
I got to be really careful with that mic because if I turn it up too loud, I come through that mic, and then literally we just fucking
Coming
and
through
we
the
just
mic.
get a bunch of echoing. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
All right. Well, hopefully that's better.
But thank
Boy-
you, Dan. Thank you.
Boys.
Yeah, because if you talk too softly, that noise gate will kick in.
Yeah, that's probably most of it.
So
Dog is
Have
really
a feminine.
yeah, we have a very horny alpha female dog, my dog Peanut.
Plus, there's a dog on the ground.
Plus.
Alpha.
here, Pe-
I'm the alpha
here, Peter.
female dog.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever. We had our time. We had a good time. But again, I wasn't like I tell him I couldn't run with ATB like in the best of times. But like,
Most cannot.
oh yeah.
That's the thing
that's
is
a
like
total-
who can, you know?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a total different band than fucking.
A lot of people don't even. Well, maybe a lot of people do know, but it's like it's not like they didn't jump on a trend either. They like spearheaded a trend
Yeah,
when they first were doing their thing.
I know they've.
It was
Hey,
like
remember we
this
called
is
it-
different.
Now we just say it's gent, but back then you remember we called it Midwest hardcore. Like they invented a sound.
Like-
Yeah,
Like I said, so we were talking about
So
everybody's
yeah, people give
well,
us.
we were talking about,
And you're actually from Fargo, so it just makes it so much worse.
we've got a wood chipper.
Hey, do ya?
How much does it
Yeah.
chuck?
Oh wait,
All of them.
How much does it chip? How much would chip?
how much wood would a wood chip if wood chip
Oh,
could
that's
chip
even
wood?
harder than the chop.
How much wood could a wood chip if wood chip could chip wood? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's what I was going for, but I don't know.
Step up your game,
It
drunkie.
didn't go that far. No.
Extracurricular activities got in the way.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but when those dudes came on the scene, everyone was like, "Ah, god damn it!"
Well, and
they were kids. We
got to be good and innovative.
We were the adults. We were the adults. They were children, and they literally just showed up and made us all look like assholes. Like every single one of us were like, "Fuck, we got to like reapproach what we're doing right now."
changes.
They struggled so
I mean,
much.
they went through changes.
I mean, how many shows did they play without a fucking drummer? You remember that? They played, I think it was like a year. Correct me in the chat, Jamies, if I'm wrong. Let me know. But it was like a year where they played without a drummer, and they played to a drum machine. They brought up a drum machine.
That I don't remember.
Yeah, I seen them at the Rock without a drummer, and that's when I was like, these dudes are legit. Because if you can do that live without a drummer, like, I want to see you with a drummer.
You ever see? You had mentioned stage. Did you ever see them play with Tony on drums and like his guitar part coming through the PA?
Yeah. Yeah, where they brought up the drum on stage and Tony would sit there and bang on it.
He
like,
played the drum.
Yeah, like Dane was somewhere, and that was kind of cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So he like played to his own backing track?
Like it'd be hard to play. You think it'd be hard to play to another guitar, because it's like he did a lot of leads too. I mean, they both would do leads and stuff.
That dude is like
I'm
so ridiculously talented. I remember like
Talking about Tony Williams?
Tony Williams.
Yeah.
I remember first meeting him way back, like the old Revelance days, playing a show with Lord of All Desires. Yeah. And I was like, this dude's fucking rules, whatever, shredding his guitar and whatever, and doing his black metal vocals. But then all of a sudden I went and saw Anal Blast one time. I'm like, hey, that's that guy from fucking Lord of All Desires on the drums. Maybe he's like sound checking or something. He just fucking goes into this fucking. I'm like, this motherfucker. And then I saw him playing like keyboards. It's just like, and and then heard him actually sing like a real singing.
Yeah.
Like, oh, so like he's a jack of all trades and a master of them all.
There's a reason those two are in a band together. You know what I mean? John Gensmer and Tony Williams. They're fucking with Chris Hockey from K-Fan.
Oh yeah, Fookie.
Oh,
Well, yeah, but it started in the actual Chris Hockey band.
Yeah.
Like that's where that, because fucking basically Tony was already with them, and then all of a sudden Chris is like, dude, we need a drummer, and he's like, I know this dude named John. Like that's
drummed for Chris Hockey's band?
Yeah.
Oh, that I didn't know.
That's how Fookie got started. So John was already in Chris Hockey.
Okay.
And then Bursich hit up Chris, and he's like, dude, I want to do like a band thing.
Gensmer's got to get better with his pillow talk with me, because I was not aware of this.
Yeah, dude.
What have you been doing?
Yeah. And I can corroborate this two ways, because not only have I heard this story on the radio on K-Fan from Chris Hockey himself, but I've had John on the podcast a couple times to confer that as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, so
Remember that story?
Yeah, so fucking Tony was already jamming with Chris Hockey, and then they needed a drummer, and he's like, let me call my boy John.
Yeah.
And fucking John shows up, and everyone's like, yeah, okay. Like, you got the job.
Dude's
There's very few people in that world. Very few people in that world.
Yeah, like it's like a trade, man. He's got it. Like he knows his trade.
I could have probably played bass for ATV, maybe. But seriously, just the complexity of some of those rhythms.
Dude, I couldn't even
like
Lee's bass tone that he had. I mean, he's not in the band anymore, but when Lee was in the band, that bass tone that he had too was fucking different. Dude, it was so good. It was just like,
I do think
especially for that style.
I do think the one mistake they made as a band was when they passed on Jake Muley from Reaping Asmodea, the long-headed, dreaded the long-haired dreaded dude for bass.
Oh, for bass.
Yeah, he was auditioning for ATB, and they went with the LA guy because he had a connection with the new drummer. Honestly, that's the only mistake they ever made was not picking up Muley. The only mistake they ever made in their entire career, because that dude is like, I know legit pro bass players that played with Prince that would come hang out at Guitar Center with me and Jake Muley, and they'd be sitting over in the bass section going back and forth. And then they'd come ring out, and Jake would be selling some gear to somebody else, and they'd be like, that fucking Jake dude. Like, I got to step up my game. These are guys playing with Prince that'd be like, I need to step up my game because I just came to Guitar Center and hung out with your friend. like that's how good Jake was. And ATB passed on him like, y'all are asleep, man. But I get it, you know. They were in a transitionary period post Justin. I'm wearing the shirt tonight.
Yeah.
These guys are, I don't think a lot of people understand it. If you're not, this is after Justin died. They did these as a benefit shirt. But I don't think most people realize, unless you're super into metal, I don't think people realize what they did. Because it was basically Dylan, right? Then you had Soul Asylum.
Well, Bob Dylan, okay.
Yep.
I was like, I don't think there's anybody in ATB named Dylan.
Well, you had Prince. You had Prince, obviously.
You son of a bitch.
I thought you were talking about, like, remember?
You had Dylan,
son of a bitch.
you had Dylan, Prince, and then Head Charge and Soul
There were
Asylum.
like some bands in the 80s, too, wasn't there? Like,
but they were all part of somebody else's movement. And then all of a sudden,
gotcha.
like the point is ATB was the heaviest band to gain legitimate worldwide credibility out of Minneapolis. And they never claimed to be from anywhere else the whole time. Mm-hmm. Unlike our own friend, Gensmer, their band, which we clarified that story, they did not claim to be from LA. Their label made them claim to be from LA. Yep. Fuck that shit. ATB, that's one of the reasons they signed with Sumerian, because they were like, no.
Play the game.
They paved the way for so many of us. And I just, honestly, the only other band that really did the ATB thing, was, you fuckers, SMB, Screaming Mechanical Brain. They were the only other band that really like just did their own thing.
I only know them as Screaming Monkey Boner.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's their real name.
Yeah.
Actually, I know them as both names. I just want name. That's what John Wheeler makes me say. He's like, you will call me Screaming Monkey Boner.
Yeah. Grabbing both ears. Yeah.
Knowing John, he'd make you call him Reverend.
And he's like, say it. And I'm like,
you'll call me the Rev. You'll call me the Rev. So what have you been up to lately, man? You dipped out of the scene. You've been up in Fargo for 10 years, getting fat. Actually, you look great, but all jokes aside.
The naked picture would be horrendous.
Are we supposed to be wearing pants? Shit.
I'm wearing pants because I have to grab beers.
Well, I'll let Peanut finish, and then I'm going to put my pants back on.
Like sitting directly under you.
She gets pretty, if you make her quit before she finishes.
My dog is so fucking weird.
If I would have known, I would have brought...
She knows what she's doing, at least.
She's very specific. So what have you been up to, Decko, since you've been up in Fargo?
To be honest, not a whole lot, like, productively, but...
Her breath smells so bad.
Family man now. I'm, like I said, I was there for the ride. Once the ride was over, I had to wake up.
So you were doing some gaming shit for a while.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, productively. I've had, like, a Twitch...
I have too.
I've had a Twitch
trying to work it out, but
I don't sleep ever.
It's like, you know, meth is bad for you. If only these cops came to my school when I was in elementary school and told me about that. I dare.
Yeah, no, I've had a Twitch account for a while, but that that was something I didn't have the space or the time for, so it's just more of a back burner thing, but. Still pretty hilarious. Got one buddy from the South.
How many teeth does he have?
All of them.
Oh, he's not really from the South. I'm just kidding. I don't know the number
I still
of
tease
teeth.
him about biscuits and gravy, so it's okay. He'll understand. He's a good guy. Like I said, he sends my kids Christmas presents. That doesn't make it sound any better, but
I was gonna
he's
say,
a good guy.
That's how you met.
.com.
Who's this guy sending my kids Christmas presents? I turned out to be a really cool guy.
Santa?
He sent some weird pictures now and then, but other than that, he's pretty cool.
He is meme worthy.
Wherever he is, he's a great guy.
Anyway,
Shout out to that guy.
so he's helped me out a little bit, but like again, it's usually just about interaction. So that's usually a good time. Other than that, I mean, if you ever take a look at my YouTube, I've got like a bunch of back before it was cool.
Dude,
Everybody
I
had
was
them
just
damn
going to
old
say.
Twitch accounts and shit.
I was just going to say, dude, your YouTube videos are from like 9 years ago.
Yeah, dude.
It's like Call of Duty 2.
Call of Duty, like.
Jeez, dude, what if you kept going with
There's
that?
4 people.
Dude,
I know.
you
That's
should
what
fucking
I'm
check
thinking.
it out. It's hilarious.
I'm going to do it right now. What's it called?
Links in the description of this video. Just go to this
Black
video.
Cats with big bats.
Captain Stabbin'.
Just go to this video. It's right in the description. Yeah.
Hey, I can't wait to see that scene in the thumbnail where we're all laughing super hard.
You fuck.
Oh, I'm trying
Oh
to-
no!
Oh, I'm gonna look it up right now. That's a go.
We've hit the paradox loop.
How do I make that go away?
But like I said,
There
I
we
mean,
go.
You'll figure it out.
Call of Duty came out with fucking a way to stream your clips straight to YouTube. So I made a YouTube account and started streaming that stuff there. But like you could only do like 30 seconds, and then it was like you could do a minute. So I'd have to like you could do like a gimbal setup. So like you would have a flying gimbal, so you could position your camera and then it would animate.
For those that don't know what a gimbal is, what's a gimbal?
it holds the camera.
Oh,
That's floating, moving
Yeah.
thing that.
Well,
good for all you that don't know what that is, like me.
He knows.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I know, but yeah,
Anyway, so
that's a good point. Yeah, a lot
so
of people
I would
are
have
like,
to do.
"What's a gimbal?"
I'd have to show like whatever I did that I thought was so goddamn hilarious, and then I'd have to figure out a way
Dude,
to
those
like
knife kills.
include one of my other buddies like doing something stupid in my clip. So I was like, haha, Lucky's a dumbass, you know, like, but
Dude, you had a lot of. I watched a bunch of those videos and like the stealth knife kills you would have, because it was like a third party cam, almost like it's a drone flying around watching the arena.
that was my favorite thing to do. Was that one game came out with a throwing knife was like your weapon, so you'd have to like, you know, it was like an extra.
Motherfucker would be stalking him like this, and Ben would sneak around, jump down behind him, and just instead of shooting him or anything, he'd just chuck a knife at him, just dead.
Or like I'd bounce it off a wall or something like that, you know, something stupid, like just to be like, because you would right after that you die, you watch your kill cam, and so it was always like, I bet he was super buttered after watching all that, you know, like.
Is you're just fucking giving
I'm
her.
fucking 32, you son of a bitch, you know.
It's a 30-second clip. I got this. I got this.
I spent a lot of time on that, Jeremy. Do not belittle my accomplishments.
So that was coming straight out of Call of Duty.
Yeah, and then
I just subscribed to you, by the way.
oh,
I'm your 13th subscriber.
Oh, you're up to 13 now, bud.
More than me.
my mom isn't even subscribed to my YouTube. You got that over me.
I don't actually.
Wait a second.
I don't think my mom subscribed to my YouTube. I think she just signed up for the Patreon. She skipped the YouTube and just hit the Patreon. I know she watches my podcast, but I don't think my mom has a YouTube
She just
account.
has it on while she's doing the vacuuming.
I don't think she has a YouTube account to sign into and subscribe.
Oh, yeah.
I think she's still on Yahoo.
Gotta give her the-
Jared, how'd you get into this little window?
in the computer?
I don't. Where is he?
She figured out how to join the Patreon, but she hasn't subscribed to the videos yet, which I'm fine with. I told my grandma, don't even watch it.
Not a pro.
She asked me, what's your podcast about? I go, Grandma, we talk about everything. She said, like what? And I go, listen, don't watch it. And she goes, I want to. And I go, don't. And she goes, why? And I go, because we talk about wild, crazy sex stuff.
Wild and crazy guys.
It's like, well, then you should have me on as a guest.
No, she's
These
one of them.
bloomers have seen some days.
No, that was enough for her. She's like, oh, that's disgusting. I was like, I'm married. I can talk about whatever I want now. She's like, I guess that's fair. Like, wait, what? Gotcha.
Because that makes it okay.
yeah, exactly. Now that I'm married, I can talk about all the ass I ate.
Adds up to at least 2 full turds. If you were to put it all together. Those are rookie numbers. You got to bump those numbers up, son.
You got to be doing at least 3-4 turns a day.
You got to be at a baker's dozen. Talk about poop, people. You know,
Dan, you're going to have to crash this podcast, buddy, because this shit's going off the rails really quick.
Hey, Megan Kunkel.
Yeah, that's my wife.
That's your wife.
That's your wife.
Hello, Mrs. Kunkel.
Nice.
She lucky winner.
I'm the one that Ben told you about that you didn't want him to hang around. No, I'm just kidding.
He's changed. Jeremy's changed so much. It's okay
At least
now.
in the last 12 hours, he put on different pants.
I'm still not wearing pants.
At least 3 or 4 times he's
Didn't
changed
say it
pants.
was in the last 5 minutes. I said the last 12
Peanut hasn't finished yet, and I don't want blue balls.
That's like, yay!
She's
like, oh,
she's
okay.
staring at me while she's staring at you.
One eye was looking at me, the other eye was looking at Rick. We're taking everything straight to the early to mid 2000s here. Chappelle references.
Dude, the fucking YouTube promo I made was straight out of 2004. I got that picture of the Relevance finale show.
Yeah.
Put it over like a fucking
told you it was the
UHF
finale.
TV. Yeah, I knew it
You
was.
fucker.
No. You asked me if I was on there in that picture in a skirt, and I said no. That was Halloween.
Oh,
The final show, I am in that
there
photo.
you go. Yeah.
I'm up in the top right corner next to Phil. And on the YouTube promo, you can't see it though because I covered it up with the word tomorrow. You can't see anybody up there.
Tomorrow.
But yeah, me and Phil McCracken were standing up on one of your fake guitar cabs, not
Yeah,
one of the
yeah.
real ones, but one on the
Played
fake
in a band
ones.
with Phil for a hot minute.
Did you?
Yeah, Behind the Smile.
That name sounds familiar.
Oh, Josh was in that band.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that guy.
Who, Josh?
Yeah,
I don't know who Josh is.
he knows who he is.
Reasonable.
He's a
I
good
didn't know him
guitar
very-
player.
I didn't know him very well, but
Good guitar player.
Josh. Oh,
Fat, bald, beard,
Josh.
high voice. Thinks he knows everything.
No idea. Who you're
Likes to
talking
take
about.
over bands and kick people out.
Whatever.
Maybe that
Like I
hit a
said,
little too close
hot
to
minute.
home.
Like, do you remember the name of the band that I played bass in?
That's a terrible band name.
Where
by
it
the
was
way.
like the one guy. It was after Relevance. I was trying to tell him about it, but it was like, it was a little technical, but it was like, who's the long-haired blonde bass player that had whatever guitar he played? It was like a red like ML style bass.
Oh,
Do you remember who that dude was? He was the one that like basically wrote all the music in that band, and then I tried to play it and.
Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong person. I was gonna say, I for a second I thought you were talking about Andy Hintz from.
Yeah,
Was that what you're talking about?
I think so.
He was in God Awful and stuff where he was like
No, it was some sort of name. I can't remember.
he played like real thrashy shit.
Dude,
he
it
played
was
with his fingers,
yeah.
and he was like,
It
well, he
was-
still is
It
phenomenal.
was it was
Yeah.
really good. It was really good, but I
He's in the army now, or he's been in the army for a while. If it's Andy Hintz, he's on my friends list. So you could,
Great Pauly Shore movie.
Hey wife, my wife,
my
I win.
wife.
Oh, and that's my niece.
Yeah, Dan,
See-
you're gonna have to come crash this podcast.
Yeah, see, you're welcome. I bring viewers. I bring my whole clan.
Yeah, apparently they just don't subscribe to your own channel, according to the chat.
Hey, I had no plans of being on the podcast, so we just met for a couple
I
drinks.
just met this guy like 15
I
minutes
don't know.
ago.
Next thing I know, we're at the glory hole. I'm chugging away. Turns out it was a guy on the other side.
Whoa!
Totally freaked me out.
You wouldn't be the first weirdo I brought home from the bar to come on the podcast. That has in fact happened before. No one has seen that
That's
episode.
my porn name. Yeah, but again, like I think why we did do like so well. I mean, yeah, like I think one thing I always pay like a ton of respect to, and like just going through, when he asked me to come on, like I just started just digging through stuff, like I wanted to find music that I had played on, but like looking through discs, like
to be fair, I asked you to come on 9 months ago. If we're being honest, it was literally 9 months ago.
Child.
Time is not linear.
It took him 9 months to look through music.
And but like so I came across a disc of pictures that Dan had given me from like cold storage, and yeah, just like a buttload of fucking Lestrade Jeremy and fucking Gene Simmons, Kyle, so like one of the things that made us, I mean you guys had a couple of changes. I mean you had another bass player before me, but it was just, and we had Chris or whatever, but like whether or not it was good music or not, like at the time or whatever, you want to say, like you guys were at everything. You guys were like, a presence.
Yeah.
For like good reason, which, like I tell the story about the fucking, the fair or whatever all the time.
Oh, that broke my heart.
I know. Well, and like I said, like, I mean, if a group of fucking, tough ass, womanizing dudes, started to feel bad, it was at that moment, and like, oh.
We'll have to elaborate on that story. So.
Well.
Yeah.
So, now's the time.
You tell it, because.
We can both tell it. We can Tarantino this.
Well, here, how about I tell
your perspective?
The first half.
Yeah.
And then you can
tell
what really happened.
You set it up, you finish.
So whatever, it was Zimmerman County Fairgrounds.
It was Anoka
County, yeah. But we played in some like Quonset building or whatever it was.
It was some tin shack
with like 2 lights,
Yeah.
Sweaty balls and all that sort of stuff. Well, you guys played before us, right?
Yeah, I think right before you.
You guys played before us. I don't think you were like full makeup or anything like that.
No, we were
but you guys were dressed but you were dressed up like you were the vampire.
Yeah. I was wearing fangs.
Yeah. You fucking were. And
dangly earrings.
And here we are, like we were in the crowd, again. We were a fucking metal band, like
Cold Storage. He's talking about,
we were Cold Storage, and we're sitting there, and again,
I mean, you were
hot to trot,
You were heavy, but like looking back, you were very new metal.
Let's just say I didn't earn a whole lot at that point, because again, they already had an album.
But you even asked
recorded.
me. You even asked me. You sent me that demo, and you were like, "Oh yeah, like what do you think of this?" And I was like, honestly, here's the deal. Like, if my kid was in that band, I'd be super fucking proud, because I can see, like, wow, okay, like, yeah, okay.
But that was another.
Like, it wasn't great. It wasn't elite, but like, there was something there. And it was like, wow, okay, this is like not just a shitty local band.
Kyle and I were huge fans. We went to like every show we could go to. Yeah.
And here's the thing is, I'm only saying this in retrospect. Now you go back and listen to the Cold Storage stuff, and you're like, oh, it's super new metal. It was really raw. Like, because we're way more mature now. We're 20 years older.
I remember we were so distraught when you guys played a new song at the Quest for Mayhem and you rapped in it. Because we were like, because that was our big thing, because everybody was doing rap metal at the time, and except for Relevance, really, and the death metal scene.
Oh,
and then
don't get me wrong.
And then we latched on to Cold Storage. We loved Cold Storage so much, and we were like, man, they're just so, those guys will probably never put rap in. And then you're like, hey, there's a new song. And all of a sudden he's like, oh, and it was like, no, they fucking gave in to the rap. But anyways, broke our hearts.
Broke our heart.
But
you guys really were the only band that refused Relevance. I'm speaking of. You really were the only band that refused to do any of the new metal shit.
Yeah,
and you were you were the only band. You were the only
barely any,
except for like the last song you wrote. Like,
yeah. right? Except for that last part. But
and then
the ballad.
and then we did, and we refused to stop doing guitar harmonies, to stop doing guitar solos, all that shit. But
Yeah.
anyway, we gotta go back to your
So-
the fairground.
So anyway, it was like the first time we ever met. You guys played, and you guys played like you guys went like over your time.
Something happened.
Something
yeah.
you guys.
Well, we had met you guys
so we
before.
we were. I mean, we were bitching about you, and we were
Yeah.
like just fucking talking shit, like fucking big cookies,
mad shit.
mad shit. And then we go on, we rock through our set, and
Kyle
like,
and I are right up front.
Kyle and Jeremy are right fucking front and center, and fucking. And then once we get off stage, it like we weren't even done. I mean, they helped. I'm sure you helped us tear down or something.
Yeah.
And like we're just like, oh, you guys were totally awesome. And then you guys were Cold Storage fans like from then on, and like
We were Cold Source fans before that because we had seen you
Oh,
guys
really?
at the we had started watching you guys at the
well,
Quest for Mayhems.
that was the first time we met. I didn't think we were doing Quest for Mayhem yet, because I thought that was
Because I remember we were really
I still
excited.
had the long green hair.
I think we were like really excited that we were playing with you, but who knows? A
Again,
lot of brews, a lot of extracurricular.
I remember it one way.
Yeah. I love it.
I put it through the filter, comes out another way.
So
Turns out.
so
But then, like, even back then, you guys were recording every show.
yeah.
So then you guys went home that night and watched the tape of that show.
Yeah, we're like, oh, we review our performance because we always wanted to improve. And
Football teams.
it was from it was from that, yeah. And so we used to do that, yeah. So we get home, we're watching the show, and we're, okay, well, this was bad. We should do the blah, blah, whatever. All of a sudden, we hear this, like, sort of a little murmuring, and we're like, what's that? Well, it turns out that our buddies in Cold Storage were standing right next to the camera without realizing it, and we got all of it on tape of them talking mad shit about
Horrible,
us.
mad
Like, God,
shit.
these guys are, words that you can't say anymore these days because they're like, well, they've always been offensive. We just now know that we just now acknowledge that they are. There are a lot of
So yeah,
a lot of expletives and horrible, not horrible things, but mean things being said.
so needless to say, like 5 years later or 4 years later, I was surprised that anybody wanted to be in a band with me.
Well, I think part of that is like, eventually Kyle and I, we realized like, yeah, like we weren't like that. We weren't good. Like that sucked,
But whatever. And again, that was a totally different iteration too. You guys were doing
Oh,
all
yeah.
covers.
it was like,
it was all.
it was like 75% covers. We'd pepper in originals, and the originals were not good. And
But-
yeah.
But then
That was in 99, 2000.
It would have been 2000.
Yeah.
Like I said, I still had my ass green hair
Yeah.
that I was super proud of.
Yeah. Man, that was fucking.
And then, but yeah, like I said, for all them pictures, like there was a lot of Quest for Mayhems that we had done,
Yeah, you guys did a lot of those.
and like main stage, where again you like 90% of the pictures you guys are
just me and
right in
Kyle
front.
out there fucking
Yeah.
hamming it up or whatever.
Well, and swear you were in love with Mike. You were in love with Mike, and then
Your laugh is so genuine in that moment.
Well, I mean-
that laugh that you just gave is like a total "you got me" laugh. Like it's such a
Prove
genuine
me
laugh.
wrong.
I think now that I think back on
Like
it,
I said, you
It's
should
such
see
a
some
genuine laugh,
of the, just
dude. The way
I
you're
think it's
laughing.
probably because like I was
gives me the butterflies in my tummy.
I remember like because I was learning I was trying to transition from us doing like our cover shit to doing like our own shit, and I was trying to figure out like what kind of metal singing to do, and so I really liked Mike's voice.
Yeah.
And so-
That's the one thing
Yeah.
I will say.
And we had sex a lot too.
whether he sees or not, like
Non-consensual.
It was extremely
I really liked
consensual.
his metal vocal. Like the only thing I like, I'm not a vibrato person. Like I don't. There's a lot like you gotta trick me to like songs that have like singing. Like you know what I did just yesterday.
You gotta trick me.
Yesterday while I was
How is that even possible? How do I trick you into
This part
liking
isn't
vibrato?
singing.
Okay.
I told you once, I'm not an intellectual.
You gotta trick me. That's not an intellectual statement. That's something everyone can understand. You gotta I'm not into vibrato. You gotta trick me. How?
Oh wait, you meant vibrators.
No.
Been tricked into a few of those before.
Especially backing up.
I'm not even trying to fuck with you right now. That just shit just caught me off guard. Like, you gotta trick me.
Well, that's
Like,
what I'm saying.
how do I trick you into digging a
Yesterday,
vibrato?
while I'm at the keyboard, since all I hear
Somebody hit the vibrato button.
since all I hear you talk about is fucking Coheed Cambria this and Coheed Cambria that.
They are absolutely prolific.
So I spent the day like listening to Coheed and Cambria, and like first song comes on, it's that Coming Home or whatever.
Welcome home.
Welcome Home. And I'm like, oh.
That's their oldest hit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's say so biased. Coheed Cambria.
I'm like, oh, these guys are pretty good. I'm gonna check out more of them.
Would you eat them?
Oh.
Next song.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
The guys they start singing, you know, like I don't particularly care for the vocalist. But
Yeah, no, I get it.
That's because
That's what happened to me. It took like 3 years for
I'm on
that
my
shit.
porch drinking my PBR, going.
No, that's not the mood. No, it's not PBR porch drinking music. No.
Yeah,
Put on the Bon Jovi if that's what you're looking for.
yeah.
No.
So I tried. There's a lot of bands where I just can't handle singing. Like,
Come see, dude. I'll tell you what.
Even
Jeremy, do you like Coheed?
I just like that one
Do
song.
you like
Okay, so you're not into him yet. Okay, so you're not into him. You're not into him. I am.
I'm not into him, but I'm not into him.
Fair,
Right.
and that's fine.
Hey.
That's fine because I get
Like I
that.
said-
I actually get this.
That one
Here's my
song
point.
is fucking awesome. Though.
Here's my point. All I want to do is this:
I
when
was
they
impressed.
when they play in Fargo live, I want you and me to go up there with one other person who is a Coheed fan. So it's me and one other actual fan, and then you two who aren't in yet. And when you see them live, this is all I'm asking: is don't be like, oh, now I like them. No. Just go to the concert and literally just while you're watching the band and acknowledge the musicianship, turn and experience the fucking crowd. Because, dude, I'm telling you, when you see them live in real life, every line of every song is sung by every person in the crowd. And even Metallica, I've never seen this before in my life. Every lyric of every song. It's insane. The singer can just quit singing.
Yeah, but and again,
I'd
that's,
probably like him better if he did.
That's
Fair.
like I said, you gotta trick me because that's the thing. That's
I didn't mean
his
that. It
gimmick.
was just
Like
funny.
It's fair. It's also fair.
it's a good thing. It's like clapping in a song. I fucking love clapping in a song.
Do
Like
you?
I will, 100%. I'll clap if it's fucking like whatever.
Boom,
When I was in
boom,
Fort Blood,
doom,
that's all I wanted to do was
doom,
clap,
doom,
and it was.
Well, I think meant like the clap sounds like doom.
That's what I thought too. Doom,
The
doom,
light
doom,
shuts
gah.
No, dude. It's a gimmick. It's a gimmick to get the crowd involved in
Oh,
what
yeah.
you're doing.
Then they
like,
clap off beat and it fucks everyone up.
yeah, right. That one.
All the time it's just like, fuck. You're off beat, dude.
Yeah, the people who count the upbeat.
Follow the flash.
Doom, gah, doom.
Wish I could walked in the room and everybody got fucked up. We didn't know what we was doing.
Just follow the China, man. Follow the China.
That's what got me here.
Not
in the first place.
Not Chinamen. The China man.
Yeah,
You
man.
know, like man. Not like a Chinaman. You can't say
That
that.
sounded plural.
Sounds really derogatory.
That's too many China symbols to not be racist.
Hot topics here.
You get
Hot
what-
topic in the town tonight.
Hi, Norm.
Oh my god.
It's like being on stage all over again. You know, it's just awkward silence. Quick.
Japan for.
Yeah.
Build a
I've
statue.
learned these awkward silences for us aren't as bad for us as they are for them.
I don't think you notice them as much as we do.
here's the thing, like okay, there's moments where we don't notice them as much as the crowd does.
No.
But there's other moments where it feels worse here than it does on the thing, because I've literally listened to ones where I was like, man, there were so many awkward, weird silences in that podcast, and I went back and listened to it, and listening to it, I'm like, that's just a breath. It's like, oh my, we don't need somebody talking every single fucking second for 3 hours. Like, you can take a breath and give it 5 seconds. That took a lot of patience and maturity for me to not, because that used to happen early in the podcast, and that's
you
why
apply that to sex too. You take a breath and give it 5 seconds.
Yeah, for real, right?
Air. Damn, are you okay?
But early in the podcast, that's one of the reasons I jumped in and interrupted people so quickly and so often, and I still fight this. I still have to back off and just let people fucking talk, because I'm so afraid, like when I hear them stuttering and they're trying to think, I'm like, all I hear is dead air. And I'm like, oh, jump in right now. Let them gather their thoughts and you keep going. Man, that's a tough balance. It's a tough thing to understand. Like, those awkward silences are way worse for the performers than they are the viewers, except in the situations that you're alluding to right now, where you, as the performer, you just like thinking you're doing your thing, and everyone's like, that was the longest silence I've ever fucking heard in my life.
Awkward as fuck.
You don't play your guitar every day?
No, I don't. It hangs on a wall. I made a pretty shelf. Did you see it? I posted it on
Kyle
Facebook.
and I were sharing a story the other day.
Give it up to Jeremy. You should run for office.
Do you remember? Hey, speaking of Kyle, there is trip and fall in some poop, eh?
Hey.
We were talking the other day about that time we were out of town playing a show with Impaler, and we were at Hardee's, and I pantsed you in front of the. Do you remember? Pantsed you in front of the cashier.
That's like, wasn't that actually? I feel like that was like tour for us because it was out of town. So like I remember that way differently. Like, that was a much longer trip than I was used to taking with you guys. So
I think it was
seems
like
the shenanigans were turned up to 10.
It was like a Friday, Saturday night.
Like, there's a picture of me
show or-
sleeping on a lunchbox on the drive home. Like,
yeah. But I just remember, you were wearing basketball shorts, and I was in line behind you at Hardee's, and it was like some. I mean, she was 18,
but it was also like I didn't like. Ah!
No, you just stood
I was
there
just
and
like,
completed your order.
Well,
I was like,
somebody woke up the baby.
that's what you said. Shit, that's what you said. I fucking pantsed him. I look up because I didn't mean to take down his boxers. I meant to only take down his basketball shorts. And I pantsed him, and I look up and I see butt crack, straight up, full butt crack in my face. And then he goes, somebody woke the baby.
Somebody woke the baby.
And this poor girl, it's a fucking bumfuck town in Wisconsin.
And I'm just like,
He finished his order and shit.
it happened.
That was the same day that I threw that full Mountain Dew on Kyle, and he got really mad at me, and so I didn't ride back home with him.
Oh, fuck.
I know Kyle remembers that. But
somebody woke the baby.
Somebody woke them. I'll never forget that moment, though, of like thinking I just pulled down his shorts and not his boxers, and then looking up to laugh and be like, ha ha, and I was like, oh, fuck, he's got the Decko out.
All right, I got one more before, because I know you got to take off soon.
Mm-hmm.
Dan's asking you to hold out till he gets here.
Magnum, you better hurry up, man. I got to work tomorrow. I'm sure you do too. I don't know why I said that.
But you did say the first 45 minutes, and we're
at about an hour.
Yeah, so
I'm having fun.
We're pushing.
I don't want to take away from.
But you also have a life to live as well. But we need to clarify one story. We need to clarify a story before you get out of here.
Hold on.
We need to get the actual version of the elevator story told and clarified. Now that both of you are here,
I was thinking about
this has come up, and for the listeners and viewers who have no idea what I'm talking about,
I think
Jeremy's
there was more
been
than
on.
one though.
Hold on, let me just set this up so these guys understand what's going on. Jeremy has been on a few times. Decko has come into chat, and he has mentioned this elevator story, and they've hemmed and hawed about see how they're trying to huddle right now and figure out, because they're like, fuck, which version? Like, how do we tell this? Yeah, they have no idea. They need to figure this out, because we got to settle this. This is an infamous local Minneapolis music scene story. All right, you guys got to figure it out.
This is Rebecca. Who leaves a voicemail like that?
Okay, and
Elevator.
and break. Okay,
Hey,
are
good
you guys
timing.
ready?
My mom just texted me.
What did she text you? Don't tell the elevator story.
Whatever you do, because I'm pretty sure. Knows it.
Garage C.
A lot of time spent being idiots and garages.
Before we get on to that one, we
Wait,
need
any girl who's interested in dating me, log off right now.
before we get to this elevator story, which we have to clarify. I just want to address a couple comments real quick.
He tore his pants. He threw the pop.
FYI, I'm the 14th subscriber to the Decko. Okay, well technically you were 14, or were you 13?
I'm 39.
No, to his subscriber.
Oh, I'm 13.
Because I'll be stripping on the weekends.
Oh yeah, if I'm on the internet, I'm 13.
Because I was so you got 12, 13, and 14 right there.
You're welcome.
We broke Jeremy.
You're welcome.
It's taken
I
4.
thought I could do it.
It's taken 4 appearances.
It's
4
been so long
appearances.
since I've heard that.
It took 4
Oh, my
appearances
God.
and the Decko to break Jeremy. It officially
But
happened.
it was my own joke that broke me.
Doesn't matter.
You teed it up
Like I
though.
said, remember when you were on here? I remember that. Remember when we played in lacrosse? You're like,
If I'm on the internet, I'm
kill
13.
people with my bare hands, Bobo. And like you had just had finished this fucking foot long from fucking Subway.
Jimmy
And
John's.
you did. Dude, you were just had like a face full of mayo, and I was like, yeah,
Face
bare
full of
hands,
mayo.
buddy. You got a little something.
Oh fuck.
Oh my God.
That was the first thing I ever.
Okay, so
Like
even
I said,
though
when we got out
Dustin,
of town, we actually had a really good time.
I'm
you
never
know?
gonna
Like,
read these comments.
Like remember when we played with Impaler, and again that was like some other Wisconsin town or whatever, but we got like there was like the upstairs room
Oh, the
where we
food,
got
the
like
nachos.
the full buffet, and we're all like,
And all the beer we
why
could drink.
would we eat fucking like? I mean, we were eating like platefuls of cookies, like chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah, before we played.
Before we played with Impaler, who at the time was like dumping like pitchers full of Pabst Blue Ribbon down my fucking throat, while.
That was I passed out on that plate of nachos before we played the show. There's a picture of me with my face in a plate of nachos, and that was before playing the show. Yeah, that was
I have to finish reading these comments before we get to the elevator story, you guys. So Dustin says he can still be your biggest fan because he's subscribed to his channel, even though you don't keep it updated. By the way, we need to know
a ghost one.
We need to know why your favorite song is Rockstar by Nickelback.
Because of that picture with the guy with the big neck. Look at this photograph. I did that to you. Like, you, since your favorite pastime is like putting people's faces in stupid pictures now.
yeah.
Like, I put yours in that picture, actually. And
That's right. Yeah, you did.
I'll have to update it with the banana one.
All about that banana.
And Kyle says you tore his pants and he threw a
the
pop at you.
Yeah.
See, that's what's so fucked up. Like, I vividly remember throwing the pop at him, but I also
But
remember.
you don't remember tearing them pants, huh?
I do remember tearing the pants, so that would make sense. Because why would I tear his pants and throw a pop at him?
It'd be a bit dickish.
That would be a dick move. Yeah, because I went to.
No, he threw a pop at you.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I remembered it as me throwing a pop at him.
He wasn't the 100% aggressor. There was a 50-50.
Yeah. But that wouldn't make sense. So, yeah, I think I did something. Like, he had his wallet was hooked up to his pants. I was trying to pants him. I was in a pantsing phase. And I tried to pants him, and something happened. I tore his pants. But, like, at that time, Kyle didn't drink at all. He didn't, so, like, Ben and I were annoying as fuck to him because we were partying all the time.
Remember New York?
I blame Kyle for getting
like, that
boring.
was the first time we got to really see it. We were just...
When drunk Kyle showed up in New York, we were like, you should be drunk more often.
He was fucking Robert Goulet.
He was so funny.
That was, like... Dude.
I always remember the two of you with a beer in your hand.
Yeah.
But I never remember... No, you and Kyle. Like, out at shows and shit. But I never remember either of you being drunk. But I do eventually remember meeting drunk Jeremy. You call him Night Jeremy. But I never saw party drunk Kyle.
Kyle didn't really start partying until after Revelance broke up. That was one of the things we were talking about the other day,
Until
too.
he discovered White Russians.
Because he was...
then it was like, oh.
The
he was
sweet
saying
cream.
he would have been probably like like he would have been more chill if he was drinking in relevance with us, but like,
Well,
you know what it's like to be sober and then you got drunk
Bunch
people.
of drunk
And so
assholes.
it's like,
so I mean,
Ben
There's
and I were
nothing worse than a drunk when
Yeah.
you're sober.
Yeah.
The most annoying people
Well,
on the
it's not-
planet are drunk people when you're sober.
Oh God, yeah. Like I'm the most judgmental prick with that too. Like I don't drink very often anymore, right? So like,
Yeah.
but we know Night Jeremy, right? I mean, dude, my Facebook memories are ridiculous. There was one the other day, was a whole thread of me posting about. Actually, I think it was today.
And
I'll
you're
I'll just pull it up right now.
are you just humiliated by
yeah,
it?
it's like I judge. I shit you not. I'll scroll through my news feed and I'll see like drunk people, and I'm like, God, why don't you get your shit together? Meanwhile, these are
the
What are
church
you-
lady comes
what
out.
are you
and
doing
he's-
with your life? 2 posts later, here's a memory from
It's
3
like-
years ago.
So I think these things when I scroll through and I see these out of control drunk people whose lives are in chaos, right? And then I look back, Facebook memories. These are all 10 years ago on this day. These are statuses. Amanda, please, stuff got crazy. Don't ever try to fight back against guys who are crunk. No joke, if you're ready to party, say hi to our party space. These are all like within minutes. No joke, I am fucked. I am fucked and need help. Dan, come on. If anyone has nerved the Moose Bar County, please pick Joe and I up. We're stranded or
Oh,
real.
yeah.
Shanzi, anyone. Fuck Shanzi. Hey guys, we made it home. Thank you, sport. Fuck you, Shanzi.
Dude,
Night Jeremy is grounded.
This is
Oh
the
my
same.
fucking God,
this is the
dude.
same conversation, but just like a different night from the last time you were like,
But that's yeah.
yeah.
Dustin,
But then there's me now. I scroll through like my favorite thing is like Saturday and Sunday mornings to scroll through and look at like
Dustin, don't
all the
retract your
shenanigans.
messages,
Yeah.
buddy.
Yeah, and I'm just like, I'm looking at these people. I'm like, God, you wonder why your life sucks. Fucking figure it out.
Oh, he didn't figure it out.
Yeah,
yet.
it's like, oh, it took me 10 years to figure it out, but let me tell you.
Yeah.
You know.
That like, not to get deep or anything, but that is something that I've been thinking about lately. Is like, when I was a kid, it was pretty obvious that people didn't have their lives figured out until about 40. Like, looking back when I was 16 to 25, I knew a lot of 30-year-olds. I knew a lot of 35-year-olds. And they didn't really have like.
Yeah, but you were meeting them at rest stops. That's a different.
In space camp.
It's a little
Those
different.
guys are making some poor
It's a
life
little
choices.
different when I got my dick in their mouths. You're right.
It's like, yeah.
But
My uncle says hi, by the way.
all jokes aside, for real though, it seemed like it wasn't really until 40 that you really actually like figured shit out. Like, you started making good money. Like, you stopped driving a beater car.
For me, it was about 31 is when I like all of a sudden that's when I quit music. Not that you have to quit music to grow up, but like
Oh,
I quit
Right.
music.
Don't get me
I
wrong.
did, and then like
Thought that was the answer a couple of times.
But,
and it's-
but
Everything
look at you at
changed for me.
31 and look at you now. And now
Yeah.
you're actually, because again, it's like think about this. When you're 21 and you look at your 16-year-old self, when you're 21, you look at your 16-year-old
sober.
self and you go, God, my 16-year-old self, moron. Then when you're 25, you look at your 21-year-old self and you go, moron. Right? 30, you look at 25, moron. At 40, I guarantee you when you're 50, you won't look back and go, moron. At 40 is the number where you go, okay, still not very bright, but no longer a moron. There's something about that number of 40 still to this day. And I saw that young, but now that I'm in my 30s, going towards my 40s, there's an impatience that's kicked in. So when I see other people, as I'm figuring it out, that haven't figured it out, that's exactly the attitude.
Yeah.
Like, dude, get your life together.
I know, like,
you
also, like,
fucking loser.
idiot.
But then I got to realize just a couple years ago, I was a mess too.
Dude, I've got to the point.
I've
I've had to just like on Facebook. I had to just unfollow some people.
For me, it's the snooze,
Yeah.
bud.
Where I've done this. I'll do the snooze first, and then I give you 30 days. And you come back 30 days later, and you're still on your fucking bullshit. Then I'm like, well, if I like you, I'll give you another 30 days. But if I don't really know who you are, anyways, I'll unfollow you. I don't know why I won't delete. Though.
I don't, dude. I'm
I don't know
a 3
why.
snooze guy.
I should just
You're-
delete.
I'm a 3 snooze before you get the unfollow.
Your friend list is interesting.
Yeah,
That's-
it is. It's yeah.
Like I said, Lestrade Jeremy had his time.
Lestrade Jeremy. Is that like some Hungarian
about,
version of Night Jeremy?
Of Lestat.
well, no, like when
Lestrade
there was
Jeremy.
a time where Jeremy was the vampire,
yeah.
and like
So it is.
seriously,
It's Night Jeremy. It's,
Early. No, this is different.
This
This
is
was
like
early Revelance. Like when I had long jet black hair.
Oh, and you like pale
I would
skin.
put baby powder on my face before I went out because it wasn't makeup, and then that way it would like
well, whatever.
lighten. Yeah.
Like again, the whole man pretty thing.
I was
like I
goth
said,
as fuck.
that was.
Yeah, then I was
That was
man
a-
pretty for a while. Yeah.
And-
So like I said, you get yours because
Decko, can you verify
they
and
could smell
finally can
fear.
we just put this to bed that Jeremy gave himself prettiest man in metal
that
for
is
3
not
years
true
in a
at
row?
all.
Not at all.
Yeah, he's
Not at all.
adamant about that.
No,
I didn't
like,
even know about
I don't
it.
remember who specifically, but this was like someone brought it up and like
I know this isn't true. I just refuse to let it go.
No, because I remember when that happened, I didn't know anything about it, and like I said that one night, I actually
I
felt
just want to
kinda dumb.
start the
Not
rumor.
dumb, but I felt
I
embarrassed.
just want to make it true by just saying
Like,
it.
it evolved from like the whole smiling in metal from
Yeah.
Gensmer giving us so much shit about
Yes, there's
How-
no
how-
smiling in metal.
yeah, because we were always up there just like hey.
Yeah. And then we'd like throw down on like some breakdown part, like all hardcore, and then we go back to like, hey, Japan 4.
Well,
I
that's
just think
because
I-
because at some point you guys would do 2 men in a boat and get up and start laughing or whatever. It was like
Dude, we were having fun, man. Like that
Oh,
band
dude.
was just fun. It was like
I just
it was
think
a lot of fun.
yeah.
I
I
mean,
mean, it wasn't all fun. Obviously, it was a band, so you had
we had our,
squabbles and shit.
we had
but
our moments, but like
in general, it was very innocent fun.
well, and I think if we had more fun and honestly more shit talking, even if it's fucking making up fun inside rumors about each other, that makes a healthier scene.
You have to. Governor Walz has to okay that first.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Hey, you don't have to wear masks outside anymore.
You don't say.
I made a meme about that. You know that guy who's like the guy from that movie We Are the Millers, who's like, you guys have been whatever the whole time. So I made a meme. It was like, it just said, you guys have been wearing masks outside. I didn't know we were supposed to wear them outside.
I had a
I got to plead ignorance on that.
I had
one.
a
didn't
lady
know.
pull up in like a Escalade or something like that, and like at home, I was at Home Depot, like windy ass fucking day. I'm sitting there with the 4x8 sheet of plywood, you know, like trying not to blow my ass away.
Yeah.
And she comes up and honks, and I'm thinking she's like gonna offer me help.
Did
Like,
she honk twice?
No,
'Cause she was horny. For
And
that
she-
wood.
And dude, she straight up, she goes, yeah, you know, you don't have to wear your mask outside or some shit like that, you know, like,
Yeah.
you know, and it like took me a minute, you know, because
Oh, you were wearing it?
yeah,
Yeah.
well, because I had
Just come from.
I had just
yeah.
come from outside of the store,
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
so whatever, I was the idiot.
Yeah, no, I had no idea. Like, I mean, I wear like, I'm not like a mask dick. Like, I wear my mask when I'm.
Yeah.
I wear it, whatever. I just honestly didn't know that.
My body, my choice.
I didn't know that you were supposed to wear it outside. So then they're like, today it's like, hey, guess what, everybody? Great news! You don't have to wear a mask outside anymore. And I was like, what? I didn't win anything here because I didn't know. I didn't know I was supposed to be wearing it.
I
Dude,
live in North Dakota, so
I'm
we've been
not-
pretty cool about it.
Honestly, at the risk of losing subscribers, I don't even give a fuck because it needs to be said. I just came from Texas, and what everything the media is telling us are bona fide lies. Because I was there, and I asked people, and where I was is like a weird. It's like a weird.
How many teeth total did they have between all
All
of
of
them?
them.
Though? Okay,
All of them.
because that
I was in a wealthy
They're not
part.
from the South.
I was in a wealthy.
you ain't gotta wear no daggone
No,
mask.
bro. No, listen. I was in North Texas. It's a very wealthy community. I was there to meet people to network for the podcast shit, but it's a weird spot in Texas because motherfuckers from Texas will come here to vacation. Like they'll come for the weekend. So like Houston, Austin, San Antonio. I met people from all over the state of Texas, and I asked them. I go, so are you guys really like having a serious issue with your hospitals and COVID and shit? And they were like, no. Like everyone looked at me like I was insane. They have no mask laws. They have no social distancing laws. So I was like, well, that's all anecdotal. So I'll wait till I get home and I'll look at the numbers. If you do the fucking math, they are doing 3 to 4 times better than us on their daily cases, and so just straight up new cases, and their 7-day average 3 to 4 times better, depending on which metric you measure. Now, granted, there's 29 million people there. There's 6 million.
I was gonna
or
say,
8
what are the
million
other
here.
inputs to all that? That's the tough
So I
part,
did
Plus,
the derivative
hasn't, like,
math.
the no mask thing been like that's been pretty recent.
3 to 6 months.
Really?
Yeah, like it's not brand new. No,
Yeah.
and they're doing better than us.
Yeah.
So what I'm getting at is, like, I just went to dinner with you, or lunch. We all went to lunch. You have to walk from the door to your table with a mask, but as soon as you sit down and start drinking and eating, no mask. If you know anything about how aerosols are spread or gases are spread or anything about how airflow works, making you walk from the door to your table with a mask is an arbitrary and nothing more than a power-hungry move, because it doesn't actually make you any safer to walk that 60 feet from there to there with a mask and then take your mask off. So that's all I'm getting at. Is I'm not saying if you wear a mask, you're an idiot. I'm not saying you shouldn't wear a mask. What I am saying is that mask laws are no longer effective, especially now that the vaccine is rolling out and most of us have already gotten it or recovered.
Yeah.
Like, let's just move on.
I don't
at.
want to lose the mask though, because I put peanut butter in it. And I just kind of go like,
Dan says he's here.
Oh, I'll go let him in.
Tell him to do like normal.
Is he in the front or the back?
Tell him to do like he usually
If
does.
he's hanging out with Jeremy, he's in the back.
I'd say tell him to do like he normally does when we hang out and come in the back door.
I'm scared.
Oh, that's going to be my exit, because I am going to pass the torch to Dan the man when he
Lady
squats
torch.
in here.
Yeah.
So you'll have to tell the Garage C story without me.
Yeah. Like
This
I
is
said,
Rebecca from the elevator. I had a really good time the other night.
Yeah. Like I said,
We should go out sometime.
It was a rocking good time. Like, I mean, for what we did, we had a really good time.
Yeah,
and,
we did.
And for all that, like, yeah, I may not remember a whole lot, but like, I don't hate it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have grudges when I think of that band.
No, dude, like there's so much about it. It was just like
I was pissed when it happened.
Yeah,
both but like I was writing off of what happened after that. You know?
Yeah.
But like at the same time, I mean, it was like whatever. That was me.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, that's why, just with everything that's been going on,
Yeah.
previous conversation, like it's just been nice to fucking reconnect with the people that I have reconnected
I'm gonna
with.
bounce so then he. Well, like I said earlier, this would be my parting words before I hand it off over to Magnum here. So I woke up at 3:30 this morning so I could hit the gym before I went and taught classes at 7. So I was tired as fuck, but there was no way I was gonna hang out with my motherfucking boy. And I'm kind of antisocial, and I still left the house tired as fuck.
That's why I'm 100% glad you came and
dude, there was no way I was gonna miss it, dude. No fucking way, man.
Because I memean, like I said, there hasn't been a lot of people that I've kept in touch with, and like there's only been a few that I've reconnected with over the years. Like, but like I was telling Jared, I mean, this is something that's kind of therapeutic for me, for the sake of like one of his conversations was, why do people get out of the music scene? Like, how did that happen? And it's like, when I left, I mean, there was a lot going on, yeah, but it was just time, and it wasn't like I was, leaving behind anything really crazy. I mean, to try to explain it to like my wife or whatever, it's like, yeah, I mean, I was somebody, but I wasn't really anybody, but people knew me because like I did the things I did well. And at least where it mattered, I put in that effort. I say that like I know what I'm talking about, but like, all I wanted to do was enjoy the ride, So when it came down to like putting on a good show, and that's all I could think about, because, I mean, I was from the theater,
I guess I could stay a bit longer.
I think that'd be great.
You should have headphones right below you. If you don't,
I gotta run to the restroom.
None hanging. Okay, then I gotta put away. I'll grab them in a second.
I'm taking a leak. Oh, nice, dude.
Some gifts.
These are dick pics. There are pictures. They actually are. I was just making a joke.
Dick
They're really dick
black
pics.
ones.
I thought they'd be bigger.
You need to seriously manufacture it.
I'm gonna make a bunch
Fish. You got your wish.
Jeremy got a dick pic.
I'm gonna be right back.
Yeah. What's new, sweetie? I'm getting distracted by this dog humping this blanket over here.
It's been going on all night, and it's like it's got
That's
like this.
Oh, he's aggressive.
Yeah, it's a she.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, she's an alpha female. This bitch right here. She's my main bitch. I've had her for so long. She's 11 years old. She's at 21 puppies. She's still the alpha. She still runs the show. Like, all the other dogs still follow her lead. Like, she's a fucking absolute monster, dude. And this pig oinking thing she does while she's fucking random objects is just, it's something else, man.
My dog does it. You think he's gonna die? He's a French bulldog, terrier mix or whatever. So like he's just got flat face or whatever and giant ears. We called him Dobby.
You should be good either way.
But yeah.
I've been loaded into the Matrix.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Sweet. Aggressively humping. Ugh.
Dan, thanks for crashing the podcast, bud.
Yeah, what up?
See,
dude, this is fun.
This is
I love having
this is
guys
what I did
literally
for you.
pop in. I love this. This is my favorite thing about this is when guys, this has happened once or twice before, but it seemed like they were just late. You know, it's like, and I always give them shit. Oh, thanks for showing up, bud. Here's the thing is they weren't actually planned to be on, and then it was last minute. They were like, dude, I want to come, but and I'm like, just pretend we're going to crash it, you know? Like, or pretend you're going to be late. This is a genuine crash. Dan Nelson, longtime staple of the scene. You and I aren't, dude, everyone knows you. You've been around, honestly, man. And you were one of those dudes who'd like, you'd been there, you'd done that. You were obviously
been talking to my
cold
kids.
storage, right?
Yep.
Cold storage, right? So you'd been there, you'd done that. But it was really cool because you were one of those guys who like always came to my shows, but I had never seen you in a band. So
you were our promo. You were our Jeremy and Kyle.
And it was one of those things where like you were one of those guys where I just heard a YouTube guy talk about this today. He goes, don't be a dick to the guy next to you who only has 48 subscribers because you don't know if his mom runs shit. Right?
Sure.
Now it's an absurd and very steep analogy, so bear with me. But that's the point is like this guy who just hangs out at every show may not just be some fucking weirdo super fan. He may be the fucking guy that everyone knows and you just don't know. Like, and you were kind of that guy, like everyone knew you, everyone respected you, and you showed nothing but love. You would be at DE shows, you'd be at Solace and Ashes shows, and I bring up Solace and Ashes because that was the band that really hadn't done anything. We were a real local band. Like, maybe we were drawing 200 people, but you were there.
I was there.
Because you saw that band wasn't full of shit.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, these guys aren't very good yet, but they're all on the level. And then later, you were still there when I was in Dying Euphoria.
Yep.
And even still to this day, we were just joking back in the day. What was it? 3 months ago, you and I were just joking about fucking building a PC to increase my fucking podcast setup.
Fuck yeah, dude.
So that's what I mean by a staple of the local scene for a long time. For the viewers and the listeners that don't understand is you're not just a guy, you're not just a dude who's been in a band. Like you've kind of been part of the whole deal for the whole 20 years.
I think like you've been in like the gems to me. Like Like
Everyone
dude,
knows
I
you.
seriously fucking
Where'd this come from?
Everyone
No,
that matters knows you.
no, dude.
First, we verbally suck each other's dicks,
Yeah.
and then we.
Well, we also have to introduce you because there's viewers and listeners that have no idea who Ben is or any of you. So
No, like Gallows Burden was like one of the coolest fucking things you guys ever put together.
Yeah.
Like that was cool as shit. And I even, of course, again,
When is garbage day? Tuesday.
Tuesday is garbage.
Wednesday is recycling.
well, no,
No, the recycling man comes as well.
yeah. I mean, get your shit together.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, they come together. I've been getting it wrong this whole fucking time, man.
Yep.
Damn it.
Oh,
It's not my chore.
So the reason I set that up though is so people kind of understand the significance and why you're crashing and all that. But you two do have history, and you're right. This is Ben's episode. He did drive all this way, so we want to spend time talking about Ben and having fun. But
Shower
that's
me.
part of the reason that we wanted you guys to show up, because I told Ben.
No.
I told Ben, I want you to have fun tonight. So if you want these boys to come down, let's do it.
I'll
So-
say this.
We gonna have some fun.
Well, the thing is I'm the one with the horse shit memory, so I need at least somebody
Who's been
that
there?
can actually tell me what really happened.
Well, between the three of us, we could come up with one
So let's-
half-ass true memory.
So now we're clarifying. Now we're going to clarify because you asked to wait. Now we're clarifying the elevator story.
Oh,
the
yes.
elevator.
I want to hear this because I
It's
was
just been
waiting
kicked to
hear
death.
it.
That's just it. Like I for some reason I thought there was two separate occasions, but now that we've talked,
No, it's just one with
it was
two
just-
girls.
yeah. But that's just it. There's two aspects of the story that are just fucking.
I want to
hilarious.
preface it though, like if there's a girl here who like,
Okay. Okay.
this is a really long time ago. Like this is not. I didn't do this last week.
Jeremy, if there's a potential mate for you watching this podcast, it's like meeting a girl at the bar.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I just want.
It's
I mean,
Pickle
like,
Rick, and he's
I'm pretty sure I was like
Not
22
impossible,
when this happened.
just
Well,
not
whatever.
very probable.
Yeah.
whatever. We were kids.
17
We were
years
kids
ago.
and we
Your
were
wife
having
might
a
be in
good
chat,
time.
but probably not.
Either way, but like I said, there's two parts of that story that
All right,
Made
get
me
to
think
it.
of it.
Get to it.
the first was again that it was. I don't want to tell him.
Get on the goddamn mic and just say it.
There was the two gals in the.
In the elevator.
I'm being polite,
Yeah.
aren't I? Yeah.
Yeah.
There are madams of the night
They were.
of the madams of the stage.
They were. Well, no, because I was like, they were like, oh, we just got off work, and I was like, oh, where do you guys work at? They were like,
Third Larry.
the VU or whatever, and I was like, well, do you want to fly her to
Ricks.
our show? Well, actually, you tell the story.
Well, anyway,
Yeah.
well, that's just it. Like the whole thing. Well, I was on the corner waiting. Like I heard the story then. That's why it was so hilarious. Because at the same time, so whatever you go into the elevator, two gals. It's just
Going
you.
down.
Yeah, and you look for ladies apparel, and like the whole time there's a freaking security camera in the, and all we can think about is like, man, talk about like those well, we didn't talk about YouTube because YouTube wasn't a thing at that point either. But like this would have been the video of like the compilation of the crazy shit that happens in the elevator.
Oh
Is
God.
fucking
What happened?
So what happened?
Spill it. All I hear is ladies of the night.
Well,
in an elevator.
that's what, dude.
So-
What's the fucking deal?
We're laughing.
I've been
we know
waiting
what
for
happened.
this till you got here.
Like, come on.
So tell the
Just
goddamn
say it.
story.
Well,
Just say
okay,
It's
so
just been kicked to death.
so
that's all.
to Tarantino it. I mean, so we'll bring it now from my perspective. Kyle and I were leaving.
AKA the actual story.
Like I said, I heard it on the corner.
Yeah.
I was a bystander.
So we were flying for a show at Urban Wildlife, and then Ben was out on the corner, and then Kyle and I were getting in the elevator for Garage C to get to where our car was or whatever, where we're parked. And so we get in the elevator, and then these two young ladies come in there. Well, I was like 22, so they had to have been older ladies. And they come in there, and they're dressed like pretty provocatively, and I'm wearing like leather pants, and I was,
dressed.
yeah, and I was in my full, I was wearing like leather
Get to the
pants and like
juicy part.
whatever. I was, doing the rock
There
star
was
thing.
pleather.
They didn't.
Yeah.
The ladies
And,
didn't have
pleather.
fupas.
And so they came in, yeah, and then they were like, and they were clearly bubbly, having a good time, whatever. And they're like, oh, and I don't remember exactly what they said, but they were a lot of sexual innuendos.
This is why he did not give himself the Prettiest Man in Metal award, because shit like this happened where two strippers want to bang you in an elevator while the guy that runs security watches.
So the doors close, and then I was like, they're like, oh, what are you doing? I'm like, oh, I'm handing out flyers for our show. And, and they're like, oh, what show? And I gave it to them. They're like, oh, that's what they said. They're like, do you want to come to our show? And I was like, oh, where are you guys playing? And they're like, the VU. And I was like, oh.
Sounds a little expensive
Yeah,
for
like,
me.
oh. And then I just remember there was this moment where I realized, like, it went from like, oh, this is a fun conversation, this will be a fun story, to like, something's happening, like, because like you could feel the tension, you could feel the vibe and the air change. And again, remember, 22, this is 17 years ago, all right? I'm not this guy anymore. And nowadays, I would just politely go home.
Again.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be out at that time these days.
I have a fucking Jeremy story, but we'll save that for another time.
So
Just tell it immediately.
yeah, immediately after. So,
That's
anyways,
just it. I did not come down here to just rip on Jeremy. That's all good.
so
Just kidding.
That's why
so,
I
so you could
invited
feel
you.
the tension or whatever. You could feel not the tension. You could feel the vibe change, and like all of a sudden, like. As guys, we know there's that moment where your dick knows before you know, like, because your dick is kind of like,
Where's my math book?
I think something's about to happen here, like, it kind of fucking wakes up. And so that's what happened first. And I was like, what is it, dude? And he's like, dude, something's going to go down. And I'm like, nah. And he's like, something's going to go down.
Smell that.
And then the elevator door opened, and all of a sudden one of the girls hit close on it. And then it was like, this is way before Kevin Hart, but it was like, it's about to go down. And so the three of us proceeded to have a very enchanted moment in this elevator. And every time the door would open, one of us would hit close door. And then you hear this voice like God coming on. If God was a 22-year-old black man that worked at the Garage C. And he was just like
Morgan Freeman
and he
with more
said,
bass.
I don't remember the exact words, but there was something. It was something about you don't pay no attention to those people, because the people were like trying to come, and I was like, whoa, and I'm like looking up.
Don't
he's
pay
like,
no attention
yeah,
to those
and he's like, no, man, this is great. Keep it going. And then he got in the game, and he started closing the elevator door for us, like he had his fucking. He was the security guy, and he's fucking so.
I was a bystander.
So finish the the very romantic, special, beautiful moment. And then I wrote my number on the back of the flyer and gave it to one of them, and then left. And Kyle's like, dude, what was going on? Like,
Where were you?
yeah. And just to put into perspective how big of a piece of shit I was at that time, I'll just come out and say it. Then I got home. My roommate at the time had a girl over who had a friend over. And she and I had a very enchanted, special moment. And
Mark II.
yeah. So again, I want to make it very clear, I'm not proud of this. These are just stories that are part of what I've done. I'm definitely definitely glad I'm not
Hey,
like
man,
that anymore.
no regrets, bro. No regrets.
It was but then I got a voice. I got a call like a couple days later. I was like, I don't know this number, so I didn't answer. And it was a voicemail, and then I listened to it. Remember, because I kept it because I was like, you guys got to hear it, because all of a sudden it's like, Jeremy, this is Rebecca. Literally like this. This is Rebecca from the elevator. Had a really good time the other night. You should call me. I didn't.
Did you call her?
I didn't call her.
You should have called her.
I was definitely having like even in that stretch of time where I was a piece of shit from like 18 to 29. That stretch of time,
a tenth. You mean 10% of your
Jurassic
fucking
period,
life?
motherfucker. You weren't a dinosaur.
I always
10% of your life, 19 to 29, 18 to 29. You mean literally 10 to 11% of your entire life?
When those kind of things happened, in the moment, of course, obviously you're oh my God, this is cool. But I always felt like a piece of shit. Like I always had that moment where you look in the mirror the next day, you're washing your hands after taking a piss or whatever, and you're just like, what is wrong with you? What are you doing with your life?
You gotta washing your hands for.
Hold on.
You gotta make some changes.
You need some Jesus in your life, boy.
Crying in the shower with smear lipstick on and
There
shit.
was the one time where I drove all the way.
person.
I drove all the way. No, there was a moment I drove all the way home from this girl's house.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you can't go off mic. You can't go off mic like that.
And
You can't go off mic like that.
And I was looking in the at myself in the rearview mirror, and I was like, "You are the biggest piece of shit." And like Bon Jovi was playing on the
dick
radio.
asshole.
I was like,
Living on a prayer.
Poop
And I
on your
just-
dick ain't gonna go away.
and so like, I finally reached a point in my life where I was like, dude, you know how you stop feeling like that? Stop doing these things.
Let me tell you something.
And then I stopped doing it. Look at this is amazing.
dude, Dad can attest for you. Like,
Ben,
God, I hope the camera's getting that. He is full of tears.
yeah, Ben's turned the other way.
Dude,
the camera
when
can't see. I need another cam that side facing back this
Oh
way.
my God.
Dude,
that makes all of the debauchery worth
like
it.
I said, if you think you're a piece of shit, just like thinking about that, like wait till you have kids, and you just start to go like,
Ah.
oh, I hope they don't.
And then they get boyfriends, and then you're like, I know what that fucker's
Shut
thinking.
your
Yeah.
fucking no.
I know what he's thinking because I was that guy.
I'd be an awful
doesn't that have
daughter
to be
dad.
worse if you? I was just gonna say, doesn't that have to be worse if you have daughters and you're a dude?
Yep.
Oh my
Like-
God. That's why I
Yeah.
haven't had kids. The karma.
I already told him.
I'm pretty sure I haven't
have
had
a brand
kids from
new
phthalates.
13-year-old.
Did you
and
see
I-
that,
and I-
Rogan?
This doesn't go anywhere good. Anyway, I already told her, I was like, don't worry, kiddo, I'll make sure to embarrass you at any point I get.
Yep.
No boys coming around here. It's like, yeah, I'll probably answer the door. I told the wife I'll probably
Naked
answer the
with a
door
shotgun?
with the shotgun like every time. Like, that's why I'm on it.
You just
know?
you gotta do
So you're
verbatim.
the boyfriend, huh?
You gotta do verbatim that scene from Bad Boys 2.
Yeah. You ever
Reggie.
kissed a man?
You at least 30.
I gotta have friends.
You ever kissed a man?
You ever made love to a man?
I gotta
You
have
want
a
to?
Martin.
You want to? You ever kissed a man?
going back to jail. God, I love that fucking scene.
Dude, my wife and I already have the plan, and
Well, the
she
fuck
already
told me
knows.
her name was Reggie.
She already knows that as soon as my girls hit puberty and have periods, she's gonna start buying me tighty whitey undies just to answer the door for dates because we have several shotguns. So I'm gonna answer the door with 2 shotguns
It's
and a dip in
yeah,
the lip.
Make sure those tidy whities are like kind of soiled.
Yeah, you could buy
No,
them pre
and they have to be a little oversized.
Get some
So
yellow in
little
them.
nut sack falls out of one side because they're a little too big for you. Yeah, my wife's in on all of this, which only solidifies why I married that crazy bitch. Not only is she letting me do this right now, but she's down with all my crazy plans for our kids for the future.
put them in the workhouse.
What's
No, we're not giving our kids any choices.
Oh no.
Nothing off cam, you fucks.
not the mic.
You fucks.
They can't hear me now.
I didn't know if you want me to say it or not. That's
Yeah, say it.
Rudd.
So,
Stop asking them questions off mic.
do I just say it?
Well, this might be bad.
Well, I was bad, but I mean,
Just say it.
Is it
one-
worse than
You
the
guys,
elevator?
you guys, I hate to
So-
break it to you. No
Oh.
one's watching this.
hold on.
There's
No, I
maybe
know,
if
there's
we're
probably, like,
if
my
we're
wife
lucky,
and,
if
like,
we're
2 other
lucky,
people.
if we're lucky, we'll get 250 views,
Megan's
which is like
I'm in-
7 people watching it 5 times.
All right,
Preface
That's
this
not how
again.
math works, but-
Old me.
20 plus years ago, very early 2000s.
Oh, this is a Jeremy story.
This is Jeremy's story. Him and I were out partying hard one night, and we met a couple of girls at a bar, and so we brought these 2 girls back to Jeremy's apartment.
Oh, I know this story.
So I get left in the living room with the one girl, and Jeremy takes off. He's got this blonde, and he right to the fucking bedroom, right? And so I'm talking to this girl on the couch, and she's like, "Oh, so what do you do?" I'm like, "Well, I work at a manufacturing plant." And, "Oh, really? What's it called?" And I'm like, "Oh, I tell her, And next thing you know, she's like, "Wait, you know Chris Coliani?" And I'm like, "Chris Coliani? He's like one of my best friends." She goes, "Oh, you know Jessica?" And I said, "Yeah." She told me that-
Chris is the Stasia guitar
Yeah.
player.
Yep.
Cold
She-
storage.
She's like,
We've dropped that name a few times,
Yeah.
both those names a few times on this podcast.
she says, Chris is a piece of shit, and I was told not to talk to you guys. You're both a bunch of fucking perverts. And all of a sudden, no joke, Jeremy comes running out of the fucking bedroom, and he's stark-ass naked, and he says, dude, I totally just blew my load in this chick's ass. Totally not cool, but it was awesome.
The timing.
It was amazing. So, anyways,
Credibility.
that was 20 years ago.
Oh.
Now,
This
Timing is important. But
there's no crime committed when a man is just excited and shows up at the wrong / right time.
I was told not to hang out with you guys.
she fucking ran in there and whatever that lady's name. We're going home now. I'm like,
You want to know? You want to know the add-on, the addendum to that, the after credit scene of that is
The Marvel post-credit scene.
so.
I love these. I'm so into this.
To set up the next film.
We were at the main event, which now Route 47, whatever. We were there one night. It was to see like Slow Children or something, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And that blonde is there,
Oh yeah.
and she's with this big motherfucker. And back then, bear in mind, like this
So you do remember.
me 20 years ago, I was like 150 pounds. I didn't lift weights. I mean, I was a little guy, and this dude was a fucking beast. And she's with him, and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna embarrass her. I'm not gonna talk to her. She must be on a, whatever. And she ends up running into me, and she's like, oh, Jeremy. And I'm like, oh, hi. She's like, oh, this is my husband. And he squeezed my hand so fucking hard, man. He's just it was like the Dumb and Dumber. It's so nice to meet you. He knew, dude. He knew what his wife was. I didn't know she was married. I didn't know.
I feel your pain.
She was way older than us.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
She had to have been 30 something.
Yeah. We were 22, 21, something like that.
So how are you that
21
jacked?
almost.
How are you that jacked and your wife's still disappointed? You got to have a little dick, right? Like he ain't doing something right.
I just think she probably was a very bad person.
Yeah,
Because he seemed like a
My
pretty
first
nice
guess?
guy.
I'm a personal responsibility guy, so I got to imagine what am I doing to get my wife to step out? Like how big of a dick am I? How unbearable am I? How
That's
bad
a
am I in bed?
But if
how
you're bad,
unsatisfied
if you're
is my
bad, the
wife?
person should just leave you, not cheat on you.
Right.
Fair, that's true, but I'm
Or
still
maybe
bringing it back
have a
to me.
conversation with you, so you can
Have
maybe
it
go to
for
marriage
fucking
counseling and maybe
bed.
try to figure things out. Yeah,
Talking
instead of
about-
getting fucking cream pie in the
You're right.
butthole by a 21-year-old kid
No.
in some shitty apartment in Anoka.
No, you're right.
This'll fix my marriage.
Jeremy, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying this is where my mind
Yeah,
goes.
yeah.
Like
Oh.
my mind goes to the other place. Like you're
making some
actually
good
right.
points.
No, you're correct.
Dude,
For the viewers and listeners, Jeremy's right. No, if shit's bad, just leave. Just leave. Don't
try to work it out first,
Right.
and then
or
leave.
leave.
Well, no,
but
no,
don't
no.
cheat.
Have a conversation.
But don't
Man,
cheat.
talk about subscribers.
but me being me, I always go, well, what did I do wrong?
Yeah.
Like, how did I not satisfy my woman? Was I too big?
Well, there's still something you
How
can
did I
learn
drive
from it.
my
That's
woman
right.
away?
That's why, dude. Again, I'll refute you with this. Like you could.
There's
you
no
gotta-
refuting that. That's just
you-
my
you-
personal thoughts.
I know.
You fuck.
And here's my rebuttal.
There's no
My
rebuttal.
My rebuttal. Dude,
It's just the way I think. I'm not even trying to make a point.
Rebut.
But you're making some good points.
Rebuke.
You're making.
I was just talking about how I think.
I'm waiting for this rebuttal, and he's gonna forget it. So you got to let him.
That's just it. Like you keep saying I. Like what am I doing wrong? What am I doing?
Yeah, because
this?
it's a personal
I
responsibility
know.
thing.
But again, I mean, a marriage, a relationship, whatever, a bandmate or whatever. I mean, you have you have a vision, you have a goal. I mean, you can't waste your time, looking at each other. You should be spending your time looking in the same direction.
Right.
Like you shouldn't. I mean, and that's constructive criticism. I mean, everybody's been a piece of shit.
Oh yeah.
At their time. I mean, again, we had a really good afternoon talking about shit we can't talk about, in public because
it was really great.
because it's not. I mean, yeah,
But being a piece of shit, I can't speak for everybody else, but like I said today at dinner, I was like, I regret the things I did in my 20s, but at the same time I can't, because I think that I really like who I am as a person now.
Well,
I feel very good about who I am as a person.
We were,
wouldn't be
we were
here.
talking about you before you showed up, and,
And
and it was like, no, Jeremy's actually like a really good and nice human being now. Like,
I don't think he.
I
like
wa-
back in
wanted
the back in the day, you could say what you want about Jeremy. He was always a good dude, but now he's like an actively nice and kind human being. There's times
I was
where,
a selfish person back
but
then.
there's times I make jokes where Jeremy's even like he even cringes now. That's an improvement. That's an improvement.
Yeah.
That's when somebody has grown and become a better
But,
person
like,
than
and
they were 10 years
I
ago.
really appreciate all that for sure. And it's one of those things, like I said, as much as I don't like what I did in my 20s, I wouldn't be this, you know what I mean? Because like,
No,
I'm like, because I know like that, I don't want, like, I don't like that feeling. I don't like that. I don't ever want to be that. I don't ever want to do that. And on top of that, I'm not missing out on anything.
You're talking about when you
There's
wake
nothing-
up in the morning, like you
Yeah.
mentioned earlier, and you feel cringed out.
Oh yeah.
You feel
You can't look at
greasy,
yourself
you
in
feel
the mirror.
dirty.
You're almost like a heroin addict, like the same kind of, you know, like you whatever they put fucking towels on the mirror or something like that.
Yeah,
when they
yeah.
shoot.
It's not.
It's
you
almost
need a-
like the day after one of those debaucherous nights. You're just like, God, I don't even want to look at myself in the mirror. I just want to pretend that.
Not only do you need a literal shower to wipe the funk off,
Yeah.
but you feel like you need a metaphorical shower because your conscious morals
Yeah.
feel dirty. This
And
is what
Yeah.
religions talk about with like, oh, I need to like go and ask forgiveness and pay penance and all that kind of bullshit. There's like that
It's-
moral.
dude, oh
conscious
yeah, dude. I
code.
used to have fucking. And the thing is like, but the me that you know currently, like that's always been there.
right.
But there was this other side, and it was like this constant struggle because like I had the empathy and the self-awareness. So I truly hated myself during that time. And then I would,
This is what
Get-
ancient religions have
you know.
talked about for years.
but I
It's
would
like,
just do
you
it
have the
because
good
it was
soul,
fucking,
but you were
eh,
tempted.
you know?
Like ancient religions say you're tempted. You know, sin.
Poor
if we're
impulse
talking
control.
Christianity, all that bullshit.
Well, you don't
sure.
know any better, and I mean,
Yeah. There's so,
yeah.
I mean, you could peel that onion. There's so many
Yeah,
inputs to,
I think it comes with age. And
Yeah.
When you.
But at the end of the day, there was a core of a good human there, and that person was allowed to blossom.
yeah. And I
At
just
the end
feel
of the
bad
day.
for anybody who fell in the path of that storm.
yeah.
You know, if there is anybody watching, I've apologized. I've
that
apologized.
son of a
Hey,
bitch, I want to go
Hey,
watch.
here's
it
the
for
thing, man. Here's the thing. Sonder. You guys know what Sonder means?
Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah.
Do you guys know what Sonder means? Sonder is understanding.
It's pronounced Sanders.
I was gonna say, is that the thing that when you turn it on, it shaves the wood?
Sonder is the moment you realize. Sonder is the moment you realize everyone else's lives are as equally complicated and as nuanced as yours are. Meaning, you weren't just a storm in somebody else's lives; they were also a storm in yours. So the guilt you ride with is a very still self-centric version of that understanding because you believe yourself to be the only destructive force and everyone you came across you harmed. Bullshit. Those motherfuckers are just like you, just like me, just like you, and everyone listening right now. We're all super fucked up. This is the same thing that religion tackles. We're all born in sin. We're all horrible. We all do these badass things to each other. And then if we find wisdom or enlightenment later in our lives, can we start to understand the true value behind empathy? And that's what we start acting on, and that becomes sympathy. When you actually start that, like back in the day, Nazi sympathizers, it's not just that they agreed with the Nazis, they did shit to help them, right? So if you look at that on the other side of things, you rarely hear sympathy in a good term. Right? You hear empathy. We use that all day long in all our lives. But sympathy is what you're talking about, where you went from having empathy to going, okay, I'm going to change, and then I'm going to start actively outputting a different level of energy. That's where sympathy kicks in. And that the only way that evolution happens is if there was always a good dude at that core.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear
Because
you,
we're
yeah.
all young, we're all douchebags. We all do fucked up things.
Like I said, I mean, it's
including
not like
the
none of us
girls,
can,
including
can
the
come up with
girls.
some fucked up story that
Yeah. But
that
I
just
did them
would-
all.
that would you know, like I said, that you wouldn't actively want to tell your mom about until like you know everybody's grown up and like, oh yeah,
Yeah, you don't tell your
There's
mom
that one
till you're
time I punched a
45, and
hole
then
in the
she
wall.
laughs
That
at
was so
it.
funny.
My mom knew most of my story. My mom was always like, "Oh, Jeremy, what'd you do now? You're just." But she always told me too. She always said, "I don't know." My mom might be watching. She was like, "I knew you were gonna be trouble when you were in 4th grade and you were bringing home girls with boobs."
See, like
I'm
like I
so
said,
glad to grow up.
Some people,
And
they're born with the silver spoon in their mouth.
well, and I think I
the
do.
silver spoon in your mouth.
Sometimes I think, I don't want to go into detail. Plus, it's not my podcast.
Detail.
But like, my last 2 years have sucked. I think most of people close to me
Yeah.
know that. Maybe some of that is karma.
You know what?
Well-
I was just gonna mention karma because
Yeah.
that's what I feel being a parent. Is that all that shit that I did when I was a fucked up kid? Is that now it's coming back to fucking haunt me.
Yeah.
And that's the shit that I worry about. Is that, you know what? Maybe I deserve this.
That's- I
maybe
was thinking-
that's the way I planned this because I fucked up somebody else. I was that ripple in the water.
Yeah.
For somebody else.
Yep. I was thinking about that the other day, and because then I was just thinking, okay, well, if that's the case, I was a piece of shit for X amount of years. I've been a really good person for X amount of years. How much time do I have left?
It's got
Like,
way out.
how long do I have to survive?
Right.
And maybe before like everything just sort of like evens out. By my calculations, like the end of this year, I should start feeling better. So
we're starting to go into the we're
black.
coming out of the red.
Yeah,
we're getting
That's
into the
funny
black
because my
here.
algorithm shows me I always, no matter where I'm at, still have 6 more weeks. Like, on my math, I'm always 6 weeks short. Like whatever, as many steps as I take, I just fuck up just enough where I'm 6 weeks behind forever. And like it's a rolling 6 weeks.
We should get some fucking cold storage stories.
Yeah.
Because of you got both of you two, man.
Yeah, we've been trying to go a little bit backwards on this, talking about where kind of you are now to floating back and
I'll have a
forth.
ham shake.
Because a lot of people, a lot of these
Floating
younger,
back and floth.
a lot of these
Fourth-
younger
fourth-
dudes, like a lot of them
fourth.
don't even know who Revelance was, which is kind of mind blowing. But then they definitely don't know who Cold Storage was. The Quest for Mayhem's, like when the scene was fucking insane.
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
you guys.
and that's one. I'm really glad you brought that up, actually, because that's one of the reasons I was excited to have you come crash the podcast when we found out that was going to happen during the podcast, which is why it's the first real crash. And some shit that Decko and I talked about too was that he will sit here and denigrate himself and say, I'm not this big intellectual guy. I'm not a big gear guy. I wasn't a shredder. I wasn't at that. But he held his own and was in several super legit bands.
Yep.
You don't need to fucking be a shredder or the most prolific songwriter in order to be a professional in this industry. And let's admit, we got paid to play shows, boys. We were professionals.
Back in the
Okay,
day, yeah.
that's the reality.
We
That's
got
the
paid?
reality. We got paid to play shows.
oh yeah, I forgot
Right.
to tell you about that.
Now, if y'all didn't
I
profit and
only
make
made
money,
on one.
that's a
one
different
Revelation
story.
show, and that was like the last show because we're like,
Or because we didn't have to put it
we're
in
all
the band.
fucking done. I'm sick of seeing you.
Yeah, we didn't have to put in the band
Yeah,
account
you weren't
anymore.
running
Yeah,
a business.
right?
You weren't running a business anymore. You got to actually
Yeah.
cash out and get some fucking.
I'll close the bank
some
account 'cause he
dividends
was the
there.
only responsible one.
But cold storage is important to this story on our scene because even though, like a Dying Euphoria, we weren't a Head Charge or Trampled by Turtles or an ATB or a band who's building an actual national buzz. We were all part of that practice squad that I mentioned on the last podcast where our bands were doing legit shit and we built the scene that other bands and we didn't build it like ourselves. It had already been built before us, but we were part of the actual machinery that kept this thing moving. So when a real, truly actual good band showed up, there was a scene to play to. Does that make sense, boys?
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah, because without us, and we've seen this happen, when Revelance broke up, when Ginger Jake broke up, when Banehinge broke up, you and I talked about what I call the dark ages of the scene. That's when Solace and Ashes, you remember that band, we got thrusted into a headlining role that we were not fucking ready for. We could barely draw 250 people in that band, and we were the headliner? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
That was a bad spot for us as a community.
That was the time when the scene went from having headliners to having closers.
Yep.
Yeah.
I invented
Yes.
that, by the way. I was literally the first guy. I was the first guy who said we have openers and closers, and then we have two bands that everyone's here for. And I actually started telling people, you're playing last, but you're not headlining. You're closing. You're basically doing the same thing as an opener. Your job is to get people there late so the bar can make money because everyone's going to be gone.
Yep.
I swear to God, I'm not being arrogant. I invented that on a booking level. And I was also the guy who started doing events. You remember this? Because we had no real headlining bands. So I started taking 4 middle acts and creating a night. Remember that? The 420 special I did at the Rock? Yeah. That was all me because I was like, dude, our fucking scene is horrible. No, you guys had already broken up.
Oh.
This was
there,
this
though.
was even before
Sam
Dying.
Sahara did like
hello
marijuana.
Yep, that was my show. Yep. I booked that show. I wasn't even on that show. My band didn't even play that show, but I booked that show.
Didn't we? I thought, or were you not in DE at the time?
No, and DE didn't play.
Probably not. That's why I was there.
Right.
I wasn't bitter.
Right. No, because Samsara.
I was up front for every 4 Blood show.
No, Samsara
The 2
was.
I played.
Samsara was the headlining band. Your band hadn't come out yet because your first show was playing for. It was supposed to be Dave Hall reminded me of this. Your first show was supposed to be
Strapping Young Lad. Sick of It All.
And those fucks canceled last
Sorry,
minute.
Scum of the Earth. Sorry. Way different.
Yep.
Sick of It All.
And they canceled the day of the show.
Yeah, that day.
And you were supposed to play direct support, and you got thrust into a random headlining show.
That wasn't the first time. Wasn't Revelant supposed to play with Scum of the Earth once, or we did?
I think I'm confusing shows. Yeah. It was Revelance was Scum of the Earth. Dying Euphoria was Strapping Young Lad and Full Blown Chaos.
Yep.
That's what that one was.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah.
Because I remember that had one of like an ex-White Zombie.
Yeah.
I think it had Riggs, the Rob Zombie.
Yeah.
Year.
But why I brought this stupid rant up is because that cold storage shit, right? Through Revelance, through that dark ages where Solace and Ashes got thrust into a position we did not belong to be in. The reason we made it out of that is because there was still just enough of us left that understood how to do it right. So by the time I ended up in Dying Euphoria, 2 years later, we were playing to at least 500 people regularly again.
Unless we were playing in St. Paul.
Touche. Touche. Then we were playing to 12.
St. Paul till you played at Rum Shakers.
Then we were playing to 12 people.
Until you've caused a riot at Rum Shakers.
Why was St. Paul such a weird time?
Dude, I want to hear some cold storage.
It is on YouTube.
Yeah, and cold storage was a part of that. You guys built that whole scene that we grew up on.
We had our buddy Eric had a camera whenever we actually had a camera or whatever. I wasn't actually playing that night. I was just there.
This was pre Ben's era.
But they played a song that was where they'd have the local guys come up because it was like
a tribute song.
It was like a local band tribute song where basically Mike would like name all the bands that they had played with or some shit. Well, it got nuts, and it's like the camera just starts to go crazy at one point, you know, and it's like, oh, get off here, you fucking bitch, and like just bam.
Oh, take the camera, take the
camera. Get off me, you fucking.
Yeah, as he's getting peened in the head with a fucking beer bottle or an ashtray or something. Dude, so there was a bunch of dudes on stage, and originally they shut the sound to the PA off, and we thought
they did not stop.
We didn't know. We thought it was a mic issue because our fucking stage volume was so loud that we just continued to play. And so Mike's over there fucking with the mic, and there's this dude named Dan Infante. Huge motherfucker.
Yeah, I know that is.
Yeah. Dude. And
I recognize that name.
I'm Eskimo
scary
Brothers
as
with
fuck,
him.
dude. Yeah. Scary as fuck.
You're Eskimo Brothers with everyone, Jeremy. That's a low bar.
Yeah.
Touch noses.
But he is a super good dude that fought some demons, that's for sure.
Dude. Yeah.
Like from when he was that night to who he is now as
Fuck
night and day. He's a good dude.
No, he had like 2 bouncers dragging him off the fucking front floor. You know, and they were just he's a big dude. He's like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
He's just fucking whooping on him.
And he could whoop anybody's ass too.
Oh,
he was a big motherfucker.
Yep. Yeah.
That's why again there was like a bunch of bouncers and like Eric was trying to get it all on tape or whatever, and it didn't happen.
I actually got a phone call from the bar. It was probably about a month later because somebody filed a lawsuit because of that outbreak, and he was trying to buy the tape from me.
Really?
Oh my god!
And I told him, fuck off.
Yeah.
Like,
not giving anybody the...
Nope. This is going in.
Didn't you guys have something wild happen at a Sharky's show too? I thought there was.
I got 86th from Sharky's.
I thought there was some like really like.
I didn't like that. That was I don't know what happened. I remember it just was like happening.
Yeah,
And, like,
so
again, deer in the headlights for me.
that night, for whatever reason, the bar decided, we were regular at Sharky's. And so the bar said, all right, well, hey, here's a fucking case of beer, for cold storage kind of a thing. And they just set it off to the side. Well, they raced us up on stage for whatever reason. We played our set, and then they were kicking us out. And there's this dude, he worked at fucking Route 47 or whatever.
Okay,
it's called.
yeah.
But he was this, karate kid with this fucking, what was he, a kickboxer or something, the bouncer. And he got this fucking stick up his ass. He's like, oh, yeah, you fuckers got to get out of here. I'm like, dude, we're packing up our shit, just give us a minute. And he refused to take that as an answer. He's like, no, you guys got to get your shit and get the fuck out of here. And I'm like, whatever, dude. I'm like, fuck off. We're the entertainment. We're putting our shit away. Give us a fucking minute, Well, so then next thing I know, he's still being a dick. And I told him to back the fuck off. And I went over and I grabbed that fucking case of beer because we never got a chance to drink it. And I threw it in the fucking trailer. And next thing you know, he's coming outside with like 3 other dudes, and he's like, you fucking took beer from the bar. I'm like, I didn't take no fucking beer from the bar. I played stupid.
Yeah.
And I was friends with this dude named Chris at the time, was he Latino dude with a fucking triple demon dick tattoo on his fucking head.
Demon
I'm
dick.
not joking. He had this wicked fucking tattoo on his head, and there was like 3 dicks on this thing. It was just amazing. But,
Oh, a Sunday school teacher. Yeah.
yeah, right.
He's
So
in my youth group. Yeah.
So
You
yeah,
bastard.
Chris just happens to see this shit, and he's in his car, and he fucking boom, he backed me up right away. He's like, "Fuck that dude, these motherfuckers." Well, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I'm like, okay, well, somebody mentioned Chris had a knife. I didn't see it. He had it on his right side, and I was standing on his left. It was like the next day, I got a call from the city of Columbia Heights, the mayor, and he said, "You're fucking never allowed to go back to Sharky's ever again." I grew up in Columbia Heights, and so it was weird. I'm like, wow, you finally call me, right? And this is what I get, But it was so
Tax dollars at work.
yeah, that's right.
Son
So,
of a bitch.
I eventually cut my hair. It was like fucking
I remember
3
that.
weeks later.
I ran into you because I was listening. I was like, what the fuck? Also, you look like a pretty boy.
Yeah, cut my braids off and walked right into that bar. And nobody said a fucking thing.
Yeah.
Even Pretty Boy Kickboxer didn't say shit to me. It was like, fuck face. Oh, that's
Would
because
be
I was
the-
friends with Joe and Sandy, the sound guys, and the owner and shit.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Would be
They didn't give a
wouldn't be
fuck.
the first bounce like trendy bar bouncer we had to run in with.
Oh yeah.
We were like I told you, I gave him a call like on the way down here, just to be like, what's going on. Well,
You're staying at his place tonight,
Yeah,
right? You were
yeah.
gonna stay with Jeremy,
But
He
then
had
I got the
COVID.
COVID.
but then you got the Rona.
Yeah.
And I
Did
got
you
jeal-
actually
I
get
got
the Rona,
jealous.
or was it just a scare?
No, I got.
You got full-blown
It's
Rona?
gone now, but yeah, I got.
How did it hit you?
in the balls.
Like
How was it?
for me, well,
Because there's still too many people out there that think it's not real, and we have personal friends. I'm not going to name him. Actually, all 4 of us know him personally. I'm not going to name him. I'll tell you off air. But we have personal friends, specifically what I'm referring to, that thinks it's made up and it's fake. Explain to people, not only is it real, but what you went through and what you dealt with. Because
Yeah.
it's mild for some people,
Yeah,
and
mine
it'll
was-
hit you like a fucking Mack truck for others.
mine was like a watered down version of whatever I got in January of 2020.
Well, you got it back then too, huh?
Whatever I got in January 2020 was like this on
You sucking his
steroids.
dick then too?
Yeah.
Dude.
Well, we were 69, and it's like,
Twice.
yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
in or around
yeah.
the anus.
Yeah, you got to, But yeah, so whatever I had like that, I was legit kind of scared. Like I would get up to take a piss, and I'd have to like,
Yeah.
The
you know.
lung biscuits.
Yeah.
You couldn't fucking breathe.
Oh, it's brutal.
Yeah.
That was awful, and that lasted for like probably 6 weeks. Like not that intensity, but the
Yeah.
duration.
Yeah.
What I had this time, and that's the thing is like, when everybody kind of comments on social media with like their experience as if that's the only experience. So a lot of people are like,
Right.
"Oh, I had it. It was nothing. You'll be fine." So, okay, well, it's different for everybody,
That's
So
what I'm
my-
getting at. Yeah.
So my experience is different than anybody else's. So I would consider mine pretty much like a cold flu mix, with the exception of once I started feeling better from the sickness part, I had extreme fatigue. Like like once I was able to leave the house, I was done with my quarantine. You know me, of course. Boom, I'm right back in the gym. So I'm back in the gym, and I'm like,
Jim's a nice guy.
oh yeah, gym. I was right back into gym. No condom.
You were
Just
backing into him,
bare back in gym.
Oh my god!
And
apparently, this is
Did
a
Jim
super
know? Was he there?
pro-gay podcast. I didn't realize we were running a fucking actual podcast for gay dudes.
All right.
But apparently, that's what we're doing now.
Yeah.
And
No, but
I'm
I-
for it. I mean,
so
hey,
I was right
You
back
do
into
you.
the GYM, and it was like within.
Is that how he spells it?
Yeah. He's French. I don't know if that even
Jim?
Oui, oui,
Oui, oui, Jim.
well, of course he's French.
La
But anyways-
finesse, yeah.
Is a very finesse, huh?
But I was doing my cardio warm up, and I was
Lubrication.
I was like 5 minutes into it, and I was like, I can't. I was just dying. I guess my point is like the extreme, the fatigue was extreme, and then there's something else that. Have you heard of people talk about COVID brain?
No.
Okay, like not a lot of people talked about it, but now it's something like more and more people are
Sure.
discovering.
Okay.
Essentially, I'll just say that I finally realized what it must feel like to be stupid, because like I could
You
not.
couldn't complete.
Oh my god, I
Thoughts?
couldn't articulate thoughts. My brain would just be like vroom, and like shut off for a second.
So it's like oh my god.
yeah, so like that
Concussion
right
brain.
there. Yeah,
Concussion brain.
it was like, and so like
that is a symptom and a result of multiple concussions.
So there was a
that shit
definite-
happens to me, and it gets highlighted when I drink. I'll start stuttering. I'll start slurring words. Like one beer in, and I'll start sounding drunk, and that's all 100% concussion symptoms. And I'll start stuttering. I'll start mispronouncing words. And all of those things, to go back to what we were talking about before the podcast, is like as those things ramp up, I'm like, oh, I'm due for another mushroom therapy.
oh yeah, Boomtown.
Yeah,
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
Go to Boomtown, baby.
But yeah, so my biggest takeaways from it, other than just being sick. I mean, yeah, you're sick and it sucks, right? But yeah, it's that fatigue and that COVID brain. I was in a meeting, because you can still work from home and stuff like that, and so I was in a meeting, and it was like my turn to speak, and it was just. I mean, it was just like.
Words.
Yeah, my boss afterwards was like, "Are you all right?" And I'm like, "No, I'm like," and that's why I straight up told him. I said, I now I know what it's like to be stupid. I'm gonna be a lot more patient with stupid people, because like they're trying the best they can. They just that's all they got to work with. Like
I appreciate it.
yeah.
Says the guy who's building PCs.
I was gonna
probably
say, like, you do all sorts of fucking.
He's like, yeah, I'm smarter
the
than
COVID
you.
thing though, dude, it fucked me up so bad.
So you had it too.
I had it, man, and it was back in January. I just got back from a trip to Chicago for work, and I came back, and it was Monday I started feeling it. Tuesday I was kicking off a job at a fucking chemotherapy place, and I walk in and I just felt like
That's a good
shit.
place to be.
Well,
Like,
Hold on. Just to explain. So you're kicking off a job. So what do you do for a regular day job?
I'm a low voltage. I'm an AV low voltage project manager. So I
Okay.
design like theater, churches. I do conference rooms. I do sound masking.
So COVID
So you could-
brain made your fucking job suck too, right?
Well, it was
Because you have to think.
I have to think a lot, which
Yeah.
sucks anyways.
And in context, if anyone doesn't know what he just said, it means he's the guy who could literally tell me everything that's wrong with my room and my setup.
And I probably would tell you just because that's how fucking weird I am.
But I bet you if you looked
you know,
at this
just
setup with the
fucking
gear I got, I bet you if you did an evaluation of this room, if you did an evaluation of this room, you'd give me some tips and tricks.
I probably would,
But it'd be
but-
a short list, because you'd be like, you've definitely gotten everything you can out of this bullshit.
No, I think honestly, with what you got, dude, you're making it work.
Thank
That's
you.
the thing. I mean,
That's what
you
I'm
know,
saying. Yeah.
And I deal with a lot of customers too that have low pockets or empty pockets, and they're trying to make budgets on shit. So I understand. So, dude, it works. I watch the podcast, so I know.
It's sadly better than a lot of actual celebrities with real money behind them. It's sad.
but you
It's
make it
sad
work.
how much better this is than real celebrities, and it's still not very good.
Yep. No,
I'm not even exaggerating. It's not. This is not well produced. The
No.
quality here is not acceptable, but it's still better than a lot of people. Yeah. Yep. Yep. The key is to keep him chained down
Yeah.
so he can't run.
But the chain has to be long enough.
Yep.
So
Yep. 6-inch leash. So his mouth is right by both of your cocks all night.
Oh,
Jeremy, did I ever tell you how I think you gave me like permanent hearing loss?
You got to
in my
quit
left
making
ear?
those jokes off mic, by the way. Because my
Some of them are-
follow up doesn't make sense because they didn't hear you.
that's what makes it even better. I did do your. I think.
No dick joke involved either.
Well, then I'm not. I've lost
Do you
interest.
So what did you and Chris do like before we'd go on stage 9 times out of 10,
slapping each other.
right?
Or
so,
Did I slap your ears?
Yeah.
I remember this.
So
too.
so that was the main event
Yeah.
show.
God, that was
And,
a
like,
dick
and we were-
move.
well,
See,
Like,
I was
right
a
before-
fucking dick, man.
well, I don't think it was on purpose. I just think you hit like a girl. I think is what was the main problem.
Your aim was way off again, Jeremy.
My eyes are up here. No, I've just been thinking about that. 'cause
Jeremy's
I
just
got some water
permanently
there
locked
while I
on
was driving.
tits, so he just
After
swings a
him,
little
you
low.
and you're like got off of like
Oh,
he,
well, to go along with that COVID thing, I ended
Yeah, that
up-
was the moral of the story.
Yeah, yeah.
I got the fucking lung bookers and shit like that. I couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
I was hacking up all this shit. My wife dug out these fucking yellow cough suppressant pills from I don't know, like 2010, and she's like, "Take these fucking things because they're they worked then for whatever I got sick with." And they honestly cleared up my chest, but my sinuses were so fucked that my eardrum collapsed. It fucking then ruptured.
Jeez.
I ended up going and having surgery on my ear because I lost all the hearing in my right ear. They actually that little nubber on the outside of your ear, they cut that. They took a chunk of cartilage and they restructured the bones inside my ear. And currently,
Jeez.
I've got about 45% hearing in the
And this
right
is
ear.
from COVID.
Yep.
So this is the shit that fucks me up, man. Is
Yeah.
so when you hear shit like this, how is it that motherfuckers still run around being like shit's fake, it's made up?
Dude, people die from it.
My aunt
It's
died
not
from it.
fake.
My,
What happens is people think that they're calling it, like, oh, you have COVID. I don't believe this, but there's people that believe like, oh, they
they're
told
mass
you.
labeling it.
They
Well,
told you
they-
have
that-
COVID, but you really
Hold
have
on.
this.
So that mass
My
labeling
aunt,
thing,
just to preface, my
Yep.
aunt died from COVID. I lost
Yep.
a direct family member within the last 8 weeks. I'm not doing the thing you think I'm doing right now. Keep going.
no, but
I'm not being that guy.
mislabeling does happen because these hospitals do get extra money for COVID relief. So if they have a patient that comes in, whether they tested positive or not,
they
they
could have been
were-
asymptomatic,
they
but
were
because
just,
they tested positive,
before the
credit-
test results were actually credible, they were just putting everybody that died for flu-like symptoms or anybody that had flu-like symptoms at the time, it was COVID, because then that hospital's receiving money in their pocket to pay for shit, and that's just the way it is. I mean, you
we've
think
heard
about
this
it.
a lot. What does that mean? Like how does that work? So there's federal money.
Federal money. It's
That
all-
is that
yep.
if
In
if
this
you're
case-
suffering from if your hospital experiences a COVID death, you get funded to help out. Is that what's
Well,
going
no,
on?
in this case they labeled it like a state of emergency.
Yep.
So
Right, I get that part, yep.
With that opened up like funding for issues with COVID.
It'd almost
So-
be like disaster
so, like,
relief.
Exactly.
Pretty much everything is just getting paid for, like by insurance companies and whatnot, because it's labeled as a state of emergency, which yes,
Yeah.
and no.
So
And yes.
so for each death, they get a certain amount of money coming in from the federal government.
Yeah,
Well-
but even
well,
it doesn't even
So
matter.
whether it's actually a COVID death or not,
Well, like-
if they label it that way, they get into this thing, which
Well,
is paid for through taxpayer.
Like
Taxpayer
everything
dollars.
that's gotta everything that's gotta go through a lawyer. There's a fucking metric. Like there's this, so many this gives you the so many dollars, and so in this case it's either cases of death or just cases of positive COVID or whatever, and that's what's making it so that these hospitals are getting funding.
My singer chimed in. We gotta interrupt this heavy conversation of COVID related bullshit. My singer, your former band member, Jeremy Montoya, says, Ben, Will you drive me to Dairy Queen /
Technically, I was in
Brazier
a band with him too.
I know, that's what I just said. Your former band member. Will you drive him to Dairy Queen Brazier for... Is that how you say it? Brazier? Brazier? How do you say
I always
that?
thought it was Brazier.
Brazier?
I like Brazier better.
Brazier?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think he spelled it
Gets
wrong.
me in my boy part.
I think that's actually the real word Brazier. I think what you're saying is right. Because
I just
there's
don't
two
get why the
Z's in
word
the Dairy
Brazier
Queen.
or Brazier is in the
Yeah.
Dairy Queen title anyway.
Because the original Dairy Queen was
'Cause I
a
didn't name
fucking
the
pervert.
place. Yeah.
Brazers?
So will
He's
you-
like, I don't know, call it titties. Well, we can't call it titties. Well, we'll call it Brazier then.
Well, they fucking freeze and make ice cream out of the shit. I don't care.
Milk them. Put some
This is
fucking chocolate
clearly-
chunks in there and spin that shit.
This is clearly an inside joke and story between you and my singer. Something about Dairy Queen
About the chicken
for
basket?
for a chicken breast. Do you remember
Chicken
this story?
basket.
Oh, is that what it says? Basket.
Again,
Yeah.
like
It puts
he
the
probably has
lotion
a better
in the
memory of
basket.
what happened at the time because
Jeremy, you're gonna have to clarify and give more details.
that was a long ass time ago. That was that's how I met.
Dude, can
cold
you believe
storage.
this? Can you think about this? I just want to say this for everyone listening. Think about this. We've talked about this scene and all the hard hitting motherfuckers, whether they've made it, whether they've not, whether they were prolific guitar players or drummers, or they sold out huge crowds, or they played to nobody, but everyone was like, this is the greatest guy on the scene. We've talked
Right.
about all this. Here's one of my favorite things about this scene. Jeremy Montoya, who rehearsed across from us when we were in Dying Euphoria,
Yeah,
he was in Buried by Hope.
Oh, yeah.
Great singer, is now in my band. He's singing for my project. Started because his big brother was fucking with these boys.
Whoa, he was
No.
Yeah.
That explains a
Fucking-
lot, man.
In the computer.
In the butt. In the butt.
No.
You told me I was your first.
No. Of that day.
My name is
Yeah.
Jeremy Montoya. You killed my father.
No, it was this big
Prepared to
brother.
die.
It was this big brother who was
No,
doing
no.
the fucking.
Six
Wait,
fingers.
Explain, though.
So
So
So I went to high school in Pelican Rapids, Minnesota.
Yep.
Which is a 1,800 people. I mean, it's right. Like I
It's
live.
huge.
I live 5 miles away from where they had
It's a
WeFest.
suburb of Aurora.
It was. I lived by the supper club. Well, anyway, we had a buddy that was basically, I don't know, instead of sending him to juvie, like his parents sent him to like his cousins. Like how was I didn't, I mean, don't get me wrong, they were wholesome people, but like,
What?
Why-
Was he the Fresh Prince of fucking Pelican Rapids? or
yeah. No, he was dude. Jeremy will remember him. He was Halbach and this thing. He'd always say, "Give me $1, dude. Give me $1 for Powerade, dude."
Oh, shit.
But part of his conditions was that he couldn't have any like contact with people he knew from Elk River because he was from Elk River. These guys were all from Elk River, and so
Fucking
for whatever
peasants.
reason, we're like, oh, we're starting a band, and so Montoya comes to fucking Podunk Pelican Rapids for like a week or so. And stays with me, and it was like it was like the 1 week I decided to smoke cigarettes as hard as I fucking possibly could.
Oh my
'cause-
God, the Minnesota's coming out so hard. He said, oh, so I smoke
From
cigarettes.
North Dakota.
Fucking smoke
So your
cigarettes
hot
as
box
hard
is
as I
fucking-
can.
For the record, most of Fargo was filmed in Minneapolis.
I know. That's the worst part.
Oh, as you're saying.
So anyway, so that's when I
Oh.
met.
You got a sleepover.
We had it for a week in the purple cabin.
Ooh.
No
Yeah.
pants.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Purple
for real.
cabin.
Yeah, you bet. Okay, go on. Yeah, you bet. Okay, go on.
So we formed this band called Dissonance, and it was really stupid because we didn't even have a band. We just had lyrics because we had a singer. And so through
And you played notes that were only one semitone apart.
Dan said, sweet.
It's not just a clever name.
He said,
no,
sweet.
this was when
Sweet.
like Coal Chamber was really popular.
Yeah.
So I had to buy. I bought a Schecter A7 Plus.
And you got a
And
singer.
I had a 7-string for a while, and I had a singer.
Sweet.
He was a good singer though. He could scream. That's part of the story. So anyway, like
non-music related though.
yeah, music related.
So that's how I
He
know
can
this
scream,
guy.
but anyways, back to the music.
Yeah.
Oh my god. This is the greatest.
Fucking dog, man.
Hey, is that Greg on the Ritual Madness podcast?
Yes,
They're chiming
yes, that is Greg Chilton, the pod father. The
Hi,
only
Greg.
reason I am here right now is because of Greg Chilton.
He's
Greg
clearly
Chilton.
tall enough to pee in the sink.
Greg Chilton is the one. Greg Chilton's the one that gave me the final motivation to start this motherfucker.
He has really spicy nipples.
Yeah.
That's not a Mexican joke either.
Whoa.
Well, you made it one.
Yeah,
Or
well now it
is
is. His butthole, on
is
the other
it?
hand, that is definitely spicy out of it.
That's
a
more curry.
That's a Mexican joke.
Shout out to Dan Nelson, guest on the podcast right now,
Dick pics.
making actual pics with the word "dick" on them. So he
Oh, you
is
did those with the
actually
3D printer, didn't
3D
you?
printer.
he is actually manufactured. Hold on, guys, don't say anything. Let me pull this cam to myself. Hold on, right here. Boom. You can read it right there. It says dick pic. Boom. It's a dick pic. It says dick on a pic. It's a dick pic. Shout out to Dan
I'm
Nelson
gonna
right
send
there.
these to all my family and friends.
I don't care. I don't care how abrupt. I don't care.
Actually, I'm
how
gonna do that
abrupt
right now.
That
Actually,
transition
what am
was.
I doing with my life? I want to rock.
Yeah, just so you know, if I have your phone number, you're getting a dick pic tonight,
But
Yeah.
and it's gonna be of this. So some of
So-
you are gonna know it's coming, and
I ended up
others
meeting
won't.
his younger brother. Do you remember the band Subnormal?
The one
Yeah.
that you were
Talk about-
managing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have you? Hey,
Managing.
hold on. Have you trademarked this, by the way?
No, actually, I can't take credit for the actual design myself. I took it from the interwebs. So, but
was
I
a-
He got
ran
his,
the
he took the
printer.
dick pic off the interweb.
You got to go to the
Here's a
USPTO.
story.
It's not his dick pic.
Redesign this logo to where it's yours. You can do it for like $3 on 1,000 websites. Go to the USPTO. It costs you $150. You'll trademark that as your own, and no one else can say they can manufacture dick pics,
Oh,
and that will be yours forever. I'm telling you, this is $1
I'll
million
have to make it.
genius
Do it
idea.
right now.
Do it
I was
right
like,
now.
What was
right
the
now, right now,
camouflage
while you're on the.
panty?
This is live, so some asshole's doing this,
Right.
and he's stealing your idea.
I just did it as a gag. I'm not trying to make money off
Your
it.
dick
What-
pic was a gag.
Remember? Dan, remember the women?
Can you
the,
do
the
these in-
camouflaged women's underwear company?
Oh wait, no. What was it? We had the camel towing.
Camo
what was-
toe.
Yeah, but what was the other? Oh, was
That's what it was.
was
It
the
was
camo toe.
Dude, can you
Yeah.
do these
Dude, we
in
were
the?
idea men. We
Yes,
had
yes.
Can
we
you
were.
do these in the Tortex Jazz 3?
I don't have that kind of filament,
So you need material.
so I have a multitude of colors right now. I probably have like 12 different colors. So
You know what I'm talking
Yeah,
them
yeah.
them Jazz 3s in the Tortex?
Yeah, yeah.
That's my jam right there, bro. If we can pull this off,
Hmm.
this is signature right here. My
Nice.
signature pick will be a dick pick.
the nice thing about
I
it
just
is-
need it in a Jazz 3 with that Tortex powder on it.
yeah. The dick kind of provides a little bit of grip, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, sometimes.
No, I
mean,
dig
on,
it. This
on
is
the
a-
actual pick.
Some
this is
more
a
than
better.
others.
This is a great strumming pick for me.
Yeah.
This is a great strumming pick for me.
I really like the way
But
that
I
you
do
made
a lot of strumming, and then I do a lot of back picking as I'm strumming. So I'll strum a chord, and then I'll hit a couple notes on the way back up. And these don't. I need that Jazz 3 style. I need that mass.
That NATO.
I need the physical mass on the up pick specifically to get that torque I need in order to get those notes to stay.
Well, if
up.
you look on the bottom side of it, kind of along the edge, it's kind of like it's almost like a vein that wraps.
God damn it,
And then it
Jeremy.
separates kind of near the
God
tip.
damn it, Jeremy.
Yeah. So if you get your finger right in there,
If you stick your
For
finger-
Yeah.
for a split second, I thought you were gonna actually
Be
say
serious,
something.
right?
you forgot who I was.
wrong night, bud.
I forgot how much fun you like to have. That's what it was. I know who you are. I forgot how much
Like
fun
it-
you like to
Hey,
have.
I just learned now
I
how to
forgot
have.
how silly you can be.
I learned now how to have fun and be silly without like, not at the
Whatever,
expense
dude.
of like other
Whatever,
people's.
dude. Like for, and again, that was Dan and I down at the space too. Like that's how I got my nickname, was just from stupid shenanigans.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know, like so.
Well- Yeah.
Go for it.
I was just gonna say Mike Bluba kept calling him Bendejo, or he was
Well,
trying
he
to
was-
call,
he was-
he's trying to say
He was
Bendejo.
giggling.
Yeah.
He was
Bendejo.
sitting behind his drum set giggling, and we're like he didn't say anything. He was just giggling, and we're like, what's so fucking funny, you know? And he's like, Decko.
Bendejo.
Decko. And then he's like, hey, Decko. And then
I got the name.
then I was Decko.
Yep.
And we all know how you got the nickname Magnum.
No. So on to another
They
story.
did bring up the glass slipper, though.
It's a big fat dick.
Wait, hold on. Yes, I still have the slipper.
His
By
dick.
the way. Yes.
Dan's dick looks like an SM58.
The dog's scared.
Oh.
Dan's dick looks like an SM58. It's smaller at the base.
Just fans out.
With a
Baby, if you can get the
It's got
first
the-
half in, it's smooth
The
sailing
duck
after
bill
that.
attachment.
with a big old head at
Just
the
hold your
top,
breath.
like a baby arm holding an apple.
It's like getting a piercing. Just let your breath out halfway and then hold it. Just like shooting, actually.
Oh, that's neat.
It's just the first.
That's real neat. So, anyways, back to Ben.
Oh, hey, your kids jumped in on the chat.
Yeah,
No.
that's neat.
That's neat.
That's Nate.
That's pronounced Nate.
Yeah, sorry.
I know he spells it funny.
Reminates of the executed.
Yep, that's right.
Honestly, that's probably fucking. Who is that? Do
That's
you guys
Nate
know who
from
that is?
Yeah.
Den of Thieves.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Section 8, Remnants of the Executed,
I had a few of the
All those
Den of Thieves
fucking-
boys
Den of
on.
Thieves.
Gallows Burden. Den of
I had a
Thieves.
few of the Den of Thieves
did.
boys on.
Greg Erickson and Mike and Nate were here.
Yeah,
I was
Nate.
told I wasn't allowed to come because I'm not cool.
That's not true. That's not true.
No, it was a lack of mics.
Nate, thanks for
Depends on
showing
which
up
kid
back
you
in
ask.
chat, buddy.
Yeah, no, actually, it was Greg's night, and he just happened to invite Nate and Mike. And then Mike kind of made a fool of himself slightly. May have had a few drinks, but it was awesome. It was good.
One
Is this
of-
the wrestling story?
Yes.
Is that where this came from? Okay.
Oh, so you guys got naked and wrestled in here after the podcast was over?
I think
I
Oh.
thought that was what
Jared
was.
was escorting Mike out of his house. Is all it was.
Mike thought he could beat me in a fight. I
Oh,
think
that's
what it
where.
was.
That's when I got all those texts from you at like 4 a.m.
Yeah, and I was like, dude, this can't happen.
And that's
Like,
why I
we
woke
can't
up.
do this.
I woke up and I saw them all, and I was like, I'm not responding to those.
I was like, we
I go
can't
with
do
it.
this. It was all fun on the podcast, but like this can't actually happen in real life.
You can watch Mike get drunk. It's just a fucking slow dive bomb.
I actually really enjoyed hanging out with him.
Oh,
though.
yeah.
Like
He
it was
says-
super fun.
He says he's sorry, but you know,
He doesn't need to
He
be
says he's
sorry.
yeah.
He doesn't need to be
He doesn't know what
sorry.
he did.
There's nothing to be
it's all
sorry
good.
for. That was
all
a
good.
blast, dude.
Yep.
I just thought it was hilarious how like all of a sudden like at the end of the night he became a fighter. like what, dude? If this was true, this should have came out when you were sober, bro. Like, come on, man.
That's that meme, whatever, the bottle of whiskey or tequila. It's like, hey, fight that motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly. It was like,
Like, all right.
come on, man.
Well, what does this guy say? I say you fight him and then you fuck him. That's
then
definitely tequila.
and then if you win, you make sure you piss on him.
Yes.
Man, I can't tell you. That's got to be the biggest. You beat a man in a fight and then whip out your dick and piss on him. That's it. That's it. There's no rematch.
What other reason is there to beat a man in a fight if you don't get a
There's
I
no
know.
rematch.
Yeah.
By the way, if you piss on a man after you can beat a man in a fight, but if you have the ability to whip out your dick and piss on him, there's no rematch happening. Like that's it. The first thing you beat him, cool, maybe a rematch, but you have the ability and the time to just whip it out and urinate on him, and you're not dying. And
How do you do it with a boner though? I mean, if we're fighting, we're
Standing up.
gonna be fully torqued, right? I mean, that's
if you have a boner, you might want a rematch.
Well, you got to be careful who you're peeing on because they might appreciate it too. So
There's a subculture.
I only say this.
where disgusting. Where do they meet? Where do they
Video.
meet? We've got to stop
What
them.
app are they on?
yeah.
I love using that Always Sunny thing. Oh my God, where? What website? Disgusting. Where?
disgusting.
Where? What website?
Dude, Sunny, speaking of Sunny, I hope that show goes on for 30 fucking years.
Oh, it's so good.
It's the greatest show. They're the worst characters.
You don't ever watch. Oh my
Those
god.
Never watched
characters-
it.
Not once?
Nope.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't watch much TV.
I'm-
We have streaming services, but we don't.
That's
we don't use live television.
You just
Yeah,
gotta.
but I
Okay, so you
don't-
just gotta find where it is.
Yeah, I just don't.
it's on Hulu.
Yeah,
Okay, so here's the deal.
I don't watch a lot.
Give it 3 seasons. I promise you.
Well, everybody said that about Trailer Park Boys, and you know what? For the first 2 seasons, it sucked, and then I made it through the rest, and I felt like I watched the same fucking 3rd season for the next 7.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can't.
that's true.
I
But
can't get into
it was
that.
still
but
great.
I'll tell you
but-
what. I'll send you.
You're
Just,
either-
I'll just send you some like clips of Always
All right.
Sunny, and then if you find that funny, then you know
All right.
because
You just have to know that they're all the worst people on the planet.
and they're all actually friends in real life. Like Charlie and the waitress are married in real life,
Yep.
but in
Yeah.
the show he stalks the waitress and she hates him.
Yeah, he's her stalker.
Mac and
Nice.
Dee are married in real life.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's like, here's my phone number.
But in
Don't
the
make
show,
me regret
Mac's
it. He's
gay.
like, oh, I was so close.
Okay. One of my favorites is the season where Mac gained 60 pounds on purpose just
Yes.
because he thought it'd be funny for the show.
Yes.
And he's carrying around a bag of a garbage bag of chimichangas.
and M&M's.
Cool. Cultivating
and he just-
mass.
dude, I'm not fat. I'm cultivating mass, bro. And then he's just like sitting there. Dude, are you shooting up insulin? Yeah, bro. Got diabetes. And he keeps calling it diabetes.
Dude, that's my favorite season, but my favorite episode is the gay cruise when Mac finally realizes and admits he's gay, which is a running trope through 10 seasons that Mac might be gay, but he can't admit it.
His exercise bike.
Because
The
he's
Ass Pounder 2000. No, dude, it's not gay. It's just it keeps you from putting your butt down. You know, you got to keep up because if you go down, then it comes. It's like a fucking.
Dude, it's basically like me, Jeremy, and 2 other people way crazier than us in a TV show. That's Sunny in
Wait.
Philadelphia.
All right.
Jeremy's definitely Mac, by the way.
Dude, I was dying the other day. I was watching Men's Health YouTube channel had Mac
Question
on
is,
there.
who would I be? I'd be Dennis.
They had-
I'd have to be
you'd be
Dennis, right? I'd
You'd
have to be
you'd
Dennis.
D.
They had Mac on there.
I'd be Sweet D. Fuck you.
They had Mac on there going through his workout plan. You got to watch it because it's Men's Health. They're like fairly serious, right? And he was not serious about any of it at all, and it was fucking awesome. He's like, I don't know, dude. I just like to do these. I don't know. It was great, dude. Like the whole way.
Did you guys see the Imagine Dragons video with him and his wife?
Oh,
Imagine dragging these balls across your face.
That's actually what I was doing when I was thinking of it. I was like,
Anyways, I hate
sorry,
that.
lost
I
the thought
fucking
there.
hate that band.
I can feel the salt.
so soft.
It's true. You can manifest your own destiny.
Just show me on the doll where the dragon touched you.
That's still mine.
Yep.
No, I get it. I honestly get it, man. I got shit from that from Adam on the last podcast. He's like, why you hate on Chevelle so much? And I had to like legitimately try to explain it. And it's hard, man. It's really hard to explain why you think a band sucks. Like, they could be the biggest band. They could be on the radio. They could have sold 100,000 more records than you have. But in your mind, they fucking blow big, fat donkey dicks. It's very hard on the spot to explain why that is. And I don't care if it's Imagine Dragons or Chevelle or fucking Papa Roach or Deftones, right? And two of those bands are coming on the podcast eventually. Irrelevant. Some people hate you no matter what kind of fucking music you do. And it's just, you have to accept that in this industry.
Yep.
Like somebody is going to go down and willing to fight to the battle to say Imagine Dragons is a great band. And there is somebody that is willing to fight to the death to tell you you're an idiot and that band is trash.
And they both find each other on the internet
And
all
they both
fucking day.
probably suck dick
I don't.
with each other.
For me, I just
Each
don't
other's
understand.
dicks.
Like I don't know, man. Like when I was younger, for sure, I was like, that band sucks.
Yep.
Being older, it's more like, well, they don't suck. It's just not my thing, or it doesn't
Right.
seem authentic to me, or doesn't. But
There's
like,
less
it doesn't
and
mean
le-
that they suck. It's
But
just
there's
not
still
my
certain
thing.
shit that'll rub you the wrong way. There's certain people,
Yeah.
there's certain bands, there's certain sounds, there's certain vibes, there's certain genres where it's just like it comes out and you're like, fuck you. And it's not about being a hater. It's like, nah, that's bullshit. And sometimes you're fucking ahead of the curve and you realize that this is a fad. And 5 years from now, all these bands are going to be bullshit because they're part of a trend, right? And then other times, like me, you're behind the curve. You're like, fuck this band. And then 5-10 years later, after they're popular, you're like, now I get it.
Yeah.
That's what happens to me most of the time. Most of the times, I'm like way behind on a band, and I'm like, nah, fuck that shit. And then I'm like, oh, they're really good. And everyone's like, yeah, you've been asleep this whole time. And I'm like, you're right. But then somebody brings up like in your case, that band, I won't mention them again. In my case, any template based, I call them template based or like Lars Ulrich said, assembly line.
Sure.
Like we're just churning out
Stock.
formulas. Yeah, stock.
Yeah.
We're just churning out formulas. Like I don't know, man. Am
Even
I
that,
crazy,
though-
you guys? Am I crazy, or
Well-
is there a difference? Like, can you hear the same thing I hear?
Yeah.
Like, did you care about this music, or was this given to you by a producer and you just had to replicate it? I hear it. I hear it in your record. Do you?
Well,
Am I
Yeah.
insane?
Well, again, we're in a completely different era too. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, remember when like the popular thing was repeating the same thing for 4 lines, and then switch to the chorus and say the same 4 things. And,
Oh God, yeah. I mean,
you know,
still
like,
happens.
Like,
That's pop
the
music
hook-
since the 50s, though.
well, even like,
That formula.
even metal band, like
I know you're talking about that new metal thing where they'd repeat the same
Well,
word,
well, I
but they
talk
get
about-
more angry and louder each time.
Well, and I say like Coal Chamber too. Like,
Oh, I see
that
what you're
was
saying.
like,
Oh,
a-
yeah.
like if the guy wasn't. But now you listen to. You ever listen to Devil Driver?
Oh, we.
I gotta
Oh,
drive. So. Oh, weed.
Oh wait.
Yeah.
But no, I mean now I after listening to Dez in Devil Driver, like I have more respect for him. Like
Fuck yeah.
I thought the guy was a douche though. Like I went to the 93X Clam Bake in fucking 2000 whatever. Well, no, it was before that. It was 99 I think or whatever. Anyway, we were hanging out behind the Roy Wilkins waiting for everything to go in, but we wanted to meet people.
Yeah.
And like of all the bands, like Dez was like he saw the crowd and he you could see him like like paparazzi like put up his fucking coat and like try to cruise past all of us, whereas dudes like I can't remember the guy in Seven Dust, but like the dark haired guy.
LeJean?
No,
No.
he's talking about. Are you talking about Morgan?
Not that dark. Like the guitar player. The
Morgan. Morgan.
Clint.
Sure.
Morgan's-
Yeah.
Clint Lowry?
Clint. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Clint
he,
was
like,
the new guy.
He found like $20 or $40 on the ground or something like that, and like turned around and was yelling to the crowd, "Anybody lose some money?" Like nice guy things.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
I mean, yeah. That was a
Yeah,
that
I
was-
ain't trying to give that shit back. I'm trying to buy everyone drinks with it.
yeah.
$40. I found $40. How many drinks
that
can we
was-
buy? Who's up?
That was the coolest night of my. I mean, in
Yeah.
like as far as bands went, because that was the night. Jim from Slipknot like let me go backstage, and so I got to meet like everybody that played there, and that was the era like there was Static X, Fear Factory, Coal Chamber, Power Man 5000, but I think Pantera wasn't there, but Slipknot. That was the time I got like all of the everybody's autograph, like when like this was still first album, first pressing before they like
Re-release.
took off Purity and added Me Inside or whatever. And like I got even Paul's, like I got everybody's autograph and then left it in the trunk of my Jetta that disappeared under a snowbank.
Oh.
Yeah. I had like a my memorabilia, like I had like a lunchbox or whatever that I had like a ton of shit in that would totally be like Wayne Static's autograph.
Jeez, dude.
Man.
Dude,
You know,
moral
I
of
mean-
the story
I mean,
is
not-
don't sign anything for him because you're gonna die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
That's neat.
Right?
That's
Yeah.
super neat.
So
That's neat.
But that was one of the coolest things. Like and it like talking about bands that you just can't stand. Like I mean it's stuff like that made me like totally changed how I felt about certain bands. Like like I said, Fear Factory played and I was in Cold Storage.
Yep.
I had to have been because I remember talking about like wanting to cover Replica
Sure.
And so I was talking to Dino.
Yep.
And he's like, oh yeah, and he like picks up one of his guitars and is like showing me stuff, like, you know, being a cool dude.
Yeah.
You know.
Yep.
Whereas like, I don't know, people build up like a reputation. You know, like for me, man, like I really can't stand, you know, like Guns N' Roses because I just hate Axl Rose. Like,
right.
it's not like they're a bad band. I can't stand a dude that sound. Again, I can't stand singing, but it's like, you know, he just sounds like he's whining the whole time.
Right.
And he's a jerk.
Yeah, like he.
Dude,
Yeah, he's
for me,
a
the
tough one
talent,
for me.
the talent of that band supersedes the like.
No, I know,
yeah.
but
I
yeah,
get what you're
and
saying.
I'm-
though.
and
not
I'm
an
in the middle.
intellectual.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm in the middle.
You know,
I'm in the middle on
I mean,
that
it's
one.
better if you're also like, hey, he's also a cool dude. It helps for sure.
Yeah.
A lot.
I mean,
The problem
that-
I have is Axl Rose beat the shit out of 2 of his wives.
Yeah.
Like, and not just
that was
like,
back in the 80s when
not
that was
just-
acceptable. Still.
not just like-
when it was okay to do cocaine.
Did they deserve it?
didn't just slap him once or twice, but
No.
beat the living
Right?
shit out of 2 women. So like, I'm
wrong.
so torn.
Just
Yeah,
so torn.
listen.
No, it's
Sorry, anyways, totally
So
same with
torn.
like say Tommy Lee did the same thing, beat the shit out of whatever that chick was. Like,
Is this a safe place? Because
Pamela?
my wife abuses me more than anything. So I'm just getting that air clear. I'm not the abuser. You can contest. I know that.
Unexplained bruises.
Speaking of Dan, you're looking a little jacked these days.
Jacked.
Yeah,
I'm
you.
lumpy as fuck.
He'll take an extra large.
I just remember you being a lot skinnier and a lot smaller.
I was actually probably about, I don't know, 30 pounds lighter, and it was all muscle mass back then. Not that I had a lot of it, but yeah, I was much lighter.
You're looking
you had
thick
the-
these
you-
days.
You had
Thick
the
boy nation over there.
It's a tight shirt. You can see my
You and-
nipples.
you and-
What the fuck?
You and Jeremy got thick boy nation going over
no,
there.
See, he works for his. I don't do any of that shit. You know, I like hit the stairs and I'm
I'm-
about ready to die.
I'm skinny boy over here, and fucking Decko and I are just looking at you two like fuck.
well, for
We-
me, it's
Him
it's
and I gotta
mostly,
get into the gym for different reasons.
like-
I was gonna say, for me, it's actually has a lot more. Like the reason, like people are like, "Oh my god, you're so dedicated," because if I skip a day, it's this that suffers.
Yeah.
Your mind
My mind,
for
big
the
time.
listeners.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
dude.
suppose. Yeah, for listeners. Yeah, my mind. It's for me. It's. But don't get me wrong. I mean, I love working out. I like having muscles and shit like that. That's a nice benefit to it. But what keeps me going is I know if I don't go that day, I'm going to be depressed that day. I'm going to struggle that
I do
day.
know that when I was younger and I did work out in my early 20s, late teens, it did make a difference as far as how you felt.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You know, the older I get, the lazier I am. And
Well,
that's all there's to it. I start using this more than I use anything else.
Well, and you've got,
that's-
you've also. I mean, I don't have a family. I don't have. You know what I mean? It's
Sure.
like I also have the luxury of more time.
yeah.
You know.
like
For
back in the
now,
day.
for
like,
now,
Yeah.
because you're not married right now. You don't have kids right now.
I'm completely single.
Ladies,
I'm
that's
like.
why I would
You're
always-
living the
Bachelor.
fucking dream,
I'm,
bro.
Dude, I would always laugh at you and Kyle when you guys would like, you know, it's like midnight. You guys are getting ready to go to fucking
Go to
Anytime
Lifetime.
Fitness.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, you should really just join us at the gym. It's like, dude,
You worked
that's
in
what
the morning.
That's
yeah.
what I do every day.
Hey, well, not only that, but you worked at.
Yeah, well, I was
Early.
that's what I was framing. Up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I had
I can't
to
believe
work
you
at
came to
6 in the morning.
practice at the time that we had practice.
Yeah, I was the only
We
one
used
with
to. Yeah.
With
like-
a real job.
Well,
Yeah.
no, like a
physical
day
job.
job.
Yeah, yeah.
A day job. Like
I remember working in 2 different machine shops, and motherfuckers were like, "Oh, I haven't been to the gym in a year," and they're like fat, they're like sad, and I'm like, I do the same job you do. Why do you even need a gym?
3
like
chickens
this
a day.
is the gym. 8
I
hours
ate
a
5
day.
rotisserie chickens,
Like, I
stuffed with
so
mashed
good.
potatoes.
I canceled my gym
I can't
membership.
knock him too hard. 'cause
I
love
canceled
chicken.
my gym membership because I got this job.
I eat chicken every day.
Like this is a free gym. We do a job where
Yeah.
all we do is
Yeah.
lift and bend and
Dude,
fucking.
I can tell you how that happens. So when I first got into manufacturing, I was pretty shredded. This was in like 2012.
like,
And I actually gained like 20 pounds because I stopped going to the gym because I was working so physically there, right? So I was so fucking pooped. But then I would get home from work at 3 a.m. and eat like a motherfucker. And that's when I learned the truth, which is you can't outwork a bad diet.
yeah.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. So
Yeah.
so for those guys, like it's not about anything they're actually doing. It's about
they're eating
what
like
they're
motherfuckers.
not doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about what they're not doing
yeah.
at home. See, and I have a pretty legit diet. Like it's high protein, high fat, little bit of carbs. The carbs I have are like potatoes, complex. They sustain for a while.
Yeah.
These guys over
High
here.
protein.
High protein. Oh, dude, I'm so serious about it. I always save my own jizz, dude. And I fucking
I
make
have
it.
to. I have to. Like,
Oh, dude, I put
Like,
it on my face so I don't have wrinkles. That's the whole fucking thing,
I'm
man.
constantly telling my wife there's not enough fucking protein in my food. I'm like, you need to double that meat
Whose
sample.
fault is that?
My wife's.
I'll eat anything. And actually, the funny thing is
That was me in my 20s.
dude. Yeah, we're not talking about roast beef, Jeremy. So
Big
You can
Montana.
make fun of me,
I'm
but
just-
what did I order for dinner tonight or lunch today? Cheese curds and fucking wings.
Hot wings
yeah,
that kicked your ass.
yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Okay,
I'm a bitch
dude, I
when it
sni-
comes
I
to
sniff
fucking
barbecue,
spicy food.
Like buffalo, and it's like
Oh man, I love.
I'm a basic bitch now.
I'm
I
in the
used to
middle.
hammer them, no problem. Now I ate like 3 of them, and I was like, I need more napkins, and I was dabbing my face.
I like a little sip, but I want to be able to taste the food still.
Right.
I don't want to feel like I'm dying.
burn.
I think
Yeah,
I left my
yeah.
wings in your car, by the way.
Guys, I hate to say it, man, but I should probably fucking.
Oh,
I don't want to,
Jeremy.
man, but 45 minutes turn. This is a time vortex.
Damn.
It is.
I know.
That means we're having fun.
It's been a.
well,
nice
thank you for
trip down
joining us.
memory
I know,
lane,
dude. I really don't
Yeah.
want to leave, but it's fucking.
You have a life
Well,
to
like
live.
I said, I think again, I'd like to do another one.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
Fuck
when,
yeah.
when things
sure.
permit and
yeah, dude.
whatever.
Well,
It would be really cool if we ever get
Kyle down
if we
here.
ever get Kyle down here.
We'll make
Yeah.
it a
That
special.
would, that would be.
We'll do
really
a special.
the Scooge.
Yeah.
the only Relevance reunion you'll ever see in your lifetime.
Right?
'Cause I'm not getting on the top anymore.
I do want to say though before you leave that when you guys did that last show and I was there, I was like trying so hard not to get emotional because it was like the end of an era and you guys did that cheesy fucking video with that fucking
Andy's-
Green Day song
Yeah.
running, and I'm like, oh my god, it's all over.
Dude, I remember
Jeremy on the big chicken.
I remember walking out on stage and seeing like some pretty tough
Most
dudes
of that footage was
crying.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
what's funny is most of the footage from that video was like the same weekend. And it was the one you were talking about where you
Yeah.
pantsed me.
Yeah.
Because I remember that chicken.
I was riding the cock.
No, you're not lying, man. There
That
was a
was
lot of dudes.
foreshadowing.
Like there was a lot of us in that crowd, and I just remember being one of the young dudes and being one of the only dudes who understood what was about to happen.
Yeah.
And I remember hanging out with guys my age, older and younger, and I remember having to turn to guys and being like, "You guys understand? Like this isn't going to happen again.
Yeah.
Like this is a moment. This is
Oh,
a
yeah.
memory. Like take this in tonight." Because this isn't going to be here again, ever.
Right.
Well, and the other thing too to add on to that is the night before was Banehinge's last show,
Oh yeah.
so it was at the same venue.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
See, I didn't
Yep.
know that.
so
Yep,
it was
Friday Banehinge.
and Saturday Relevance. So
Yeah.
in one weekend, the scene lost like two
huge
pretty,
bands.
And like in like 2 weeks or a month before that, Ginger Jake broke up.
Yeah. Yeah,
That
that's a
was the
bummer,
first
too.
time. That was the first real time. Black Flood broke up. Stasia broke up. All within like 90 days. All of the legit headlining bands were like, we're done.
NBC Must See Television went off the air at that
Dude.
time. Because that was our whole thing too when we were talking about it. It was like, especially Kyle and I are such huge Seinfeld fans. It was kind of like, well, while we're on top.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Well, and again, and it's not
Smart.
like it's not like there was places
Don't
opening
dwindle.
it up to play.
Yeah.
Like I'm surprised you guys did anything afterwards.
mhm.
I mean, even at the Rock, I mean that wasn't
It was tough, man. I mean, it was.
place after a while.
That's where
you know?
we joined forces, and that was a
Yeah.
battle, man. Bringing that scene back from the dark. At like when you
Yeah.
guys broke up, it was like the music scene of Minneapolis went into the dark ages.
Yep.
And it was a fucking battle to try to get anybody to give a fuck
Mhm.
about
Yep.
anything. And that's where I thought it was interesting that you decided to crash tonight, because you're going to be able to bridge that, because you weren't in a band at those moments. You weren't.
I was between. Yeah. I will say. I think for part of that, when the Rock started to come back,
You were in
I
Gallows.
was in Gallows.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I mean, but that was only a year long maybe a year and a half.
Yeah, because Gallows was going around the same time that DE started up. Because you guys we were supposed to play. Well, that was a couple years after DE. Because it was, remember, we were supposed to play the Epicurean CD release show, but then Rain's grandfather passed away. So we had to drop, and then we reached out to you guys. We're like, hey, do you want to take our place on this show?
Yep.
So that was
Is that when I sang with Nate? I sang Musket Warrior with the guys once.
That must have been the show.
That must have been the time
Because,
because that was like the only time he played the rock.
Well, no, I think we played the rock like 3 or 4 times, but it was.
that was at the Caboose, that show. The Epicurean one was at the Caboose.
Yeah,
Oh,
because then you guys came back and played with us at the Rock the next night.
Maybe that's what it was.
And I remember
Okay.
nobody showed up because you guys had just played the night before, and it was so obvious.
Yeah.
But we
Sounds about
didn't
right.
care. We didn't care.
Well,
we were
that
like,
was-
no, we were gonna play with them. We're playing with them.
Thank you for the dick pic.
Hey.
God, I don't want to fucking leave, man, but
Get outta
fuck,
here.
it's 9.
Get out of here! If you don't leave
good to
now,
see
you'll
you,
never
buddy.
leave.
Like I said, well,
Hey, I should probably take these off. That'd be an awkward exit.
Jeremy, I love you, brother.
Love you too, brother.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, man.
It was a blast. You smell good, by the way. I think you're wearing that happy again.
Yeah. Yeah, brother, yeah.
Yeah, that happy.
See, brother.
Jeremy and I are cologne freaks. I don't even remember, dude. Honestly, I have so many colognes now. I can't even tell you what I put on.
I can't wear it.
Like I said, we got left.
I used to wear it.
I
Don't do it.
fucking. Here's the thing. I have a super high sense of smell.
Yeah, and we'll do
Yep.
let's do it
Insanely high.
anyway.
Like,
Yeah.
what's that funk?
Yeah, this
I can't handle any of
is all
it,
you get.
and it bothers me 10 times more.
You've seen 'em all.
See you, buddy.
I love you, man.
Yeah.
It bothers me.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah, you can do whatever you want over here.
I might actually use.
So you can either piss in the sink, which is right there, or you can go upstairs. And if you're gonna go upstairs, it's just like this, dude. It's a loop. It's right there above you. You'll figure it out. I just find it fascinating for guys like us who, if you compare us to the comedians, right? Like where we were at on the local music scene here in Minneapolis, in the town of Dillon and Prince. Technically, Dillon's from Duluth, but let's just be honest. He didn't come up in Duluth.
His label made him.
He didn't become famous in Duluth. Minneapolis is the town. I just find it fascinating what we were able to accomplish and how hard it was to accomplish, yet how little that actually means.
Well, and again, it was weird how things changed too, because when we were playing, I mean, there was no.
If you're worried about COVID, switch those foams.
I'm immune.
The antibodies.
The antibodies.
I can smell Jeremy on this microphone. It's pretty
It
hot.
probably smells like citrus.
Smells like Ben Gay and piss.
Well, if we're measuring his breath, it probably just smells like cum.
Ooh.
Ba-doonk. Now that he's not here,
We'll just
I wish
rip
we
on
talked. I wish we talked more shit about each other.
Because that never happens.
Right.
No, like when you guys go on other podcasts, I wish you guys would talk more shit about me. Like I just think it would be better and better and better and better and better and better and healthier and better and better and better for our scene.
Sweet.
We need more shit talking.
Oh,
we
fuck
need,
yeah.
Even if it's fake inside joke shit, I don't care.
Well,
Start talking shit.
Yeah.
We're all afraid to offend each other, and it's killing us.
That's society. You can't fucking take that away from anybody because everybody's got their fucking feelings. I'll say this. Back in the day, the one thing that Cold Storage always did was we respected everyone.
Yeah.
It was always about the
Except for
brothership.
That one time.
What one time was that?
we talked about it earlier on the podcast before you got here.
Oh.
We had a episode where we were talking shit about fucking
Jeremy. Yes, I was watching that in the
Relevance, and
car
then-
on the way here. So yeah, no, but I mean, we didn't know those guys.
No, we didn't.
No, we had never played a show with them. Their set ran like fucking 20 minutes longer than it should have. We got like 3 songs in. They were
But
like,
we didn't know.
I
like,
love you too, Jen.
we didn't know their like we didn't know how serious they were.
No.
you know, like we just thought they were like, oh,
yeah.
I mean-
They were fucking around doing covers at the time. You
Yeah,
know?
so
we
we-
never knew we were going to become friends with those guys.
yeah.
And that they turn out to be such great people, you know, and that's, I don't know.
But
But
I was telling him because we had a ton of I have a ton of pictures of cold storage shows like
yeah,
Quest for Mayhems and shit where
those dudes were down front.
They're out front.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, we supported a lot of
And
groups.
that's how it got. I mean, like I said, there was a dynamic switch when, like say when we broke up and stuff.
Yep.
Stop dating.
Yeah.
That MySpace became a thing. You know,
Yep.
the internet, and Napster, and all that sort of crap. Well, Napster was around for quite a while, but
Yeah.
that became a big thing for networking. You know, still not a solid platform, but that's where people started to like follow this band, so now they know me.
Yep.
Like it wasn't. It was a start, but
it was impersonal.
but we still, but the only way we, like I kind of compared it to like, yeah, it was a time when it was a little bit about who you knew,
Right.
but that wasn't a guarantee because we definitely had plenty of times being burned
Oh, yeah.
for, but there was also a lot more, like even fucking Patrick with Loud and Local.
Oh, yeah.
Like, where the fuck is that now? Like, is Loud and Local still a thing? or
Loud and
no?
Local's
Sorta.
just finally coming back.
Yeah, I
Is it
was just
somebody
gonna,
else though.
Yeah. Patrick's in California now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
He's been gone for a while. He's married with kids or something.
yeah, and Remy took that over for a minute, and then what's his name? That other guy,
Pablo, he's
Pablo
doing something
took it
else.
over.
But
Yeah.
that's the thing is, we used to fucking party with those dudes so hard. Fucking so hard. It was
and
ridiculous.
Patrick's coming on the podcast as soon as he comes back to town.
nice.
We're talking a few months. Patrick's coming
But
on
that
the
was-
podcast, and we're
that
gonna
was
do a
one-
roundtable thing. Like we're gonna have guys just like tonight when Patrick finally comes on. We're gonna have guys drop in and out all night, and I want everyone from the top of the industry to the bottom. So like
We'll be at the
local
bottom.
I want a local band, just one guy from a local band who came on for a few minutes. He's going to sit down in one of these chairs and he's going to talk about how Patrick gave him his shot. And then
Sure.
we're going to talk about somebody else, and somebody else is going to drop in who has like been there and done that.
Yep.
And
But-
like was with Patrick and was like, I don't need this, but I'm going to help you make sure this happens. I've had so many conversations with Patrick, it's ridiculous, and he's one of the only reasons I've continued to do this podcast.
Yeah.
Is an actual industry professional was like, no, dude, you're doing well. I'm a
Yeah.
fan. Seriously,
Well, and like I
keep
said,
going.
he was interested in what I mean. Granted, about the time we broke up, it was I don't know, whatever. I can be jaded or whatever, but like again, there was a lot there. It was always about popularity, and it was tough being like, again, not a full on like new metal group or something at the time.
Right.
When things like Pantera and Korn are big.
you were a
Whatever.
straight
like first like
and
prime
for the
example-
listeners that don't know what we're talking about across the world, because we have global listeners that aren't part of the Minneapolis scene. In the height of new metal, early 2000s, Relevance, the band you're referencing,
No, Cold Storage.
Cold
That's right.
Storage. Well, I still
See,
think you
we
guys
were 2000,
were in
2001.
But I do think when I listen to that Cold Storage material now, I do think you were a new metal band.
So,
I do
well,
think
you probably
fit
you
in
probably
that.
only heard the first CD,
Maybe
unless
No,
you did share it.
I recently shared the
Okay.
SoundCloud, which has both of them. But
That was you. Okay, so that
Yeah.
was you on Facebook. All right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but I mean,
because I've been, like I said, I've been uploading like the Fog, the Fields of Green stuff I
Yep.
did with Chris to the SoundCloud because that's all I can find.
yeah.
Like I reached out to Mike Fischetti not too long ago because I was in, I got to play with him and Ken Warden.
Biscotti.
yeah,
That was pretty cool.
yeah, he's a good dude.
Yeah, we did. I wish I could find it because again, the music was really good.
Fuck.
But then, But yeah, like that stuff, like that was just the three of like that fog stuff was just the three of us, like you know, pot-induced jam session, you know, that just
Fields of Green.
15 minutes of the same riff and you don't even know it.
Yeah, what was the name of the band that you really liked at that time? It was
I don't know. We were I like Pelican at the
Pelican. Yes, that's what it
time.
was.
They were triumphant.
Yes.
They were a very triumphant instrumental band. Have you ever listened to Pelican?
No, but I
Good
did
band.
want to ask. This is a good time to bring it. What are you guys into now? Like, what's the bands we need to be looking out for now? Because still, for me, I only got a short list. Other than Coheed, which is an obvious staple that I can consistently plug, consistently. Protest the Hero, man. Like, those guys are constantly pushing the envelope, and they're still writing catchy music. Like Protest the Hero is progressive as they are. Like, those motherfuckers write hooks that get stuck in my head for weeks at a time. Who are you guys on right now?
I haven't really. I kind of went in like a different direction because I'm not really hip. Like, you know, new music for me is just like I'm just not paying enough attention. Like, I don't watch TV. I don't listen to the radio. You know, it's like if I catch something on a downward spiral on YouTube, then I finally figure something out or whatever. Somebody posts like an August Burns Red song, and it's like, oh yeah, this band is actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
You know, stuff
Right.
like that.
But again, they've been out for 10
But they've
years.
been around, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Just like
I would say-
Protest, just like Coheed, they've been
you
around.
ever listen to Red Fang?
Yes. Prehistoric
fun.
Dog. Actually, so Nate and I with Dave, current guitar, second guitar in Den of Thieves, but we used to be in a band with Greg. It was Greg, Nate, Dave, and myself, but we covered Prehistoric Dog, which was
Really?
totally awesome. Yeah,
That is awesome.
yeah, it was sweet. That and
that and again, like you know, their videos are fun. You know, their videos.
oh yeah, the fucking fight scenes.
You know what's really
Yeah.
funny though? Like that. There's I think that song "Only You" or whatever. Like my son Dade, you know, 4 years old.
Yep.
Like he'll get on my YouTube and he's watching that like a Red Fang song. There's like a you ever listen to High on Fire?
Yeah,
Yeah, Electric Messiah. Like he loves that song.
pretty good.
Or like the Black Plague or whatever.
Yeah.
The Black Plot. Like
Oh, yeah.
not for a 4-year-old.
No,
but,
not.
But he, you know, it's a cartoon. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Man. I really like the song. Put it on my Amazon playlist. You know,
Sweet.
because my son can work the Alexa and freaking
Yeah.
play Alexa, play High on Fire. That's something to hear.
Bad parent.
What
Just
about
kidding.
A great parent.
That's all right.
What the shit? What's the shit that's actually hitting hard right now
Right now?
for you?
Well, I mean, for me, I bounce between a bunch of shit, but my wife calls me a music snob. So I'm very particular.
Yeah, my wife widely refers to me the same way.
Yeah.
I am the most arrogant prick
Yeah.
when it comes to
Oh, we
like
know. Just kidding.
like
Just
when
fucking
it comes to like, are you good or not?
Like, you know, that's the thing, dude. It's
I'm the hardest person to please.
yeah. I am.
I'm so hard. Honestly, for me though, it's very simple.
Yeah.
Be original.
Yeah.
Have you ever?
I swear to God, it's not easy.
No, it's not.
It is actually the hardest thing.
Yeah.
But it is literally the simple. Be original.
Yep.
Like, I don't care if you're biting on someone else's style. By the Thousands. Have you
Sure,
heard of By
yep.
the Thousands?
Fuck yeah.
Just heard them today. Just today.
Yeah. What'd you think?
Honestly, one song. 47 seconds in. Shared the clip. Wow. That's what I fucking thought. 47 seconds into one video, I grabbed it, shared it, and said, wow.
Because you liked it that much.
I see what's happening.
Yep.
It doesn't even matter if I like it. I see what's happening.
Sure.
There's a vibe. There's a talent.
Yeah.
There's a creativity.
Those guys are
But
fucking
most
good.
importantly,
By the
there's
thousands.
an execution.
They're good.
Is this the band we were talking about earlier?
No.
Like they're local. No.
Well, yeah. I did bring up because I asked Jeremy.
Right?
I go.
Have you ever heard of this band?
Yeah, and he goes, yeah, and I go, that's what I'm talking about. Like I just randomly mention your name, and somebody goes, yeah, I've heard of them. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And not only have you heard of them, but they back that shit up.
Yeah.
Like, I want to know. I want to sit in a room with these cats and know, like, can you play slow time Jews? Slow time blues? I can't. I'm allowed to make that Freudian slip. I'm a Jew. Fuck you guys. Can you?
That's my name.
Yeah.
Can you play slow time blues? Can you play a swing jazz beat? Like, that's when it goes from like, I'm into your band to holy shit, you're a great musician. We start looking at other things that aren't relevant to the music you're writing.
Right.
That's when the arrogant Jared goes, oh shit, you're the man. Or the woman, whatever.
I don't know, dude. I really like well-produced music because it sounds great.
Like what was Darkest Hour's last album? You remember that one?
No.
You're a fan of good produced music? Then why'd you ever come to my shows?
You don't produce music. No, dude. I like the sound. Like, okay, you take a lot of those gent bands, or you take the bands like By the Thousands and Vela Maya and all. They're really great. My problem is that you get into a lot of this newer music, and I think Andy mentioned this on another podcast, but it was like, hey, this is way too overproduced. It is. There's no live feeling to this, and it loses something when it's just that machine. So like when you hear about like when your heart gets broken when you find out that Dan Copy finally put triggers on his drum set, that kills me, man, because he is a phenomenal fucking drummer, and I feel that he doesn't need the triggers, but he does that because it sounds better. So you kind of get this, okay, well, it's an even kick, or is it a live performance? I'm one of those, it's like, you know what, I'd rather hear you fuck up a little bit because I know it's true.
That's why he came to Solace and Ashes shows.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, dude. Thank
you for answering that question.
we when I was in Hex Vortices, we played a show in fucking New Germany, and
keep going, I gotta piss.
Dude, we rolled up and this band was playing. They had a fucking computer, and the guitar player was playing fucking the rhythm section while all the leads were done on the recording. Like, okay, well, that's whack as fuck. Like, okay, so why are you not playing the heavy parts, the hard shit? Is it because you can't execute it? Should you not put that in there then because you can't execute it? I mean, I'm not one to talk because I'm an okay bass player, but but at the same time, I'm not out there going, okay, check this out, playing to a click track, and here's a bunch of shit that's pre-recorded. I don't do that. I honestly, if I have to go,
and think about that then, like it's what they got now, like they've
technology. Yeah. And I love technology.
Don't get me wrong,
dude.
But technology. But think of what we could have done if we had a fucking iPad.
Yeah, sure.
Or something, something that we could have,
But think of bands like fucking Norma Jean.
Yeah.
Or Coalesce and Neck. On their fucking records, there are fuck ups. There's like high squeals, and it's so raw. It's amazing.
I thought like Coalesce at least did that on purpose. Like I thought that was like
sure. They got the feedback and stuff, but that was deliberate. But at the same time, it felt real. I love By the Thousands. They've got a couple of great tunes. I think it's slightly overproduced, but that's a lot of these newer bands is they overproduce the shit out of their music. And
that's because they're recording it all digitally in sessions. They're not sitting down tracking.
We know about not getting to record digitally.
Yeah. We made that mistake a long time ago.
I think a lot of bands
drawing the camel's back.
Yeah, $3,000 some dollars 20 years ago later, and CD still never got released.
How many filters did we run the master?
How much longer do you guys want to keep going?
I don't give a fuck. I got tomorrow off, so it's up to Ben. I mean, the only thing is I have to be up at 6:37 to get the kids out. And
it's 9:00 right now. If we wrap this up soon, we can fucking dip out and go somewhere.
I don't give a shit. I'm sober, cab.
You want to go to Spring Street?
I don't even know Spring Street, but
Spring Street.
Tavern?
Spring Street.
That's-
Yeah,
Oh,
That's over by
sorry.
yeah. Let's go Spring Street.
Old Space.
I don't think I've
whatever.
ever even
Let's fucking
been
wrap this up. Let's wrap this up and go to Spring Street.
Word.
Honestly, it's either that or we just sit here in this shithole
Well, I don't give a fuck, man.
and spin this out all night until it's not entertaining anymore. Let's end this on a high note. Let's go to Spring Street.
Did we even have a high note?
Technically.
Honestly, I feel like if I'm being honest,
Yeah.
as a podcaster, I feel like we've just been riding this high note all night.
It's been pretty good.
Well,
Yeah.
again, like
Like Ben prefaced this. He goes, I'm not a deep intellectual. I don't want to have political conversations. I'm not a fucking gearhead. He's like, I was there for the ride. I'm like, I know you were a rock star while the rest of us were trying to be
I sure
musicians.
thought I was.
Hey, we all did, dude.
The thing is
We
you
all
did your fucking
did.
job, bro.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
did your fucking job. And you may have not, just like me, we may not be shredders. We may not run circles around but we do our fucking job and people respect us. And people are willing to be in bands with us at high levels. At high fucking levels, we still get jobs. That isn't something to mock. That isn't something. I've constantly said this. Yeah, if you want to do this, be a songwriter. Yeah, do that, blah, blah, blah. But there's also a serious role for dudes who are just there for the ride and they just want to do their job, because the worst way you could possibly try to form a band is every guy is the cook. Too many cooks in the kitchen
Right.
is a fucking cliche for a reason.
Sure.
Well, and
There's a balance, God damn it.
I mean, that's just it. Like, I mean, I've been in that situation, you know, where I mean, I told you, I've been told that I wasn't wanted while they were writing, you know, like,
That's a little far.
yeah. So
that person that you're
but
not
granted, that was
willing
a
to
whole-
name
that was a
is,
whole different deal. Like,
Yeah.
we talked about this off the podcast. We're not going to name this person, but that
but
person
that's what I'm
went
saying. Like,
a little far.
there's
Yeah.
there's a level though.
Even for me, that guy was being a dick.
There's a level.
Even for me.
But, you know.
But again, you know, like I said, if I were to take a second look, you know, after years and years and take a second look, I mean, yeah, I could be I'm always my worst critic, my own worst critic, you know, but like, yeah, I could have taken my guitar home and played my guitar a little bit more, you know, but my excuse is like, well, we're practicing fucking 5-6 days a week
Right.
for 2-3 hours.
Oh,
Like, I mean,
ridiculous.
when
get
when
nowhere.
am I going to do it? When I'm at school, at work, or here?
Right.
How about here?
Yeah.
You know, like, so. But that was my excuse.
That's
you know?
the difference, though, is you were already rehearsing.
Yeah.
All the time.
And then,
That's the key there, though, is
And then
that
the
you were
next time-
already doing that.
Yeah.
next time though, like, you know, like you know, you were talking like a pre-production recording or whatever. Like, it's good to have tools to work with. Like, when we started For Blood, since James was from La Crosse, we recorded our whole set.
Sent it to him.
And well, no, we recorded our whole set with the drummer.
Oh.
And like, I think we did it so that we could take everybody out or whatever, so we could all play to the drums.
Yep.
So I would get down there, I would play to the drums, and then it's like, well, I gotta be up at 5:00 tomorrow to go, you know,
Yeah.
build a house. So yeah, sorry, I don't have to be to
Yeah.
work at 11.
Yeah. Getting too old for that.
No,
shit.
you guys were notorious for this. So you guys would jam once, you'd record everything, and then you'd pull yourselves out and just isolate the drums, and then that's how you would rehearse.
Yeah,
But then he would get the opposite side where he'd get the whole band
yeah,
Yep.
minus the drums.
yeah.
And then you guys would show up to shows and fucking smoke us. And this
Like I
was
said, I
when we
always-
were in Dying Euphoria. And this is what I said when Jeremy was sitting here a couple hours ago. Like, it would piss us off that we were together 3 hours a night, 3 times a week, doing it the right way.
Yeah.
And all of us were getting better. But we had a sloppy drummer, the same sloppy drummer you had. But now that you're in For Blood, you have a tight drummer, and you don't even need to be in the same room. That pissed us off to the point that I was like, are we pissed off? Good. Let it motivate us. Let us get tighter. Let us work on our craft. Unfortunately, our drummer didn't actually do any of those things, and none of that manifested until we got, do you remember? Pat Rulin.
Oh, yeah.
Pat Rulin started filling in for us, and all of a sudden, Dying Euphoria went like that.
Yeah.
So just like Revelance, we got a tight drummer, and like it was a literal waterfall moment where we were like trickling. Only in this case, going down is a good thing, and all of a sudden, Pat filled in for us. Boom, waterfall moment. Huge shows, sold out crowds.
Yeah.
And Pat was like, "I don't love this music. Y'all need to find a different drummer." And we just never.
Yeah.
We just never, and they never really did. Like they found even after I left and Joe joined the band, they had one drummer where, and he mentioned this earlier, Joe and Corey, they joined the band. It even hit another level that none of us even thought that band could get to, but it happened.
Yep.
And
that's
it's
tough,
just
too,
about
like-
being able to execute, man. Just do your fucking job, show up, be tight. And you were able to do that the whole time. The problem is during Revelance, Jason, my drummer at Dying Euphoria, was sloppy enough to hold that band back to where it wasn't known that both Revelance and Dying Euphoria were actually great bands until we had a great drummer. Gensmer for Revelance and Pat Rulin for Dying. Would you, as a bystander...
Oh, yeah.
Not in any of those. You have no emotional connection. Do you agree with my assessment of those two situations?
Yeah, I agree. Both John and Pat are phenomenal drummers. And they're great human beings from what I've gathered from Pat anyways. John, yeah, definitely. I've known him since, what was this, Seventh Calling days? No, who am I thinking
Really?
of? No, yeah. He was
Yeah.
Way.
Yep.
yeah, Seventh Calling. Yeah, he was
Gensmer was in Seventh Column?
he wasn't the original drummer. It was it Darren? Darren was the original
Yeah,
one? Yeah.
That must have been like a
It was later.
thing.
Yeah.
No,
I think he joined Seventh Calling as it broke up.
Yeah, I think it was
One
right
of those
close to the
deals.
end.
Yeah.
Because he was doing the Epicurean thing, sort of. I can't remember.
He was new into Epicurean,
Yeah.
but he was also a founding member
Yep.
at the same time. But
Yep.
he was not an original founding. That make any sense?
Yeah.
They founded that band. He was the first drummer, but he didn't start the band. Somebody else started, and none of the other members were in it by the time they got signed to Metal Blade.
Yeah, I don't.
I've talked to him. No, he.
Yeah.
By the time they got signed to Metal Blade, he was the only original member, but he didn't even start that band.
Yeah.
He was in that other band you just mentioned, Seventh Calling.
Seventh Calling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he got like pulled into it as it was starting.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
So yeah, I don't know, dude. We've got a lot of stories of big shows and shit too. You know.
I just
mean,
think it was crazy how,
like,
as we've seen good bands and bad bands, and bands that were bad and then became good, sometimes they just got good. Sometimes they switched members. Good.
Yeah.
You and I were in basically the same band. Two bands that really were actually great bands, great musicians, but we didn't get to show that until we had a drummer
yeah.
that not only matched us, but made us get better.
Yeah.
Well, and
That's what happened in D with Pat, and that's what happened with Gensmer and
Yeah.
Yep.
Revelance.
Yep.
Well,
And then all of a sudden people were like, holy shit, Revelance is awesome.
Well, I think
DE
that was.
is the shit.
Yeah.
Like that's like that happened overnight when the drummer switched
yeah.
because the tightness, and you were a bass player, so
Wasn't
you were
rubbing
part of that rhythm section. So when Jason was in the band, that reflected you because you're part of the rhythm section. You are part of that essence that provides a band to be tight. And being tight almost matters more than being good.
Right. Oh,
That's the saddest part of
I'll
what
tell
I'm
you
trying
this,
to get at
is
right
that
now.
Cold Storage was a testament to that because that
You
band-
guys were tight. Cold Storage was a tight
we were
band.
tight. The music was not that great. We all know this, you know. But I mean, the thing was is that, you know, we were so tight that we could get fucking obliterated at a show and wake up the next day like, so how'd the show
you
go
guys
last
could,
night?
'cause I was underage.
That's right, yeah.
And people respected you.
Dude, it was
Actually,
Like this is the difference. This is the difference. This is the biggest difference.
have,
And I
like-
think this is a great way to end this podcast. This is the difference. Is like being good and being respected are
Yeah.
two very different things. To get both is almost impossible, but to be respected, I believe the way I value my ego and why. So you called me out. Everyone's called me out. I keep railing this idea of like, why do you get into the music scene? Fame, money, pussy. Wheeler actually reminded me there's a fourth reason: power.
Sure.
So you're going to get into it for one of those four reasons. However, when you're doing it, when you're in that heat, when other people look at your shit, there's a much, much greater value in being respected than being good. Because being good is something that can be cultivated over time. Being respected means that people look at you at the current talent level echelon you're at and go, you're the shit. You can make it at the next level. And then when you make it to the next level, if you still have that, you can make it at so on and so forth. That's what the ATB boys brought in from day one. Yeah. That's what certain bands failed to do and then eventually got. And that was what I was always about, is I was always never respected and then earned that respect.
Right.
In every band I was in, nobody took me seriously. And then people were like, all right. And I'm saying this from guys like you, from other legitimate pros that came in and they were like, I seen your first show that you did and I thought you were a joke. And now a year later, I'm shaking your hand. And I'm telling you this. Like, I'm shaking your hand now because I want you to know how far you've come. That journey is not a fucking joke, dude.
Yeah,
and
right,
there's millions of people in this world that haven't even done what any of us have done. They've never even played one live show.
Right.
That's just it.
Let
like,
alone
you got
think about what we've accomplished in this world,
like
you boy.
It's the airhead joke.
Do you feel
about
me?
playing
The
in front of-
appreciation,
Oh yeah, dude.
and the understanding.
Yeah, dude. Like I said, it's the joke, the airhead joke about playing in front of the other bands and their girlfriends. Like,
Right.
you know, until you really, I mean, you're gonna have a lot of shows like that. You know, regardless. Like,
Yeah, dude.
you
It's
remember?
it's the thing that, you know, it's what goes around comes around. You want people at your shows, you go to shows. If you want to respect, you have to give respect. Dude, it's just the way it is, you know. And I mean,
definitely failed exactly that
Dude.
until I was 26 years old. I literally thought I was better and deserved more
see,
and
but
was
that-
more talented till I was 26 years old. Everyone on this scene deserved and had the right to
well,
hate
how old are
me.
you, Jared?
Now I'm almost 40.
Okay, so now let's dial it
we're
back.
talking 15 years ago.
Yeah, so let's dial it back just a hair. You know, Cold Storage back in the day, we did a lot of stuff based on the scene. You know, that last album we never released had Steve Wolf on it. It had Kwanzaa. It had
But no, it had the two guys. It had it had yeah.
what the hell's his name? Not Aaron. The other drummer guy.
Well, the drummer and Guanzin.
yeah, Kwanzaa, and then
I can't remember his.
Ryan Gwanson,
yep,
Yeah.
and then we
the
had
Gwans.
we had the violinist
I have been
and
trying
the
to.
vocalist. I mean, we were trying to help the scene any way we could. We had
So you basically invented the compilation record.
well, there was.
No,
I mean,
the local guest stars.
yeah, we had a lot of
like
guest
we'd have
appearances.
Steve, do you remember Steve Wolf?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like he'd come up and sing a song. Like we had a song that we wrote for him to come sing.
Just to
with us.
come sing with us.
Yeah.
But I
Do
mean,
you remember
because
when?
he was our
Do you
boy.
remember when you guys were in Revelance and fucking you'd go crash the stage on a 6 show, or
Yeah.
you?
That's just it. There again, you
Yeah.
know, we were talking about the Rump Shakers.
yeah,
That was
Kyle
that was
sweeping
another
the stage.
iteration of
Kyle
of
sweeping.
fucking Six.
Kyle sweeping the stage that night.
yeah.
Okay, now I've taken that bit and I've run with it to pay homage to Kyle, and I feel guilty about it every time.
Yeah.
At every local show, I do it once a year. I'll show up. This is what I miss. This is what made the Minneapolis scene beautiful. is you'd be killing it in front of 500 to 1,000 people at the Rock or Star Central. And Kyle Skolquist would just walk up and sweep the stage. Like, you guys are running behind on your time and I got to clean up and you're boring everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. It's time.
And he'd act a little surprised that you were there.
Wrap it up.
So I do this once a year because Kyle's no longer here.
Yeah.
And people give me shit about it. But is what they don't understand is I'm not trying to actually pretend this is my joke. I am paying homage to the love and interconnected network and community that we genuinely had way before it was cool to build a community.
And
you know what I'm talking about.
And that's
And I
that's
still
what
do
would
this
say
to this day.
with you guys were all. I mean, I was a backseat, 90% of the time or whatever. Like I wasn't a decision maker in cold storage, whatever. I was the young kid. Like I was underage the whole time I was into that band. Our last show was my birthday, my 21st birthday.
Yeah, neat.
Yeah, happy birthday. But
Anyways.
totally derailed it.
No, but the thing was that we had other bands.
Oh no,
Yeah.
that started with you guys for me.
Yeah.
Was that there was a lot of like that community was a lot, because it was a lot more about who you knew.
It was.
Because there was a lot of people that was like that. Like I said, Steve
Totally
Wolf was a big one,
Yep. Yeah.
And then with the culture that, and again, I 100% attribute this to those two, like the culture that Jeremy and Kyle like created.
Yep.
Because like I was saying, the scene is completely cyclical. It
Incestual is the word I use.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty good too.
Yeah.
Because
Incestual.
Yeah.
well, because bands break up and they form new bands, and they
And their
tell two
kids
friends,
and their
they tell
kids
two friends,
and they're fucking now you got
Yeah.
Wally Borgen and you got Wally Borgen Jr.
Mhm.
Right? His
Yeah.
kid's not in a band, but he's floating out there in the scene.
Yep.
You got Wally's daughter out there crushing it, being better than everyone at fucking vocals.
Oh.
Like now, all of a sudden, the next gen, you got fucking
But
Logan
that's-
Stahlecker, which is just another kid. It's incestual. So you have this like perpetual motion of different generations. This is what builds a scene in a community.
Right.
It's a good thing.
Wow.
We're speaking of it oddly, but this is exactly what makes our scene beautiful. And we lost this. We lost this
Yeah.
interconnectedness.
Well, I can
that
tell you
broke it up
exactly
into-
when that happened. Because the thing was that, like I said, there was all these bands of different genres, but of all the same passions. And bands like Cold Storage at the time would play with these other bands and set up shows. And, they also did the same thing. Hey, you guys want to be on our show? Fuck yeah, we'll come play with you. Once the scene died, Cold Storage went away, the smoking ban happened, this new era of kids came up, these arrogant fuckers that were just like, my shit's so much better than yours, kind of a thing.
which in many ways it was, let's be fair.
Well, some of it was, but at the same time, though,
They hadn't paid their dues
they
yet.
hadn't paid their dues, and nobody wants to fucking listen to you. You think you're just going to come out here and blow everybody away?
Thank you.
I mean, dude, that's not the way it works, dude.
Thank you, Dan.
You got to earn.
For real. You got to fucking earn, and it's not just about your individual ability to shred in your fucking bedroom, dude.
Right.
Like, I need you to get with your band regularly so your band crushes, and then I need to see you do that a bunch of times
Right.
in front of people, including bad PAs.
Sure.
Like, I need to know that your gear test, boys, back me up on this. Out of town shows, local band goes up.
Yeah.
It sounds like trash because the PA is
Sure.
inadequate. And then all of a sudden, the next band goes up. Trash. Next band goes up. Trash. You go up. They got 4 microphones. What do you say? You say, give 3 of them to my drummer, give 1 to my vocalist, because the rest of the band can fill the fucking room.
Right. Yeah.
And we fucking smash.
Yeah.
And there's 500 kids in the middle of Wisconsin that are screaming at the top of their lungs because they've never heard anything that sounds that good.
Right.
That's because we got legit gear, bro. That's because we paid our dues in Minneapolis. Where sound guys,
That's why I
where
got kicked out of
sound
the
guys,
band, yeah.
where sound guys looked at us and told us, "You don't belong," because that rig, I'll mic you up tonight, but you're still gonna sound like shit.
Right.
Like, and you're hearing this nowadays with my current peers, guys I used to be in bands with. I don't need a fucking 8x10 anymore. With technology nowadays, I'll just DI into the PA.
Yeah.
Until there's not a good enough PA.
And then you're fucked.
And then you can't fill the room with your
Yeah.
bass frequency, bro. And your
Right.
band just sounds like the other local bands.
Right.
You're supposed to sound like a headlining band because you've invested thousands of dollars into your gear.
Yeah.
This is one
I
example.
haven't yet.
This is one.
Well, and again, like,
Yeah.
This is one example, though.
Yeah. No, I get it though, man. I mean, that's the thing is, I rock a couple of decently priced guitars, but
I never noticed a problem with your tone.
no, but I mean, I've worked with that for so long that I know what I've got.
You know how to
the
get what
problem
you got.
now is that original rig has died. So it's silly because I'm not joking. When I was 16, I bought this PV Mark 6 fucking bass head for like $150.
Is that your deal? Is bass?
That's the amp just the head.
But you're a bass guy.
I'm a bass player.
Okay.
Yep. And so that fucking thing had beer spilled on it. It fell down flights of stairs. It'd been dropped in puddles.
Inferno.
Probably pissed on. I mean, who knows? And that thing lasted me all the way up until about a year and a half ago. And then that fucker, it just started having issues. And I'm like, I had bought multiple heads. I bought a Harkey. I'd bought fucking this Mesa Boogie at one point in time, and I didn't like it. I didn't like it, and
like you said, you knew what you had.
I knew what I had. I could do what I needed to it to get the sound that I wanted. Now, Mikey, he gives me shit because my rig sounds like garbage right now. Well, in the space, I don't have it dialed into the studio because we don't spend much time down there.
I'm so glad you just immediately and I gotta interrupt because this podcast is a weird amalgamation of like the hang,
sure,
and then the breakdown of what we're talking about, right?
Right.
Okay, so for people that don't know, because there's a lot of listeners across the world, you got to imagine this. There's kids in the Philippines. I'm not exaggerating. Korea,
Sure.
Germany, guys who aren't into what we're talking about is common sense, minimum standards. This is game-changing for them.
Right.
So what we're talking about is when you're sitting in your rehearsal space, you will dial in your amp away. That sounds good to you and your guys then.
Yep.
But when you really get in a recording studio or a live session, there's different ways you dial in the same EQ. So your lows, your mids, your highs,
right.
All of those things, they're all different ways, what we refer to as dialing in your rig.
Yep.
You need to dial in your rig for the situation or the atmosphere you're in.
Yep.
That can be rehearsal, that can be recording, and that can be live. And those
home.
can all three be different settings on the exact same amp for the same fucking band.
Yep.
Just to break down, sorry, keep going, but I
No.
just wanted to make sure for the people that aren't junkies,
No,
the
and
new
that's just it.
the kids, there
Well-
are young people that listen to this,
Well, and like
believe
I
it or
said,
not.
that would've-
There are people listening.
That would have made a big difference for me if I would have taken the time to figure out. Because I mean,
Or if somebody would have just told you that when you were 20.
He tried to tell me. I just wasn't listening.
Yeah.
You take
Okay,
you take
fair,
a listen.
fair.
You take a listen to.
I just wanted to know. No
Yeah.
one told me for a
Yeah.
long time. And
Well,
same thing between solid state tube amp, wattages, scenarios. It's
Right.
What are you doing? Somebody goes, "Do I need a 100-watt rig?" I go, "Are you playing live to 1,000 people?" They go, "No, I'm recording an album." Then no, you don't need 100 fucking watts. Go get the 5-watt version.
Sure. Save
Go
some
get
money.
the 12-watt version. Because you're going to get that fucking distortion at a way lower volume, and you're going to get a clean recording. But if you're trying to fill a huge room like Star Central,
Right.
you're goddamn fucking right you need 100 watts.
Yep.
And if you don't have 100 watts and you're just relying on the PA, everything's going to sound a little grainy,
Yeah.
little tinny,
Well,
little hollow.
Right.
Feels like it's being
That's
spread a little, like you're buttering bread, but you don't have enough butter. So you're
Muffins,
thinning
the
it out.
yeah.
You're thinning it out
Stretching it.
across too much space.
Yep.
That's the best way I can describe sound to anybody who's not, because we have a lot of people who listen to this podcast who aren't musicians, but they're fascinated with music, and they want to know how we think about these things as well. So to catch them up,
That was what
I'm done
what
with
I,
my-
What that's what I learned. After we had listened to the recording that we did, with I don't remember his name, but with the second album that we did with me for Cold Storage, I realized what I was doing wrong after because Chris always had a really good guitar tone either way.
Kalani,
Yeah.
great guitar player, sneaky good guitar player. That
Yeah.
motherfucker will run circles around you, and you
Well,
don't even
you
know
can
what
mention,
happened.
Hey, you remember this song?
He's like Captain America. I'm on
they-
your left.
They did a
For real, that
story
dude's
of my
like
life, dude. Oh, I
that
know.
dude's like running laps, and he's like, I'm on your left, and
I'm
you're
still
like, don't say it.
I'm still recuperating. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Sneaky too, because he doesn't shred.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what I mean by sneaky.
That's what was that fog stuff I put up. Again, it wasn't anything too fancy. I was a rhythm guitarist, so I wrote riffs.
In Stasia, Tony Williams was Tony Stark, and here's the point: if we're going full analogy, Chris was Captain America.
Carried the shield.
He carried the shield.
Subtle,
Sure.
chill.
But
No overwhelming superpowers, but will literally stand toe to toe with Thanos.
Sure.
And Thanos will even be like, twist his head like, what?
Right.
That's Chris Kalani. If you're trying to put superheroes into guitar players,
Colon on me.
that's Chris
Yeah.
Kalani.
Well, that's not his
for
name
real.
anymore. It's like Valentine or something like that right now.
Valentino.
Yeah, I'll
Yes.
never call him that.
Yeah, I
As
don't.
much as I respect him, I'm not doing.
I haven't talked to him in a while, so I don't know what the reasoning is. But
Actually, you know what? That's super rude of me to say because I did that.
what?
I went from cantor
Yeah.
to singer.
Yeah, I remember. I was trying to remember what your original name was, but I
Yeah.
couldn't remember it.
The only difference, I just translated it from literal Yiddish. Cantor is singer.
Oh,
In the true Jewish Yiddish language,
gotcha.
cantor, the way I spelt it for my biology, it is singer. So
Oh.
all I did was translated it to American English.
Gotcha.
I didn't actually change my name. Translated like a real immigrant would.
Gotcha.
It's 200 years ago. But nonetheless, I still did it.
So your name was Stephen Chan.
Right.
Anyways.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, and
But nonetheless, I have no right.
the thing that I got to say about Ben though is that he didn't have the rig, but he had this fucking huge heart, dude. And that was the thing that Ben's always been a good dude. And he's always been my guy. No matter how shitty you think things got, dude, you're like a brother to me, dude.
Well,
and
yeah.
that fucking
And you held your fucking you
you played the parts,
job
man. I mean, you played the parts. You were a part of the group
with some of the best
yeah.
in the industry. Do you
Dude.
understand? Do you ever look back and realize who you shared the stage with? Not just in that band, but the shows you did.
Yeah.
Do you ever sit back and go, holy fuck?
I don't think we.
Have you hit old man syndrome yet? Where you
No.
go, I actually
I don't think.
did these things.
I think the only one I that we actually really played with in Cold Storage is the one I brought up, but we did that was by proxy. The LA Guns.
Well, we did LA Guns.
They were upstairs. We were downstairs.
But I think
That actually was probably the night you got 86.
that very well might have been. There was another show. We did the Milwaukee Metal Fest, and that might have
Yeah.
been. Was that with you?
Yeah, I was
So
there.
yeah, we
That
we
was
played.
Green Hair Days.
Yeah, we played
That
the
was
relapse stage, and who'd we open for?
Skin Lab.
Yeah, Skin Lab. Yeah, and I mean, Stuck Mojo was on there, and I can't remember. I mean, Paler was out there. I didn't know all this shit. What are we doing? Pants off? Is that what we're
I got a second pair of pants.
doing? A pants off, dance off.
Suck it. I got a second pair of pants. They're called Long Johns. I duped you,
Wow.
Jeremy, you little bitch.
Jesus Christ.
He's like, I had no
He's
pants
like, I
on for
dare
no
you.
reason."
Take your pants off. I took my pants off. I got another pair of pants
Isn't
on, but
Jeremy
you
supposed
didn't.
to be sleeping? He left us
Yeah,
to go to
he
bed, and he's
exactly.
still on the podcast.
Exactly.
I
Exactly.
call bullshit. He could have stayed. Megan's going to bed. Love you, Megan. Good night.
We should wrap this up.
Oh,
No, but for real though, honestly, man, here's the deal, dude. Is like, you don't need to be a shredder. You don't need to be great. Do your fucking job in this industry. Do your fucking job. Be just awesome at something, and you figured out a way to do that. You did it on guitar in one band. That's Cold Storage.
Yep.
You guys achieved some shit. Then you joined Revelance, and you became one of the most popular bands. And this is why this podcast matters, because there will never be an article written about Revelance. But I was fucking there. I was there for 2 years of watching this wave. And I'm telling you and the world that Revelance is one of the most popular bands in Minneapolis underground music history. What you guys did, the way you did it, and once you got a fucking legit drummer, even just for a few shows in John Gensmer, not only were you guys fucking popular, but you also, for a moment, right before you broke up, just like all of us, just like fucking all of us, which is why I keep saying the number one key is just don't quit. Don't quit. That's the number one key to make it in this industry. Just don't quit. I swear to God. But as soon as you guys, just like Dying Euphoria, you got a great drummer, not just a good one, a great drummer, in your case John Gensmer, in our case Pat Ruland. It was a 90-day change. Like within 90 days, your band and Revelance, the word and the vibe and the message that was sent throughout the scene on a band that had already been known for 7 years. Like, but everything changed. They were like, holy fuck, Revelance is the next thing.
See,
you were ahead of the curve because thrash metal and going back to the roots, that wasn't a fad yet.
No. I will say that,
you were pre-metalcore.
I feel like Revelance kind of carried that torch, though, of trying to keep the scene together.
Yeah.
And that was the thing, is that they
Like
I almost think they were the torch.
Our last show
Right.
was the
Yeah.
6
Like, not to suck your dick to Ben.
Yeah.
Ben, I don't suck dick on the dude. If you're saying some dumb shit or you're being a little arrogant, I will fucking knock you down a peg. But here's what I'm trying to say is what your band did is seriously special, brother.
Yeah.
And like you need to go to bed at 80 years old and appreciate what you did, because I'm telling you right now, the dream that all of us say we want to accomplish, which is I hope I can inspire a couple kids, right? You did that. I'm telling you, dude, you did that because I know people you did that for. I went to high school with a kid who was in my fucking band. His name was Ben Duncan. I actually mentioned him, talked to you about him
that
before.
name sounds familiar.
Yeah, he started a band. He was the original guitar player for 7 months of nothing to help me get it off the ground.
Sure.
But he never played a live show.
Okay.
Not once. By the time we got live, I had a different roster. But he was my friend from high school. He was a fan of Revelance.
Yeah.
And started a band, Bronson. That's what it was called.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember the Revelance boys going to a Bronson show, raving about them.
Yeah. Throwing up the horns, man.
That's what you guys did. And because you guys went to that Bronson show, because you had so much respect and equity, Bronson went from 7 people at their first show to 700 people at their second show.
Yeah.
And then they dropped back down to about 200, but they immediately became a 200 draw band within 3 shows. That's insane in this town. This town does not accept you unless you're great. If you're bullshit, you both of you should be able to attest to me for this. If you're bullshit in this town, you ain't getting 200 people to your show to see you. Because in this town where we came from, 200 people, minimum 200 people as an opening act is what got you the credibility to get further in this industry, in this fucking town. That's where we came up. Am I wrong?
No, I agree.
Joe Spanbauer said 200 people to see you as an opening act before you move on from opening.
And that's, I mean, Joe is one of our.
Joe was
our guy.
Yeah, he's always been a huge part of everything.
200,
Well, and that's,
You
I
know.
mean,
200 people before
talking
you're
about trying to
more
keep
than
it
an
alive,
opening
like,
act.
He's one of them.
Yeah.
There's bands in this town right now that think 200 people is headlining.
Yeah, that's the thing though, is like the older we get, I don't fucking want a headline.
Well, you're talking about time slots,
Right,
though.
you know,
That's a
but-
little different.
But at the same time,
You'd want a headline if it was at 10 p.m.
I was
Tell me right now. Headlining
sure.
slot.
Sure, 10 p.m. My
your number.
grandpa ass would be in there.
Yeah.
Fucking no problem. But
Yeah, exactly. Your problem isn't headline. Your problem is when we headline, because Minneapolis sucks.
right. I mean, so like you look at a band like Hex, and I love the dudes in the band. I like
So
the
you were
music.
the original bass
I
player.
was the original bass player.
And Tim, my old bass player from Dying Euphoria, replaced you.
No, he played guitar.
Oh, shit. I thought he played
Yeah.
bass.
No, so he was the original second guitarist. And so originally it was Tom and Andy. Actually, I'll dial this back. It was Nick Wellner, Sean Scott, Andy, and myself. And
Holy fuck.
yeah, and then one.
Holy fuck. No one has any idea what you just said. Nick Wellner,
Sure.
which is, if anybody understands how I look at the industry, Nick Wellner is the reason ATB.
I would
Talent
say,
aside, aside, they were doing their thing, and then Nick Wellner showed up, and Nick Wellner put them on a different path. But then even he left and they continued to blow up. So it wasn't a talent or style issue.
Right.
It was a mindset. It was a promotion. It was a business.
Well,
Like-
they did like 3 albums with Wellner, didn't they?
I think two.
They
Yeah.
did two. They did
So-
Well, it's
Forging
not
a
like he
Future
wasn't
Self.
a part of it,
Yep.
like he was a.
No, but he did something different. I'm telling you, man, like I need to like think about this, and I'll talk about this on a couple podcasts from now after I've really sat and like deeply thought.
Yep.
But I'm telling you, I was there. I watched the whole thing, and Nick Wellner. I don't know if anybody looking back in the history books will ever give Nick Wellner the credit he deserves, other than the members of ATB themselves.
I don't think he's looking for gratification. Though.
I don't care
That's the
about
thing is,
motivations. I'm saying like actual contributions. That dude,
Right. Yeah.
that dude did something for that band that if Nick and Wellner would have never joined that band, I'm not sure ATB
Well, even he
would be ATB.
he did climactics vocals for their first album, and you know what?
There's something going on in his mind above and beyond his talent and his voice is what I'm saying.
Yeah. And I
That's what
get
I'm
that.
saying.
Yeah.
There's something that like
Yeah.
I've talked to that dude in depth multiple times.
Yep.
And I'm telling you, there's very few people, especially dudes younger than me, where and we're back. All right. Sorry about that, guys. There's very
Character.
few people. There's very few people younger than me that when they talk, I go, "Oh shit! I never thought about it that way." Nick Wellner's one of those dudes.
Yeah.
Like, I think that might be part of the reason I was so offended by what happened by the other night. Because I don't think everyone really understands what ATB is and did.
What happened the other night?
We'll talk about it after the podcast. But
oh, I think I know what you're talking
but-
about.
but like
Is that where the comment came from? Can Ben run with ATB?
The answer is no.
like
Yeah,
like
that's a different-
basically
yeah.
basically like let me put it this way. Prince was notorious for coming and hanging out at your show, watching your fucking music.
Yeah, what was his?
And then he'd come on stage, grab your guitar, and play your shit better than you could.
Sure.
Here's what I'm trying to explain. Prince would have never walked on stage at an ATB show even if he'd heard the record 30 times.
Probably not. Not
Nope.
his style.
Doesn't matter. Style's irrelevant. Prince is notorious for this. He's walked up on local metal bands.
Sure.
Literally. He's literally walked up on stage on local metal bands and played their own solos better than they can.
Yep.
Like, this is Prince's MO. ATB's so good at what they were doing, Prince wouldn't have done that. He would have stood there and he would have waited until those boys were done,
Well,
and he would have shook their hands and said, I'm impressed. Prince doesn't say. No one should ever put themselves on the level of Prince or ATB. If you're on that level, the only reason you should be on that level is because other people have put you on that level. Do you get what I'm getting at?
Right. Yeah.
You don't get to put yourself on that shelf.
yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Others.
Something about being humble, like I tell everybody that shirt that says world's okayest bassist, that was designed for me. I mean, because I'm not amazing. I find a niche between the guitar and the drums, and I play low end, and I'm not a fucking fancy trotter. And that's the thing too, is that like when Ben was in Revelance, he did some amazing shit on bass, man, and that was an influence to me because you had some good hooks, and that's I mean, I don't know, being a bassist is different, and
I
not
feel
trying
like
to be
what
It
you
is
just
different. It
what
is-
you just said,
it is
I feel like
different.
if I were gonna have a T-shirt, my T-shirt for my deal, what I bring is, it would just be like, literally, it would say, I do my job. That's it.
I fill the part, and that's it.
I do my fucking job.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you want me to be flashy, I'll be flashy.
Yeah.
You want me to pull back and
Well,
be in
and-
the pocket, I'll be in the fucking pocket. I'll do my fucking job.
Yeah.
But most of all, where I value true, and this is something I learned ironically from a crackhead, old school jazz musician who was friends with legitimately huge classic rock musicians, and I grew up next door to him.
Yep.
He said, "Can you stop on a dime?" That was their big thing. From the 60s, that was their deal.
Sure.
Can you stop on a dime? Meaning, when you want to be silent, are you silent? Or is there feedback coming through your monitor? Or is there a slight string?
Right.
You pause, but like, can you actually stop on a dime and then start again?
Right.
In silence. Can you play? And this was another thing they challenged me to. At 13 years old, I thought I was good. They go, can you play all your riffs flawlessly in the dark?
Mm.
like literally turn all the lights out.
Only a few things I can do in the dark.
These are the things, and here's the
Pretend
thing
like
is,
you're pooping.
they were all, every answer was a no. I can't
Right.
do that. No, I can't do that. No, I can't do that. No, I can't do that. But the point I'm getting at is, like, they kept bringing these things up like they were standards, and I quickly realized, I ain't ready.
Yeah.
So it didn't
Yeah.
even matter how good I was at playing guitar. It was, can I play my guitar riffs without looking at my guitar in the
Yep.
dark? Can I stop on a dime? Can I control the feedback in my amplifier and guitar? There were so many subtle things they had taught me at 13 and 14 years old that by the time I made it to 17 and 18, you guys are kind of right, man. Like, I am kind of a dick. I am a little arrogant. But I'm sorry.
But-
I'm sorry, man. I've seen it. I've been there. I've watched all of you
Right.
teach me and coach me. I've watched all of you exceed me. I've watched me exceed others. I've watched guys come from children underneath me and explode like the ATB
Well,
boys,
dude, or
Right.
like,
and it triumphantly
like
make us
friggin-
all look like fucking assholes and amateurs.
Yeah.
Like, this is why I'm a dick.
Yeah.
This is why I'm so assertive.
well, and you
because
and you
we've
take a look
been
at how
there,
many
bro.
of those people that were so goddamn amazing and they're half our age that just get like swept under the rug.
Right.
Yeah.
Like these fucking amazing projects that just they just disappear. Like that shit is pretty like
Well, and then I have people like Dalton my guitar player used to be in -3.
Oh,
Even back
yep.
then, people are like, that dude was the shit.
Wait, -3? They played in this. They had the studio down the hall.
Yeah.
No, that
And
was,
I bet
that
you-
was
Zebra 3.
Zebra 3.
Now that was 20 years ago.
Never mind.
Now that was 20 years ago.
Different band.
Now
Oh,
here's the
yeah.
point.
Totally
I
different
bet your
band.
fucking ass you remember that lead guitar player. That's my
Probably.
lead guitar player now.
Yeah.
That's how fucking good that guy is. It's
Sure.
20 years ago when he was a child, he
Yeah.
still turned heads. That's my
Yeah.
guitar player now. Now here's my point. Is I sit in a room with this dude. He's playing my riffs. He's writing to my music. And I do the same thing I'm doing now. I ain't shit, blah, blah. And he's like, listen, Jared, you're a fucking very good guitar player. Like Wally, Skywind Wally,
Yep.
who's produced everyone, is like, dude, you're a ripping guitar player. It takes these other guys to tell me I'm good.
Right.
The way I measure my
Must
shit,
be nice.
the way I measure my shit, I have a hard time picking these guitars up every day.
Yeah.
Because the people I've had on this podcast, the people I talk to on a daily basis, I'm ashamed to say I play the same instrument they do because what they do is prolific. And
Yeah.
what I do feels like a joke. It
Right.
takes other great guitar players to tell me, dude, you're not a joke. That's where my ego is.
Yeah. Well, and that's what we were talking about. I mean, it's one thing, whatever the opposite of peer pressure is, whenever they're supportive rather than whatever. like that was
Yeah.
always definitely a thing. I mean, yeah, you wanted to, at least impress the people where that Matt, the people that knew different.
Right.
Like, yeah, we were playing in front of the other bands and their girlfriends, but like, you guys like my songs?
Right.
Like as long as they
that.
care, as long as
I
they like-
remember doing that. I remember walking up to you, being like, "Hey, man, I see you at every show. So, what'd you really think?" Like
Yep.
the desperation for approval. Like now, I don't care.
Right.
well,
There's just such a different. I don't think
there's
we're going to
billions
reach
of other
the end of
people
this.
You can try to reach, so
Yeah.
there's more fish in the sea. Like
I
and
think
that-
something is. I
I
think
think that's why it doesn't like to me, like an outsider looking in, like it doesn't mean as much anymore. Like it takes quite a bit to like really get me interested in
you're
music.
not impressed by success at all because you've
No.
been there and done that. Like
No.
so Ben and including you and including me. Oh, you're drawing 1,000 people. Cute. We did that.
Yeah.
Well, dude,
Cute.
we were
Like you see
we
what
were
I'm
so-
saying? You see
we
what I'm
were so
getting
leg-
at?
But yeah,
Dude, we were so legit. We had we
You were
practiced in a practice
so
space
legit.
that had another practice space in it. Like
You guys.
we practiced in a practice space that Head Charge had to walk through to get to their space.
All right, there's somebody out there that's about to know what's line's coming. Somebody out there knows me so well. You guys were so legit. There was
we had to quit.
there was too much legitimacy for quitting. Somebody out there knew that was coming. Specifically, if your name is Mark Osland. I ruined your life for 6 months at Guitar Center, and then eventually you bought in and you understand the humor. There's too much legitimacy for quitting.
Yeah.
For real though, you guys, our scene actually really did some shit, and why this matters is because it was never anything that mattered. We were just barely scratching the surface of the actual music industry. Prolific level musicians.
Prophylactic.
Prolific level musicians.
Anyways.
Bands that would draw 1,500 at First Avenue, 1,000 at Star Central. None of it mattered. None of it mattered. We're all
Well,
sitting
and then,
here
like,
in the
the same
same
thing,
fucking room with
for how
former
many
NFL
times-
players talking about what we used to do.
Well, and like I said, for how many times we opened at, or we played main stage at the Quest, we never played main stage First Ave.
Dude, we
Like
Yes,
we
you
played
did.
we played the 7th Street entry like it was going out of style, but
Revelance
we never,
played First Ave main
we
stage.
got one
Yeah.
hard half hour
So-
with Revelance, that Christmas show, the Triple Xmas.
I can't remember what it was, but
I never
was
played First Ave
the lady.
stage.
That's what, but that's what I'm
Why
saying.
Why am I
Like,
coughing like I'm smoking weed? I'm
you know,
smoking
like-
a cigarette.
Like
Yeah. Well,
why does that hold to such a bigger standard in my head? You know,
and at that time,
It's a huge difference.
Yeah, so
we have to have another podcast on just that First Avenue versus 7th Street thing.
Yeah, well, so
that's 3 hours.
First Ave versus the Quest. I don't remember who the booking agent was. It was Sue. I think she passed away. But anyways, so there was a gal that used to work First Ave, and there was a gal that used to work the Quest. And the gal at the Quest was like, "You guys have a once-a-month slot no matter what."
Yeah.
And it was basically like a 16, 18-month fucking run. Once a month, we had a headlining slot, and that place was filled floor to ceiling, both floors.
When we did the 93 X-Fest Battle of the Bands,
yep.
What was the group that won? You remember?
I don't remember, but
it was always Ginger Jake or Skywind.
No, but it was.
They won every Battle of the Bands. It was one of those two bands.
Way more nu metal group, like more true nu metal group, than we were even close to, and we were just all sorts of burnt about it because we had such a great crowd reaction.
Well, the crowd even booed.
Yeah,
the crowd was upset that the other band got picked. It was Sound and Fury.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
Sound and Fury was a heavyweight band before we all got
Soft and Fuzzy.
I mean, we probably played with them there, but it wasn't them. It was a one-word something.
I couldn't remember. I just remember that, yes, whoever it was that won, we all thought it was rigged because the crowd went fucking bonkers when they got the win.
Yeah.
That was the deal.
And again, whatever.
Yeah, and it wasn't even about that, but there was a stigma around us, and I think it had a lot to do with the fact that we were party animals,
Well, I mean, we were the ones that, we were the Jared, we used to do freaking wet t-shirt contests before we would go on stage. Did you know about this? Like, for all the times that, Pablo, 93X Pablo.
Patrick,
Pablo.
Oh, dude.
Hooked us up with,
well, we had friends,
real strippers for t-shirt contests.
Well, we would go around the bar and pick randos and ask them if they want to be on it. We'd also get these strippers. We'd also fucking.
Well, I should the only person bringing in the strippers was Pablo because he wanted to see the certain stripper.
Right, but I mean, at the time, we had friends in tattoo shops that would give us gift cards.
Yeah,
and we would say, hey. Here's a gift card to this shop, to the winner of whatever wet t-shirt contest. That shit's socially unacceptable anymore because heaven forbid we look at boobs. Whatever.
We're only trained from a young age.
Yeah, it's I still find a joke in that whole I don't know. You could tell me you're a feminist, but then if you're not asking your man for dick pics, then you don't have a man. I mean, it's like you have a woman. That's not to be sexist. It's just the reality. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's different times. This goes back to people being sensitive bitches and fucking
we gotta
internet
do this
fights.
Again. We got to do this again.
Yeah.
We're going on 4 hours, dude. We got to wrap this up.
Yeah.
Yeah. We are at 4 hours. But, dude, we got to do this again. Please come down.
Yeah.
Dan, this was a fucking blast. If you want to come on by yourself, dude.
You let me know, man.
Let's do it, dude. This is a fucking blast. Let's go to Spring Street. Let's do it. They're closing in an hour. It's only 10 o'clock.
All right.
We're going to be done soon.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get out of here. If you guys are local, and you want to come hang out, we're going to Spring Street. Let's wrap this up.
Sweet.
All right, love you guys. Make sure you guys hit subscribe on all of our channels, including all the channels I mentioned in the promo, including mine, obviously. We're still trying to get to that 1,000. We love you guys so much. Honestly, we couldn't thank you enough. For real. Yeah. I think that's about it. Is there anything else you guys want to plug or say?
The guys in Den of Thieves, they suck.
Yeah. Not compared to the.
Fuck you, you're cool. Fuck you. Yeah. That's it.
That's it. We're ending it on there.
Right.
Fuck the guys from Den of Thieves.
Yep.
We love you, but fuck you.
Yep.